Maybe somewhere in a past timeline, the sealed version of Dian was bashing his head against a wall. He had never thought of fusing the weapon souls of his weapons pagoda with his weapons. The furthest he had gone was fusing them into his flames. In addition, he had no idea they could be layered in this way. It could only be said that he truly wasn't familiar enough with his own manifestation. But this only made sense. After all, this was the restriction of unique manifestations. They thought that Dian was crazy. Even if his Vajra body had such a magnificent ability, what was most important was the container. How could an infant treasure spirit handle such a load? Obviously, these people had no idea that Dian had raised little Chibi's potential to the absolute limit of the god grade. The only thing she was missing was the materials for her physical body to match up against her spirit. As for taking on these thousands of peak Empyrean cauldrons, she could even take on thousands more. Dian roared. It was so savage that one could see blots of blood converging beneath the skin of his neck. It was clear that even if he hadn't ruptured his vocal cords, there was most definitely severe internal bleeding within his neck now. Yet, he pretended as though nothing had happened. Golden rings shot from his mouth the instant the beast flames entered, distorting against the cauldron like the waves of an ocean. For a moment, it seemed like the cauldron would collapse. Its form savagely deformed, bending and twisting beneath the might of Dian's roar. But the culprit just looked on in complete indifference, as though he didn't care about little Chibi's life and death. Frolicking beasts of heaven and earth. Compared to humans, beasts were recognized by the heavens to a much greater extent. There were many talented beasts on the immortal plane who could do nothing but eat and sleep, yet grow incredibly powerful. Even though beasts on the immortal plane had shattered their chains, Dian, who had awakened his memories, knew the truth. These chains were only a superficial mortal shackle. Though they might not be restricted by something as obvious as a personality type, they were still restricted nonetheless. Simply put, alchemy was the process of snatching the will of the heavens. There was nothing better at appeasing the heavens than beasts. So Dian thought, why not use beasts then? This was how his technique was formed. It was a technique he was proud to say was unparalleled in the field of alchemy until his own student came along and created one that didn't lose out to him in the slightest. This result left him greatly amused and even a bit proud, if he could have any more of such an emotion considering who he was. But it also filled him with fighting spirit. Even against his own student, he wouldn't allow him to win. Bang! Little Chibi's deforming body finally settled down. The final process had begun. Compared to the commotion Dian caused, Nazir was more measured and controlled. It seemed as though nothing in this world could affect him. The radiating rings of energy coming from Dian and his cauldron completely dispelled after crossing over to his side, dispelling into nothingness. If everyone wasn't so focused on their performances and looked into the skies, it would be possible to see that tribulation clouds were already converging. However, they had split into two halves. Between Nazir and Dian, there was a deep ravine that even the billowing and arrogant clouds of heaven couldn't cross. Countless heavenly phenomena attempted to cross between the deep valley, only to fail in the end. Violent arcs of lightning, raging torrents of fire, vicious winds of een. It seemed as though elements of all kinds were trying to descend. The only thing stopping them was a flimsy barrier of impact between the ideologies of two men. Nazir's calm eyes suddenly shone brightly. All alchemists understood exactly what was happening. The final step. The rumbling of the clouds above grew more fervent. One could almost imagine the tribulation lightning like a chained beast just a step away from ripping itself free. Ha! Nazir roared. Even in comparison to Dian's, it was several levels more imposing. Bang! The first streak of lightning descended from the skies. Bang! Bang! They fell continuously, ceaselessly, unrestrainedly. At this point, they didn't even seem to be streaked of lightning. They took the form of roaring flood dragons, assaulting the treasured cauldron of Pill Sword Mountain. However, the truth was that what shocked the alchemists the most wasn't just the size of the lightning, but rather, its color. Each and every strike was such a bright gold that the dark clouds were completely overwhelmed. Never mind just Pill Sword Mountain. It felt as though the whole of the martial world was being illuminated by this lightning. Gold lightning, this was simply obscene. Of the legends of tribulation lightning, there was no lightning that could boast a greater strength. Even Dian, who was absolutely abhorred by the heavens, had only ever suffered green streaks of lightning at worst during his own tribulations, the strength of which was more than 5 levels beneath gold lightning. One would think that this only made sense. After all, the last tribulation Dian underwent was of the mere Tao grade, while this was a peak God grade pill. However, if one were to think this, it would be inappropriate. It had to be remembered that tribulation lightning was always adjusted to a strength appropriate to its target. Simply put, the weakest yellow lightning was always scaled to the average strength of its target. There was a mistake in the previous uploads. If you can't see the updated chapters, please go to settings to clear your cache, then everything should be fixed. What did this mean? It meant that if Nazir's pill called down yellow lightning, it would already be at the peak God grade level. But it had called down gold lightning. Every step up in grade meant a doubling in the strength of lightning. White lightning was 7 steps above that of yellow lightning. This meant that these strikes, every single one of them, was 128 times the strength of a peak immortal god. Nazir had actually managed to concoct a 9 times refined phantom pill. That was simply unheard of. In fact, in the history of the immortal plane, the number of 9-time refined peak god grade pills could be counted on one's fingers. As for phantom pill, of any level for that matter, they had never appeared. This time, the numbness really did become pain. But it was a specific type of heartache. Many alchemists simply found it too difficult to even fathom the gap between them and Nazir. Their admiration could only become this sort of dull pain in response. For a long while, many forgot that Nazir even had a competitor. Countless billions of pairs of eyes stared longingly at his cauldron, which had a lid still tightly sealed. Nazir simply sat before it, not moving an inch. He hadn't even reacted when the last tribulation lightning landed. Though the observers knew that phantom pills wouldn't have the same efficacy as a true pill, one that managed to reach the refined realm would have a small percentage of its medicinal strength. A 1 times refined phantom pill would have 10%, while a 9 times refined pill would have 90%. Of course, in all of history, the greatest phantom pill concocted to now was merely of the top grade, so all of this was theoretical and had never been proven. But just at the thought of a pill with 90% the efficacy of a peak god grade pill, many eyes went green. However, what could they do? Even if Nazir had no combat prowess of his own, something that only a fool would assume after today, he would most definitely be recognized as the greatest alchemist of this generation, if not of every generation. What could they possibly do to him? Unfortunately, that alchemist they were all clambering to crown continued to sit silently, not moving even an inch. It wasn't a long while later that they all realized he was looking at something. When they turned toward the direction, they finally remembered Dian's existence. At this moment, he was in a sorry state. No one knew what happened as they had stopped watching him, but his entire body was practically ripped to shreds. With haggard breaths, he stood over little Chibi's body, a hand placed on her lid. One could tell from the strain of his arm that he was clamping down with all his might, but they could only watch on with contemptuous gazes. There was not even a tribulation. Was there a point in continuing to struggle like this? However, Dian didn't have eyes for them. His gaze had already met Nazir's for a long while. Then he spoke his next words slowly. What I hate the most is to be tested. I hate when those who deem themselves to be better than me believe they have the capability to evaluate my limits. Nazir's pupils constricted into pinholes. Even the heavens do not have the right to test me. Dian's words left them all dumbfounded. But it became very obvious very soon that he simply had no intention of explaining what he meant. Was the pill not 99% purified? Was it less than that? Was it more? No, that was impossible. How could it possibly be more if there was a fragrance yet no heavenly tribulation? No matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't think of a plausible explanation. However, as though he couldn't see them, Dian turned and walked away, Nazir in tow like an obedient child. For these immortal gods, was it even possible for them to bow their heads as easily as Nazir and beg for an answer from a mortal? At first, they believed that Dian was just trying to get them to lower their heads to him. They even expected that he would slow his steps and eventually not be able to hold back from explaining it all to them. By then, they could just pretend as though they never cared about the answer to begin with. However, reality was cruel. Dian really didn't care about their opinions. Whether or not they asked whether it had nothing to do with him, he already no longer cared about this competition. To him, victory was never about the adulation of others. He wanted to win not so that everyone would know that he had, but only so that he would know that he had. Nothing more, nothing less. Whether his name was known to all was next to meaningless to him. Like this, the alchemist could only watch as Dian left without a care, descending down toward the god's steel and toward a particular boy. "Just take him," Dian said casually. "But," Nazir stuttered, uncertain if he should refute his master at a time like this. He had already slammed his head to the ground so fervently earlier. And, even then, it was his pair of martial ants that had to step in to save him. Even Saru and Lilith had their limits. If he pissed Dian off again, there was no telling if they would be able to save him again. In the end, for fear of being thrown into the doghouse by Dian again, he could only grit his teeth and swoop down toward his grandson. He didn't believe that Dian would harm his grandson anyway. What he didn't know was that Dian had saved this boy a long time ago, before he even began the challenge with the Venerables. Right now, the boy, or rather young man in the eyes of anyone but Dian, was only in a deep sleep. Let alone him, Dian had saved everyone who had kept a serene expression in the face of death. He hadn't done it to be kind-hearted, but he had rather done so on a whim. To him, breaking the illusion array of the Godsteel was child's play. In fact, a part of the reason he was being so hard on Nazir to begin with was because he was ashamed of him for not being able to deal with such a thing on his own. To Dian, the only people his disciples were allowed to lose to were himself and his daughter. No one else. Being stalled by a damned metal steel was unforgivable. If word got out, people would think that his teaching ability was lacking. That was unacceptable. If others knew Dian's thoughts, their pity for Nazir would only grow. The Godsteel was a treasure of the ancient era. Others knew it as one of the treasures closest to the treasures of the 33 heavens. But this was only part of the story. Not only was the Godsteel one of the closest, but it had once been one of those lofty 33 before it was kicked from the list by a greater weapon. Weapons like these were called fallen legends as they have lost access to their passive or legendary ability. However, such treasures will always be a half-step more powerful than other peak god-grade treasures. To expect anyone, even Nazir, to deal with it so easily was simply asking for far too much. These illusions, though, they would be perfect for Reaper. Dian didn't like being tied down to a single weapon. In fact, one of the reasons he created his weapons Pagoda Vajrabhati was so that he wouldn't have to be. He always found it the most fun to use the weapon his enemies were using and crush them in their own expertise. But something about the Reaper called to him. It was such a rare weapon that in all his lives, he had never come across someone who both wielded one and was strong enough to be a worthy challenge. As such, he had the least experience with it to now and took too long to realize how much he loved it. "I'll wait until I retrieve little gold. If I take the Godsteel away from its materials now, even little Nazir won't be able to quell the dissatisfaction in time. It'll be more convenient to take it as I'm leaving. In that way I can just leave everything to the boy to handle. Plus, it isn't like they need it anymore. My name's the only one up there." If Nazir knew what Dian was thinking, he would probably start shedding tears and begging for mercy. His master was too evil. Completely oblivious, he led Dian, with his grandson on his back, toward the largest mountain of their sect. In fact, it was the largest mountain on the Immortal Plain. It was simply known as Peak Mountain, the base of Pillsword Mountain. The Phoenix Hegemon was washed with complete silence. There was something familiar about this suffocating feeling. The feeling of being completely outclassed in every way, shape, and form. They had all felt this before. Well, the oldest of them had. And the young felt suffocated just by hearing the stories he left in his wake. Could it be that another nameless immortal god was being born right before their eyes? Was it even possible for them to accept such a thing? How could they let another monster like that rule their immortal plane again? They thought that they were free from the pain, the turmoil. But here it was again. Others might think that this was too exaggerated. At the end of the day, they were still immortal gods. Was there a need to react in this way to a mere mortal boy? If one thought this, they simply didn't understand enough about that man's terror. As though the immortal plane was nothing more than a toy, he played with them to their deaths. The hegemons he didn't like, he destroyed. The worlds he didn't see eye to eye with, he destroyed. They had all been beneath his shadow, slinking away in day-to-day life, hoping that they didn't accidentally offend him in any way. The suffocating pressure he gave them wasn't just superficial. In his era, the Tao hearts of the immortal gods practically stagnated. One of the reasons he was so powerful was due to the size of his own fists. But the other reason was that his presence actually made them weaker. However they strengthened their hearts and resolved themselves to cultivate, if there was one opponent they knew they couldn't defeat no matter how hard they tried, how could they resolve themselves in their Tao? In the end, these people stagnated. Those far from his power were better off, but those at the top of the world found that let alone fight back, they couldn't even improve themselves. This was the true terror of the nameless immortal god. In his presence, there was no improvement. It was as though they were background characters to his story, mere pawns in his little game. Many believed that he would eventually fall. But as the legends grew and he seemed to only grow more and more powerful, it spiraled out of their control. Eventually, even neutral hegemons began to sweat. Old monsters who hadn't stepped into the world in billions of years were alerted, and the immortal plane was united in a singular wish to see him fall. The shadow he cast over their hearts was impossibly large. Even his master, a king of an era in his own right, grew old and weak. So why the hell didn't he? It was always impossible for the time and space immortal god to take a normal boy as his disciple. Which of those under his wings weren't monsters in their own right? He even subdued the first white mother. I'm sure you all see that I wasn't exaggerating just now, right? Even I, who warned you all, still ended up falling victim just like the rest of you. Gilpin's gaze blazed like two torches. We cannot fail to act in time again. This time, we need to sever the problems from the root. This is the only way. The time and space immortal god has been behind the scenes, pulling the strings of our immortal plane for too long. Every time he takes action, another monster is born. Can we really allow this to happen again? Gilpin struck while the iron was still hot. This was his best chance. After witnessing a mere mortal do something they deemed impossible, the hearts of the immortal gods were in complete disorder. They could already faintly feel that their Tao hearts were rippling. If things continued, a ripple would become a wave, and eventually, a wave would become a tsunami. What is your plan, Gilpin? Don't tell me that you just plan on just trying to take advantage of numbers? We've tried this before to no avail. I won't send my Ice Phoenix clan to death. Emain stared daggers at the high elf. But, hearing these words, let alone being intimidated, Gilpin was ecstatic. The previous embarrassment he felt for his failed prediction vanished. In fact, he would be willing to be humiliated several times over if the result was the whole immortal plane turning against that man. His revenge. He could almost smell it. Maybe if this was a normal gathering, it wouldn't be worthy of saying that numbers won't do much. But did you ever think that our immortal plane isn't the only planar world that hates him to his core? Gilpin's words were slow and deliberate. The more he said, the wider their eyes became. You, madman, you want to allow other planar worlds passage into our lands. Have you lost your mind? Emain roared. In her rage, a barrage of ice cracked beneath her feet as her blue hair whipped about violently. Of course not. Gilpin sneered. Who said they would have to come here? The void is infinite and expansive. The possibilities it opens are endless. Gilpin caused their pupils to constrict. To them, a seemingly high-class elf of noble stature had become a madman. But none of them had any objections any longer. A long while later, Dian found himself in the depths of the peak mountain. Though he was still in a sorry state, his eyes had a touch of fondness to them. Of course, it wasn't toward that unfilial disciple Nazir. Though he was practically wagging his tail like an obedient puppy, Dian didn't spare him a glance. Instead, he was entirely focused on a door that was before him. Not many knew of the existence of this door. Of the members of Pill Sword Mountain, there were very few who were even aware that such a thing was here, let alone having the clearance to enter it. And even fewer than that were aware of the origin of this door. The twin doors were impossibly tall, easily over 10 kilometers. However, they were buried so deeply beneath the ground that even the very top of their frames couldn't reach the surface. The doors themselves were a beautiful radiating silver. They reminded Dian of the golden doors of the Four Horsemen trials. Or, maybe from another perspective, now that he had awakened his memories, those doors reminded him of this one. Gorgeous images of battle protruded from the doors. Dragons with silver scales, warriors with silver armor, weapons with silver blades. They all came together to form a heart-thumping image. The origin of this door, though, was maybe even greater than the scenes it painted, though. It was a treasure of the 33 heavens, one of the 11 of the body path, eternal tomb. Though not many knew of its existence, this wasn't because Pill Sword Mountain had wanted to hide it. As one of the most ancient and powerful hegemons in existence, if they couldn't boldly claim ownership of such a treasure, then could anyone? Let alone claiming ownership, they would scream it to the high heavens. However, the reason they never had was because this treasure wasn't theirs at all. Rather, it was Dian's. More accurately, it was one of the treasures Dian had personally refined himself to hold his good friend in death. That year when Dian was enraged by Pill Sword Mountain and made them guarantee to treat all mortals equally, it was just a pretext. The true goal of his actions was to bury this tomb. Dian wasn't such a good person after all. Whether it be mortals or immortals, he didn't care. As the most ancient and tallest mountain of the immortal plane, Peak Mountain had the richest spiritual vein in existence. It was just the perfect source Dian needed to maintain the active ability of Eternal Tomb. That was his true purpose in the visit that ended in Pill Sword Mountain's humiliation that day. Of course, only the sect master at the time was aware of this. And due to the oath he had to swear, he was forced to keep tight-lipped about the whole matter. Only his successors and the highest-ranking elders would even be aware of this door's existence. As for its purpose, it went to the grave with him. All those successors knew was that this door was tied to their sect's fate. If it was opened without permission, Pill Sword Mountain would inevitably crumble. Of course, Dian knew he had the right to open this place. After all, it was left to him. But how could those old fogies believe that? So, he had no choice but to challenge the Steels and demand this as his reward. But he hadn't been aware that his disciple had become the sect master of Pill Sword Mountain. The version of himself who had yet to regain his memories hadn't known anything else about Nazir other than that he was representing the Void Coalition, so he didn't have the ability to make the connection. If he had simply read the name at the top of the God Steel, he probably could have guessed this. But he had disdained to do so. He simply didn't care what those names were, the people behind, or even their records and skill. Since this was the case, why would he waste his time reading their names? He had been pleasantly surprised when he saw Nazir appear, but who knew this unfilial disciple would actually want to challenge his master instead of dutifully bowing out? This was the second reason Dian was pissed at his disciple. The nerve of him. Dian sent a glance toward Nazir, only to find an innocent expression that looked completely out of place for such an old man. He looked no different from a child sitting on their high chair, waiting for their mother to bring them some food. Dian felt like puking. How did I end up with such a disciple? It was better when he was sulking over the deaths of this junior brothers. I shouldn't have told him that I revived them too. Nazir blinked, unable to guess what was going on his master's mind. Master, what's behind the door? Dian's gaze became gentle once more. This time, it was his disciple's turn to be creeped out. His master was definitely not allowed to make such an expression. No, there must be laws against this. A good friend of mine. Dian took a step forward and placed a palm on the doors. Just like that, doors as immovable as a mountain cracked open, revealing a flood of rainbow light. The sight within was gorgeous. A massive creature lay, seemingly in a deep sleep. Nazir, Saru and Lilith couldn't possibly fathom having seen a more beautiful beast in their entire lifetimes. At that moment, they all practically screamed out as one. Lightning Sparrow! It was the cursed creature of legends. Being too beautiful, the heavens banished it to never be seen again. If there was anything or anyone who understood Diane as much as Madeline, it was Little Gold. They were both cursed by the heavens, and they both wanted to watch it burn. To say that the lightning sparrow was the most beautiful creature in all of existence wasn't an exaggeration. It was truly a shame to humanity that no one had laid eyes on it in countless generations, and many had even forgotten about its existence entirely. The only reason Nazir recognized the corpse immediately was because he was Diane's disciple. He had learned more than just a few things from his master, the origin of cursed beasts being among them. So, of course, he had learned of the lightning sparrow as well. But what shocked him was that his master called this beast his friend. His master had a cursed beast as a companion? Even with how much Nazir knew about his master and even with how much he revered his master, he was still shocked at this moment. It had to be said that those who could subdue a cursed creature were even rarer than those who could be called dragon or phoenix riders. It was simply inconceivable. In addition to this, there were several levels amongst cursed creatures as well. They weren't all created equal. Cursed creatures like unicorns and certain fairies could still squeeze their way into certain mythos and hide within legends. However, who had ever heard of a lightning sparrow? They were so severely punished and suffered from curses so potent that their names were directly erased from history. On the entire immortal plane, maybe the four of them here, Diane, Nazir, Saru, and Lilith, were now aware that such a creature existed at all. Diane walked into the room, making his way toward Little Gold's corpse. Even after so many years, the big guy looked like he was just sleeping. The truth was that Diane had begun researching cursed beasts because he felt like they held the secrets toward truly breaking free of the heavens. Truly think about it for a moment. All things that existed under the purview of the heavens could be considered its creations. In that case, why would the heavens ever curse something it itself created? It didn't make any sense. The only explanation, then, was that these creations had managed to, in some form or fashion, break free of the grand plan the heavens had marked out of them. How would an almighty entity react to having its authority questioned? Even in the mortal world of Diane's 109th life, there were several empires who couldn't even compare to the heavens that did countless things to keep a hold of their power. They burned down libraries, committed mass genocide, indoctrinated generations of people with fear, hatred, racism, sexism. The list of terrible deeds was endless. And those were just small-scale powers. Powers so small that Diane didn't even deem them worthy of being seen as ants to him. They were simply too weak to even be that. In that case, what would an existence with true power like the heavens do? What lengths would it go to in order to hold onto its power? Just how many clans, sects, humans and creatures had suffered its oppression, only to never be remembered? These were all things Diane had wanted to know. He wanted to learn how it was he too could piss the heavens off to such an extent. Of course, Diane had found out all the things he wanted to know long ago. To him, the revival of Little Gold didn't have to do with these petty things any longer. He had a promise to uphold. He had promised the big guy that there would come a day where the world would come to see her beauty again. It was about time he upheld that promise. Diane reached forward, patting Little Gold's head. Her feathers felt so impossibly light to the touch that he nearly sunk into them. But he knew that even dragon scales were nothing but an armor of stitched-together tin cans in comparison to her coat. Even in his prime, Diane would have to exert all his effort to leave a scratch on her. Of course, if he cultivated to what would be his peak in this life, he estimated that he would be even more powerful than he had been in the past. But he doubted his enemies would allow him the time to do such a thing. But he was fine with this. If it wasn't like this, wouldn't it all be too boring? Diane grinned. Look at him, fawning over another woman. What do you think, little Saru, is that number 9? He's such a pervert. Lilith chortled. Husband does have interesting tastes. Saru replied. I remember he said that Little Gold doesn't have a human appearance because she was born in a very ancient era. Back then, Beasts didn't have the ability to turn into humans through cultivation. Beasts were beasts and humans were humans. Who new husband would still fall for her? Diane nearly choked on his breath. What the hell was going on here? Why was he being attacked? He was just happy to see an old friend. He never even paid attention to Little Gold's gender and was only aware of it after she nearly pecked him to death for peeking on her bathing. He was still confused about that time. It wasn't as though she had any clothes to take off. She was a bird. Why the hell had she been so angry back then? Nazir coughed and looked away, pretending not to have heard anything. Master, is it really possible? This beast looks as vibrant as ever and it seems like it might wake up from a nap at any time. But it's very clearly reached the end of its life. Just what are you planning on doing? Resurrection is... What? Resurrection is impossible. Diane sneered. Nazir's words were caught in his throat. Because, according to all logic, if resurrection was impossible, Saru and Lilith shouldn't be here either. Everyone knew that reincarnation was impossible for immortals. This was the price they paid for their long lives. In truth, this was just a speculation. No one knew why the system was like this. If you're restricted by the heavens, sure. Reincarnation is impossible. What is life exactly? To those of my 109th life, life boils down to the firing of neurons in one's mind. Everything about the way we are is decided by the mind. How we interact with the world, our personalities and dispositions, and ultimately our lives. This only makes sense. After all, those mortals had their souls taken away. As such, no matter how hard they researched, it was impossible for them to find a deeper root to all things. However, this doesn't mean that all they would need is their souls for them to find an answer. Just look at you. You've grown cocky enough to challenge your master, so brazenly. Yet, you still don't know shit. Nazir smiled bitterly. If he knew that this would happen, he wouldn't have challenged his master at all. He just couldn't believe that he was so far from Diane even now. Diane shook his head. The Eternal Tomb has two abilities, just like all treasures of the 33 heavens. This passive ability is a seal. A seal? Like the seal? There's another seal treasure among the 33. It wasn't a surprise that Nazir wasn't aware. Many of the treasures of the 33 heavens were lost to time. Everyone knew that 33 still existed somewhere in some place, but it was impossible to tell where they were. So obviously not all of them were owned. In addition, it was impossible to tell which were still on the list and which had been knocked off. There were often instances of hegemons who had control of such a treasure hiding it away. Even if this treasure was suddenly knocked off the list one day, it would become a top secret of the sect, never to be revealed. So, there were some cases where treasures that were assumed to be among the 33 had actually long been kicked out. For a treasure crafted personally by Diane like this one, he was probably the only one who knew its true abilities. Of course, for treasures like the seal, the Aurora Steps, Heaven's Left Eye and Hell's Right Eye, etc., their abilities were all so well known because they were treasures Diane personally refined himself and used to ravage the immortal plane. His legend spread so far that it even began to impact the mortal plane. Obviously, the Eternal Tomb was kept a secret by Diane because he wanted to protect Little Gold. And its ability was simply too heaven-defying. It wasn't the most destructive heavenly treasure, but it was one that would be fought to the death over. If the world knew of its abilities, even if it was in possession of Pillsword Mountain, many would still not hesitate to attack. Yes, a seal. At the moment of death, the Eternal Tomb is able to entrap its victims, sealing the essence of their bodies. All those images you saw on the door are actually of real people and beasts. Nazir shivered. What? The ultimate defense immortal dragon god is on that door. So what? Diane said plainly. He pissed me off, so now he's dead. You think I immortalized him on a treasure I built with my own two hands? Do you think I idolize anyone? Do you think I'm so bored? Diane shook his head. Ultimate defense my ass. Nazir's blood ran cold. He had always heard of his master's deeds from others, but this was the first time he had personally witnessed it. The ultimate defense immortal dragon god disappeared without reason a long time ago. No one knew where he went. Many thought he might have gone into the void to look for other worlds to temper himself in. Who knew that he would actually have been killed by Dian and have himself enshrined on the eternal tomb? Anyway, Dian continued casually, the purpose of the passive ability is to entrap blood essence. The blood essence can then be used to directly temper the body. It's especially useful for… Nazir almost fainted. He hardly heard Dian's next words. Entrap blood essence? How was this even possible? Dian, though, found this to be normal. After all, hadn't the dragon hegemon succeeded with the blood sprite? Of course, it benefited him in the end, but they succeeded nonetheless. He didn't believe there was anything others could do that he couldn't. The blood essence can also be used to power Eternal Tomb's active ability. The active ability is the reason Little Gold isn't dead. It just seems like she is, when in reality she's more so in a suspended state. The active ability of Eternal Tomb is to extend the last breath indefinitely. As long as there's energy, the last breath of a person can be extended to infinity. Hearing this, Nazir was finally shaken awake from his last shock. What did you just say? I need a new disciple, Dian mumbled. I really have to explain things twice to this little fool. Let me say it in a simpler way. The active ability of Eternal Tomb is immortality. True immortality. Nazir couldn't grasp what he was hearing. Immortality? Was his master joking? Of course, it has a lot of drawbacks. The longer you extend your life, the more energy you need to maintain it. The amount needed increases exponentially the more active you are. If Little Gold didn't enter a deep sleep, Pill Stick Pebble's most ancient spirit vein would have already been sucked dry. Sucked dry? It's that bad? Nazir asked. The Pill Sword Mountain spirit vein was not only the most ancient of the immortal plane, but it was also the strongest. It wasn't as though it was impossible to dry a spirit vein, it was just that it took trillions of years to do so and repeated abuses. If the spirit vein was treated well, it would theoretically exist forever. This particular spirit vein was known for its robustness. Even if it was neglected for a long while, it would still be perfectly fine for countless cycles. Yet, Dian was now saying that sustaining just one life would bring it to a dead end. Wait, all the issues we've been having with the spirit vein recently, it's due to Little Gold. Nazir's expression changed. Normally, Pill Sword Mountain wouldn't be so involved with the Void Coalition. But they had no choice but to be so that they could gather the resources necessary to save their spirit vein, which had seemed to be sick without cause. If they lost the vein, they would have to move. For a large entity like Pill Sword Mountain, they would need an exceptionally high-quality spirit vein, but where would they find one? All of the known ones were already in the possession of other hegemons. Their only choice would have been to go to war. Such a thing was something none of them had wanted to see. Now, Nazir was suddenly finding out that this was all his master's fault. No wonder everyone hated the nameless immortal god so much. His seemingly casual actions had forced them into a dead end even so many years later. Dian smiled, but didn't answer. What did the state of Pill Sword Mountain have to do with him? Back then, the sect master challenged him and lost in horrible fashion. It was to be expected that they would pay a price for that. In his opinion, he was already being quite nice. In Dian's era, a loss usually meant death. Soon, everyone will be by my side again. I haven't seen Mom's smile in a long time. Dian hadn't forgotten his parents. It's just that their situation was a bit more complex. Plus, the fact they lost their souls in this life made it even more complicated. But it was fine. He wouldn't let anything stop him. Dian took a deep breath and placed the lightning willow mask on Little Gold's head. Suddenly, the sonorous call of a bird filled the skies. It had shocking impetus, resonating with the hearts of all those on the Pill Sword Mountain bubble world and even stretching out and beyond. The feathers of Little Gold began to tremble and vibrate. An ancient aura flooded out from her body. It was so oppressive that even Nazir, a peak immortal god who stood atop the world, couldn't seem to stop his trembling. At that moment, a thunderous boom came from the skies. As though an apocalypse was descending, the clouds split apart with an inconceivable speed. It was as though an impossibly strong sword strike had sheared the air apart, splitting it in half. Cracks of thunder rang out before lightning began to rain down. They didn't come from clouds. They seemed to manifest from thin air, raining downward like droplets of water during a thunderstorm. The heavens were truly enraged. Enraged to the point it lost all sense of propriety. It unleashed a barrage unlike anything anyone had ever seen before. The lightning was of violet gold. Violet gold. No matter how one scoured through the ancient records, no matter how many ancient texts one read or ancient tombs one explored, the existence of such lightning wouldn't be found anywhere. Dian sneered. You think you can stop me from resurrecting my friend? You must truly think more of yourself than you should. My friend? You must truly think more of yourself than you should. Go! Dian's voice held a reverberating cold. In that moment, the doors that stretched several kilometers into the skies became a plaything in Dian's palms. Hearing the orders of its creator, it didn't hesitate. It shot out from the underground, tearing the top of Peak Mountain apart even before the lightning descended. The creatures and experts sealed within it all suddenly roared at once, facing the heavens as one. No one can stop me. Dian had lived many lives. But there was no one he spoke to as an equal. There was never a time his words restrained the pride deep within his bones. However, this time, his voice held a trace of dignity within it, as though he had finally found a worthy opponent. Dian's arrogance had never been blind confidence. It was a calculated trust in his ability. Those worthy to make him restrict his arrogance simply didn't exist. There was only one thing he couldn't calculate, one thing he 1451 couldn't be certain of his victory over. But it didn't matter. He would find a way to win anyway. With a bang, Eternal Tomb was shattered into numerous pieces, burnt to ash beneath the might of the heavens. However, it was at that exact time Little Gold opened her eyes. Dian could hardly react before a tongue sent him flying across the room. It had such speed behind its movements that had Dian not been aware of Little Gold's habits, he wouldn't have even been aware of exactly what just happened. Little Gold's innocent eyes blinked as she watched Dian crash into the wall. Then, she panicked when Dian's clone died. Nazir watched on, speechless. If others knew that the mighty nameless immortal god died because his pet was excited to see him, just how would all those who had suffered at his hands feel? Little Gold's eyes were truly too beautiful. They were a sparkling blue that contained flickers of violet and gold. And, maybe somewhat ironically, the way they teared up when she believed that she had killed Dian only made them more beautiful. Her body trembled as though she was about to lose control of her emotions. She had just seen Dian for the first time after so long, and now she had killed him? Just when she really couldn't take it any longer, Saru and Lilith stepped forward to comfort her. "It's okay, Little Gold. It was just a clone, just a clone," Saru said softly. It was easy to tell that she was trying her best not to burst out in laughter. Dian had already been half dead after concocting those pills. Taking a blow like that from a creature with strength beyond the peak immortal god realm was definitely too much for him to handle. Could only be expected that he would suffer so much. Lilith, however, couldn't hold back at all and was all but rolling on the ground. If she hadn't awakened her memories, maybe she really would have gone so far. She liked to believe that she was more mature now. At that moment, a faint light came from Dian's dead, withering clone and formed a new flower he stepped out from. If he was embarrassed, it was nearly impossible to tell from his face. Dian simply smiled. "Little Gold, I'm much weaker than I was in the past. You won't leave me behind because I'm useless, will you?" Little Gold furiously shook her head, reaching out toward Dian with her tongue again. This time, she was so slow that it was almost painful to watch. However, Little Gold was incomparably excited by this. Going slowly, she had never been allowed to do so in her life. No matter how hard she tried, she had been cursed by the heavens to move so quickly that no one could see her. The only person, back then, who had been strong enough to see her and stay by her side was Dian. Even Dian's own wives only faintly had a connection with her thanks to him. But now, she could actually move slowly? As though a little kid who had found a new toy, Little Gold slowed her tongue down even more, her large, beautiful eyes crossing as she observed it with rapt attention. Looking at her adorable appearance, One would never guess that she was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of billions of years. Diane laughed heartily. Even Nazir couldn't help but smile. This is my present to you, little gold. You'll be slower than you've been in the past. But those damned heavens won't be able to force you to continue flying endlessly like it did before. Kikoi little gold's sonorous call filled the mountain range once more. Seeing how happy she was, Diane didn't feel the slightest bit of regret toward the sacrifice of the eternal tomb. It was no longer very useful to him anyway. Even he had to admit that the blood sprite was much more useful to him in this regard. Your body is still a bit weak now, so I've prepared something for you, Diane said, directly handing over the 10 beautiful pills that he had refined without a shred of hesitation. He tossed them into the air and little gold gulped them down happily. Master, you said that those pills weren't 99% pure. Then what exactly are they? Nazir tried to hide the pain in his heart by asking this question. Wasn't giving over 10 peak god grade pills at once too much? Even a peak immortal god would explode doing such a thing, not to mention the fact that this pill was one that faintly surpassed this realm into something unknown. They're 100% pure pills, Diane said nonchalantly as little gold's momentum began to grow. What? You should probably be getting ready right about now, Diane said, not answering the question. Getting ready? Getting ready for what? Nothing much. It's just that your pill-stick pebble sect will probably be in a state of civil war soon. Oh, wait, what? Ki little gold spread her wings, causing an overwhelming pressure to burst forth. Diane nodded. You've reached the peak immortal god realm, but the matters you know about the immortal plane are still too limited. You've been the sect master for so long, and even spent so long hiding your true strength. Yet you didn't take advantage of the time you had to clear out the lingering problems of the sect. Instead, things became worse because of your actions instead. Don't you think you're a little too foolish to be my disciple? Nazir blushed with shame. He wasn't sure what his master was talking about, but Diane wasn't one to speak nonsense. If what he said was true, he really had missed a good opportunity. On top of that, that opportunity had been squandered because during his duel with Diane, he had already revealed his true strength. Boom! 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 Peak Mountain began to shake violently beneath Little Gold's aura. It seemed that just with her strength alone, an ancient mountain that had stood for countless years would fall to dust. You need to think for yourself, little Nazir. On the immortal plane, the peak immortal god realm is just the beginning. What? Are there realms beyond? No, Diane said casually. The peak immortal god realm is the highest cultivation realm that a person can touch. This isn't just the case for the immortal plane, but for every planar world at our level. However, what does a group of people do when they reach the pinnacle of the world? Do you think that they just sit silently and accept it, folding their arms and calling it a life well lived? Nazir furiously shook his head. He had reached the pinnacle long ago, but wasn't he still trying to find methods to improve? It was just like the hidden underwater city of the ancient battlefield. They had met a bottleneck they felt was the peak of the world, so what had they done? They evolved in the same direction as the mortal world of Diane's 109th life, becoming a city of technology. If mortals could do such a thing, then what about immortals? Obviously, if one looked around the immortal plane, there obviously weren't big machines and screens everywhere. But, logically speaking, the immortal plane had had experts of the peak immortal god realm for a long time. So, what had they been doing the whole time? Some people felt there might be answers in other planar worlds. Some felt there might be some secrets hidden within the void. Some felt that they only had to meditate upon themselves and they would eventually find a path forward. There were countless ideas over just as many years, and there have been no shortage of overly ambitious individuals. There was one in particular that always caught my attention. When I grew powerful enough, I seemed to find signs of them everywhere. When I grew even more powerful, I found that their roots were too deep for me to fathom. When I became strong enough to look down on all of existence, I learned that they had gotten there before me. On the mortal plane, they're brazen, stationing themselves everywhere under the guise of the greater good. On the immortal plane, they were more measured and reserved, but this only made their hidden blade all the more frightening. What these people believe is quite simple but profound. The world began with chaos. From chaos, order was birthed. From order, chaos is being birthed once more. The logical conclusion of existence is to return to that state of chaos. That's their one and only goal. To seek a breakthrough once the world reaches the extreme of chaos once more, so that they might find order once again. They call themselves the Sapientia, and it seems that they've gotten a bit impatient with waiting and biding their time. Or, you could say that I've forced their hand a bit. A cold smile spread from Diane's lips. At that moment, immortal god Crane sprinted into the mountain pass. His fat belly bounded, but his speed was inconceivable. Beads of sweat and blood fell from his face, a look of fear gripping his expression. Sect Master! Sect Master! We're under attack! Diane sent a casual glance toward Crane. Kill him! The words that came from his master stunned Nazir, but Little Gold had already acted. And so it had begun. Important announcement below. Immortal god Crane couldn't even react. Even with her speed lowered, Little Gold was still, without a doubt, the fastest creature in all of existence. And to that fact, there was no competition. The strike of lightning was swift, powerful, and held an aura of majesty that was impossible to match. Bang! Crane was sent flying back the way he came more than 10 times faster. It was hardly a blink of an eye before his body disappeared down the long, dark corridor. Master! Nazir was shocked. Can't you recognize the Sapientia when they're right in front of you? It's not like it's difficult. Their black hair and golden eyes are basically right in front of your face. Crane doesn't have golden eyes, though. Is that so? This was all Diane said. He didn't seem to have the intention of explaining. Let's go. Diane leapt onto Little Gold's back with Saru and Lilith in tow. Though they were only clones, Diane knew that Little Gold was a bit naive. Even with her strength, he wouldn't feel at ease leaving her alone. This could only be expected. How could you be anything other than innocent and naive if, all your life, you were forced to live without interaction with others? Little Gold's experiences were only a little better than a blank slate. She knew some stuff simply by virtue of observing the world in silence for so long. But that was about it. Ki, Little Gold spread her wings wide. Just her happy cry alone made Nazir feel as though he might collapse. Is this what his master meant by existence beyond the peak immortal god realm? Hurry up, Diane said. It was only then that Nazir snapped out of his thoughts and jumped onto Little Gold's back. The beautiful lightning sparrow seemed dissatisfied with this turnout, but knowing the situation, she didn't lash out and simply accepted it. However, she didn't forget to give Nazir a nice, long glare. Stretching her slender, tall neck upward, Little Gold roared. Compared to her clear, sonorous cry, this one put dragons to shame. Without suspense, the top of Peak Mountain shattered, revealing the sight that those who were present that day would never forget. Each one of Little Gold's feathers were immaculate. They shimmered with an assortment of colors, flashing lush greens, deep blues, and vibrant violets. Each fluttered as though they had a mind of their own. Sometimes they would appear to be as soft as clouds, and at other times, even the scales of mighty dragons seemed inferior. The creature originally seemed beautiful enough. Elegant wings that stretched over 10 kilometers, a long, slender neck, eyes that shimmered like two pearls swimming with a milky blue violet. However, what those experiencing this could have never imagined was that this was only the beginning. The moment Little Gold shot into the skies, it was as though it commanded it. Streaks of lightning tore their way down, not to hurt her, but to worship her. First it was just normal streaks, but soon even tribulation lightning began to fall. Yellows, greens, blues, violets, reds, blacks, whites, and even golds, each wrapped around her body, bouncing off of her scales and making their luster shine even brighter. Moments ago on the ground below, a confrontation the likes of which Pill Sword Mountain hadn't seen in countless generations was taking place. What all of the alchemists who had gathered today for the sake of Diane's challenge couldn't have known was that a lurking cancer that had taken hold of all of their organizations would suddenly strike out so swiftly and so viciously. It hadn't even been half an hour since Diane entered Peak Mountain. but the bazaar that had once been known for its elegance was bathed in blood. Alchemy god Millman, why are you doing this? A group fought back against an assault led by Millman, but were very clearly on the losing end. Many of them were alchemy gods as well who ranked beneath the top 3. What they could have never expected was for Millman to betray them all like this. They had just been complaining about Diane's arrogance and solidarity. Then in the blink of an eye, everything changed. Even alchemy god Crane was heavily injured. They paid a heavy price to send him out of the encirclement so that he could go search for the sect master. But, judging by the momentum of their enemies, they wouldn't survive their wait for him to come back. Damn it! Rowlett, I went to your daughter's wedding just 30 years ago. You're going to treat me like this. Conan, you bastard. When you were poisoned with 9-eyed spider venom, wasn't it me who gave you my last precious healing elixir? If I don't kill you today, I'm not a man. Seela, you fucking whore. I gave my heart to you, yet this is how you treat me. Fuck. Indignant roars filled the battlefield. What was worse was that the traitors didn't jump out all at once. It was like a slow-acting poison seeping into the marrow. Every few minutes, another group they were certain was on their side would jump out again, stabbing them in the back. After several cycles, no one knew who to trust anymore. Whatever resistance they had crumbled because no one knew who they could trust and who they couldn't. With things continuing like this, everyone wanted to escape on their own. With even lifelong friends and Dao partners defecting one after another, they felt like they couldn't even trust people they would have given their lives to just an hour ago. It was then that a rumble shook the skies and the call of a bird resonated in their chest. A sight so impossibly beautiful engulfed their lines of sight. No, it was more accurate to say that they allowed it to. They could have moved their gazes away, but they somehow found it impossible to. On Little Gold's back, Diane looked down indifferently while Nazir was horrified. Don't move. Diane spoke to Nazir coldly. Just protect your grandson. I don't have the time to wipe your ass. Hand me Pill Stick Pebbles Formation Core. Nazir subconsciously tightened his grip on his grandson's body. Though being trapped by the Godsteel was a sort of death, there was a benefit as well, that being that aging was stopped. Since they were immortals, as long as one didn't experience the days normally, it was impossible for the Dao heart to deteriorate, and as such it was impossible to age. As a result of this boy was the last of Nazir's family. So, when he saw the poor youths who had overestimated themselves lying in a pool of their blood and realized that his grandson might very well have been one of them had Diane not taken him away, his heart was filled with fear. Hey! Diane roared. Nazir, don't disappoint me anymore. Or else I really won't take you for my disciple any longer. Diane's words were cold and harsh. Diane knew what was burdening Nazir's heart. He knew how much family meant to him. These were matters that had once plagued Diane as well. In fact, they plagued him even now. But allowing them to rule his mind was unacceptable. If you don't want to lose anymore, gather your courage and focus your mind. Now give me the damn formation core. This time, Saru and Lilith remained silent. Protecting Nazir would only go so far. Sometimes seeing reality for what it was important too. Nazir steeled his jaw and flipped his palm. An intricate ball of light appeared in his hand. Within it, countless gears and runes floated. This was the control center of Pill Sword Mountain's ancient formation. It had stood here for several billion years and over countless generations. An ancient formation was not unlike an ancient cauldron. However, instead of going through cycles of seasoning, an ancient formation was the brainchild of the best formation masters a sect had to offer over countless generations. Every time a new formation master was born within a sect, it would be their life's work to add a new element to the formation. Most of them would be able to tweak a few nodes to strengthen the formation overall. The most talented of them would be able to add an entirely new layer to cause a qualitative change to it. This was all to say that even if Diane had become familiar with this formation in the past, after so long, it would have undergone several iterations and changes. It might not even be recognizable anymore. Yet, with a single glance at the formation core, Diane's soul chi had already ballooned in full force. A grin spread across his face. He was going to enjoy this. His enemies would have never imagined that the moment they were planning to launch an all-out assault on him that he would spring such a plan. The gathering of so many alchemists in one place was an opportunity the Sapientia couldn't pass up, and it was Dian who provided this opportunity to them. However, neither the elven hegemon, the phoenix hegemon, or the Sapientia themselves knew that they were dancing in his palm. This was a feeling he had missed, toying with the immortal plane as though it was a puppet on his string. Such an intoxicating experience made his blood boil. But the idea of massacring the Sapientia made it boil even more. He was going to enjoy this. Immortal god Milman looked into the skies, only to have his expression change. Whether it was the beast or the fact he could see Nazir standing atop of it, either one was enough to make him feel a deep sense of foreboding. His mind was in such a mess that he didn't even seem to notice that Dian was the one standing at the forefront while Nazir had simply taken a backstep. Where the hell is Crane? What kind of beast is that? Is this some sort of hidden trump card of Pillsword Mountain? That's impossible. We've had control of the sect for the last several billion years. Nazir became nothing but a figurehead long ago due to his obsession with alchemy. Unless, Milman felt a cold shiver run down his spine. He suddenly remembered that there was exactly one hidden secret of the sect that they had no opportunity to delve into precisely because of an oath sworn by a sect master of long ago. Then, he remembered that Nazir had just led that boy into the depths of Peak Mountain. At first, he thought that it was because the boy wanted to use his reward to exchange for a right to cultivate within the environment of the spirit vein. This was a rare opportunity, but it was sometimes given to elders who had contributed greatly to the sect. So, other than being a bit jealous of Dian, he hadn't thought much about the trip they took at all. In fact, he felt that it was extremely convenient as it was a chance to get rid of Nazir with ease. But who knew that this was never their goal at all? Not bad. Dian tossed the formation core in his hand up and caught it a few times. Then, he grasped onto both sides with the tips of his fingers as though he was splitting an orange in half. In that moment, the formation core suddenly expanded. All of the complex illusory gears and runes hidden within became a whole expansive world. It felt almost as though a whole universe was being projected between Dian's palms. The sight was almost as mesmerizing as Little Gold herself. Dian frowned. The structure is sound, but it's too rigid. Things will be a bit difficult like that. But I can make do. First, though, give me all you got, Little Gold. Ki-ki-I Little Gold flapped her wings and soared into the skies like a bullet on a railgun. The activity of the lightning skyrocketed. From below, it sounded as though the roars of countless beasts were resounding through the skies. Thick pillars of lightning snaked through the clouds, converging toward Little Gold at faster and faster speeds. Dian's eyes flashed with a ferocious light. In that moment, a golden dragon formed of lightning appeared to his back. Like a mighty eastern dragon emperor, it dwarfed even the skies it flew through. Devour! The mouth of the golden dragon opened wide, swallowing everything it came into contact with, not sparing even the faint traces of violet gold lightning that had tried to stop Little Gold from awakening. At that moment, Crane stumbled toward the battlefield, dragging his half-dead body toward Milman. He looked like a man who was ready to die, but refused to do so until he could accomplish just one last goal. His state was ghastly. His body suffered a vertical cut that stretched from his collarbone to his hip. It cut his body completely in half, leaving him with just one leg. It would have been possible to see his inner organs at this point, if it wasn't for the fact the open wound was completely seared shut. The disgusting scent of burning flesh hung in the air as he struggled to drag himself through the air. I need to inform. Crane's floating figure wavered, the light in his eyes dulling. It seemed that he might die at any time, but he bit his lip hard. Unfortunately, even that jolt of pain didn't seem to have much of an effect. How could it when his body was in such a state? Oh, you're still alive? The voice drifted to Crane's ears. It sounded quite soft and even somewhat comforting, but all Crane felt was an endless fear. I'm impressed. You Sapientia are quite sturdy. You! Crane choked on his words, falling from the air and scraping his wounds against the ground. The sudden abrasion cut his closed wounds open again, causing what remained of his blood to bubble out and pool on the ground around him. "You can be the first," the voice continued. "I'll send your fellow clansmen to follow in your footsteps soon. In your next life, be a little smarter. Trying to sneak around someone who's surpassed ninth-grade spiritual sages is a bit too foolish. Don't you think?" A piece of Pill Sword Mountain's ancient formation suddenly vibrated, exiting its invisible state to form a beam of energy that penetrated Crane's head, leaving him to die confused and aggrieved. At this moment, Dian, who had just casually killed Crane, was still madly eating away lightning with his golden dragon Vajra body. All of the lightning was directly taken into his inner world connected to his main body. There, it would split in two. Half of it would go toward tempering his body, and the other half, well, let's just say he was tired of an Empyrean grade soul. The breakthrough couldn't have been smoother. The entry of someone into the god realms should have come with a tribulation, even if it was just the soul. This was the difference between mortals and immortals. Here, there were tribulations for the body, soul, and energy. Yet Dian faced none of them. Not quite. Dian thought to himself, a cold light flashing in his eyes. My body isn't ready to leave the Empyrean grades just yet. But that's fine. The pressure emitted from Dian's clone multiplied several times over. He felt that his soul was much freer. Even though he didn't have even a fraction of his previous strength back, this was enough to wreak some havoc. A billowing roar left the mouth of Dian's golden dragon Vajra body. In the next moment, it swooped downward, crashing into Dian's back. Yet he seemed completely unaffected, let alone unaffected. His body was soon wrapped in a magnificent golden arm pulsing with golden arcs of lightning and just the faintest hints of violet hidden within. In 8 corners of Pill Sword Mountain, the phantom images of 8 different colossuses began to slowly form. They were split into 4 groups, forming pairs that seemed to be 2 sides of the same coin. These pairs stood tens of kilometers apart, each taking control of a corner of the formation all to themselves. Dian pressed his fingers together, forming a triangle with his thumbs and forefingers. Then he drew a circle in the air with both his palms, the formation core hovering before him while emitting an ever-brightening light. Millman's eyes widened. "Form up. Forget the plan. Form up." His roar thundered across the battlefield, shocking the Sapientia who were still biding their time. But when they looked up into the skies and saw the situation, their expression changed. How was this possible? Why was the formation still within the enemy's hand? But even if it was still in the enemy's hands, why would Millman say to form up? Wasn't it even more important now that they continue to remain hidden? "I said form up." Millman's commanding tone left no room for questioning. They couldn't feel it, but he could. He could feel that someone had seen right through him. It was a feeling he couldn't put a finger on, nor prove, but his years of experience left his hair standing on end. Just how powerful was this person to hide himself so perfectly from them? In the skies, Dian's lip curled. "He's quite sharp. It seems my soul is a bit too weak to hide myself perfectly from peak immortal gods. But this is fine too. He's still a bit too slow to realize the person he's looking for is right above him." Dian's hands clapped together forcefully, causing all 8 colossuses to open their eyes in unison. All chi seemed to still, becoming thick and hanging in the air as though it had morphed and become an ocean of liquid. The immortals below found that their control over atmospheric chi plummeted in an instant, causing them to shake in fear. Without such control, their battle prowess would plummet by at least 50%, and that was a conservative estimate. Dian raised a finger slowly, his features serene and his eyes calm and without ripple. Millman watched on in horror. He felt as though his life was no longer in his control. If one could see the situation on the mortal plane now, it would be shocking indeed. The mortal empire had faced the joint attacks of several powers in the last several hundred years, yet its capital still stood tall and firm, just as majestic as the day it was left by Dian. In fact, it had been so peaceful that the citizens of the empire were still unaware of Dian's disappearance. On the throne, Madeline sat in silent meditation, only for her eyes to suddenly open, a slight frown marring her delicate brow. "It's finally waking up?" She looked off into the distance toward a place with a familiar green and blue planet. Earth had begun to move. Though it was slight, it didn't escape her notice. Madeline slowly rose. Her movements were elegant and graceful, her bearing just the same. She truly moved like the Empress of the world, and it was a title that she had rightfully earned. The air around her had matured in the last several hundred years. It held a sharpness that couldn't be hidden in addition to an undisguised confidence that was almost suffocating. Even when she sensed the awakening of the entity, aside from a slight frown, her expression didn't change much at all. It was as though even if such a thing were to happen, she still felt that she could deal with it. She had hardly stood when several auras converged onto her. Madeline looked up to find Clara, Amphrey, Jade and Luna. "Where is little Aliuna?" Madeline asked, her frown deepening. The four women looked at each other helplessly after hearing these words. "She went to attack the Sapientia again." Luna finally responded. There was a hint of dejection in her voice and even more helplessness. There wasn't much they could do to rein in this little daughter of theirs, and a daddy's girl who missed her father was probably the worst nightmare for the Sapientia at this point. Madeline sighed. The Sapientia aren't as simple as they seem. If she keeps antagonizing them like this, a cornered beast will eventually bite back. Despite hearing Madeline's words and understanding where they came from, the other women didn't respond. They all understood Alana's rage very well, because they felt the same rage. All of them wanted to leave the mortal plane and go off to Diane's side. However, they knew that they couldn't. If they just left, the mortal plane would be finished. There simply wouldn't be anyone left who could deal with the coming catastrophe. Plus, even if they left to the immortal plane now, there was no guarantee that they'd find Diane in a short time. The immortal plane was so impossibly vast, and the locations they would be teleported to would be random. Even if it was their husband, it would take him some time to become famous, right? It would only be then that they would find it a bit easier to find him. Of course, they had no idea that, let alone famous, Diane had already turned the immortal plane into a chaotic land. But even if they knew this, the first reason still stood strong. She really wasn't satisfied after dealing with Emithius. The lips of the women twitched when they heard Rhee's words. Dealing with? Is that what they should call that? It was more like a massacre, a continued, relentless, savage pounding. It was to the point where she healed him to his peak condition, just so that she could kick his ass again. It sounded like a comedy special, but it really was anything but that. There was a long time where the women were scared that Aliuna might lose her mind to her rage. Back then, if it wasn't for all of them working together to contain her, the mortal plane might have been destroyed even before the entity was close to waking up. Even with their imploring attitudes, it wasn't until Aliuna paid a visit to the entity's prison in an attempt to kill it before it could awaken that she finally mellowed out. Though she never spoke about what happened then, it was clear that she had come back in failure. After that, she aimed her rage toward the Sapientia. But it was obvious that she was feeling helpless. She wanted to make Emithius die in regret for daring to scheme against her father like that. But she grew so powerful that he was weak to the point that defeating him wasn't satisfying. She wanted to go to see her father after getting revenge. But she couldn't leave because of the entity. She wanted to kill the entity so she could go after her father, but she was unable to do so. It was blow after blow for a young girl who had been pampered since her youth. Though Diane was tough on her when it came to her training, she never minded because her father was still by her side. All the physical pain in the world didn't faze her. But this was different. She wanted to see her father, but she couldn't. And such a stifling feeling left her in a rage. Now, the target of her anger, the Sapientia, were holing themselves up in their universes like frightened mice. And, completely out of Alana's expectations, she couldn't break the formations that acted as their turtle shells. By now, with her power, destroying an entire universe wouldn't even take that much effort anymore. But she would never do such a thing just for the sake of getting rid of the Sapientia. And, since their formations could survive her assault, there was a chance that even if she destroyed their universe, they would be just fine. So like this, a vicious cycle began. Every time Aliuna felt stifled to the point of boiling up with rage, She would tear through space to appear in the territory of the Sapientia, unleashing all of her rage. And, every time, it would end in failure and she would return, her hatred simmering with nowhere to turn it. Across the mortal plane, at that moment, it was possible to see the scene of a peerless beauty standing above the skies. Her hair flowed like a mesmerizing platinum red. Her eyes, though a gold green, were tinted by a crimson that came from the depths of her heart. Her dress fluttered in the skies as she sent a barrage of fists toward a barrier formed of hexagonal energy shields. With every strike, it seemed that the universe around her would collapse, let alone the planet the energy shields surrounded. Eyes red with fury at yet another failure, the peerless beauty flipped her palm and a light soared out from her belly, forming the half-dead figure of a man with an ordinary appearance. "Form another one," the peerless beauty said. Her voice was soothing beyond compare. Even in a rage, it seemed to calm the heart. Yet, to the half-dead man, he trembled ceaselessly. One could tell by the still determined look in his eye that he still wanted to resist, that he still held onto his pride, but he simply couldn't control the physiological responses of his own body. He didn't shiver and tremble because he consciously felt fear. He did so because his body recognized the undeniable threat before him. This young man was none other than Emithius. He had thought that after sending Diane away, he would be able to slowly recover and then seek revenge. In truth, he didn't care about Diane's family. After a while, he felt too ashamed to target them. He instead reaffirmed his Tao heart and his resolve to defeat Diane. That was right. He was going to completely ignore Diane's family and his wives. If there was any danger toward Diane's family at all, it would have been from the Sapientia as a source. And there was no doubt that the Sapientia would make a move. But who knew that just when he had fully recovered and was ready to prepare for his transcendence, Aluna would come and find him in a rage. Not only did she defeat him, but she completely humiliated him, even to the point of healing him back to his peak several times, just so that she could continue to vent her anger. And now, he was nothing but a doll for her to vent her anger on. Gritting his teeth, Emithius complied with Alana's orders, his resolve burning even greater in his heart. He would get his revenge one day. With a thought, his massive platinum wings appeared on his back once again, stretching hundreds of miles to the left and right. Even in his sorry state, they still held an undisguised beauty and majesty that made the chi around them sing with pleasure. But in the next instant, they were ripped off, only to be followed by a horrid, heart-wrenching cry that sounded no different from a pig being slaughtered. Blood flowed like a river from Emithius' back. The pain couldn't even be described as just excruciating. His wings were connected to all the meridian pathways of his body. Having them ripped out like that, especially with how sturdy his meridians were, felt like having his tendons and ligaments ripped from him. Despite his screams, Aluna hardly reacted before she tossed him back into her inner world. Her indifference weighed heavily on the world, stabilizing the fluctuations and concentrating it as though she had become the main character of existence. She brandished the two massive wings like two swords and turned her attention toward the Sapientia planet once more, her rage blooming as she began to madly swing Emithius' wings as though they were two platinum death scythes. Little Alana's rage seemed endless. Like a tempest piercing the skies, the power of her strikes seemed to know no bounds. The strength she wielded had already long left the range of the mortal plane. However, due to talents she gained from her mother in controlling energy, her ability to hide her strength from the heavens was even beyond that of her father. As a result, despite having stepped into the third facet, the heavens had still not rejected her. Now, all of that strength, all of that power was completely focused on the Sapientia, unleashing in a torrent of unbridled rage that shook the heavens themselves. Maybe someone else would have already given up. Even with her power, she hadn't caused a single scratch to the large formation. However, her idol was her father. She couldn't help but think every time she had thoughts of giving in, would her dad have done so? Would he have put down his rage and bowed his head to this cowardly bunch? Whenever she had such thoughts, her resolve would reach an all-new level. It didn't matter how long it would take. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000, 1,000,000. It didn't matter. There would come a day where she cracked this formation. Within the headquarters of the Sapientia, several gloomy gazes were trained onto Aliuna. They were the topmost experts of their clan. Before the rise of the mortal empire, they had the right to look down on all existences of the mortal plane. Even when the Nephilim clan was seen as the strongest in the public view, they saw them as nothing more than a walking clown show. If it wasn't for the fact they wanted to remain in the dark, would it even be possible for them to hold such a title? There was only one man who seemed calm through it all. When their plot to use the sprites to kidnap Aliuna failed, he hadn't reacted much. When Dian killed the greatest genius in the history of their clan, Aritzia, he hadn't reacted much. Even after hundreds of years of being humiliated by Aliuna in such a fashion, he hadn't reacted much. This man sat on the main throne of the Sapientia with an apathetic expression. He watched Aliuna unleash a barrage of attacks on their formation with neither happiness nor rage evident in his eyes. The coolness of his golden irises, the well-groomed nature of his dark black hair and beard, the perfectly sculpted structure of his handsome features. He was unknown to the world but respected to the point of infatuation by the Sapientia. He was their emperor and the dead Ashire's father, Sairus Sapientia. Even as the elders around him felt a rage at being treated so casually by a little girl, he showed no hint of emotion. Many years ago, Aliuna and Luna had traveled to their territory together only to find that the Sapientia were suffering from great internal strife. They seemed to have broken off into two camps, each of which had differing ideologies. Back then, Dian had already predicted that those who opposed the Sapientia's main agenda would die. They seemed to be equally matched on the surface, but Dian's eyes were far sharper than this. As expected, just a few hundred years later, there was no sign of internal strife to be seen. The Sapientia had been forged into a solid metal plate. Despite being besieged by Aliuna like that day in and day out, there wasn't a single person who stepped forward with the thought of conceding. Such a result could only be credited to a single man. This singular man right here. Many years ago, when Dian's wives acted to save Madeline's parents from being eradicated along with the rest of their faction, they only had a few words to describe this man. Unfathomable. Of course, the range of understanding Madeline's parents held was too limited. At the end of the day, they were merely Tao formation experts. The weight their words held was limited and their vision was narrow. But it wouldn't be long before the world learned the truth. Seems like it's about time. The Sapientia elders were startled by the voice. From start to end, the man on the throne hadn't said a single word. But the moment he had, his soft voice seemed to suffuse all of reality. Before anyone could ask him what he meant, it happened. Bang! In the skies, Alana's expression changed dramatically. She hardly had time to cross both massive platinum wings across her chest before a black tentacle whipped out from the void and lashed against her. She was sent flying, crashing through one of the Sapientia planet's largest moons and piercing into a planet in the distance. Bang! The Sapientia watched on with widened eyes. At first, they felt fear. Any existence that could do such a thing to that little girl was far beyond their means. After everything they had tried in the last several hundred years to deal with her and all the brothers and sisters they had lost in retaliation, they were very well aware of Alana's strength. So, how could they not feel fear? But then, they remembered the words their emperor had just spoken. Could it be that this thing was on their side? Thinking to this point, they began to cheer like madmen. Ha ha! Beringer, do you see from up there? That little whore who took your life is finally getting what's coming to her. Words of a similar vein that had festered within their hearts for so long came flowing out like water bursting through a dam. They looked nothing like the scholarly clan of people they claimed to be. After being stifled for so long, their pent-up emotions could no longer be controlled by them. The only one who, once again, didn't react was Emperor Sairus Sapientia. It seemed to him that such a thing was only natural, as though everything was already in the palm of his hands. The creature slowly made its way into view. Under the shocked gazes of the Sapientia, a beast larger than even their whole planet formed. It had a massive singular eye at its very center with a pupil vertically slit like the eyes of a snake. The eye looked carved of ruby gems and pearls, while the pupil was as dark as a black hole. The eye was surrounded by a black fog from every side but its very front. From within this fog, millions of long, thick pillar-like tentacle limbs waved about wildly, each with power capable of crushing a planet with absolute ease. If Dian were here, a frown would knit his brow. He would immediately realize that this thing was a void beast, this very beast that even those of the immortal plane looked toward with endless dread had suddenly appeared, the very beast that even a legion of immortals might not even be able to defeat. Space and the void cracked under its pressure as though its weight was far too heavy. The mortal plane seemed to be trying to reject its existence, but it was far too weakened to do so. The mortal plane was nothing but a dying fire on the very last of its embers. Apparently dealing with such a creature was far beyond its means. At that moment, a sudden roar shook the skies. The planet Aluna had crashed into was shattered into countless pieces, shooting across the solar system and even sending a barrage crashing against the hexagonal energy shields of the Sapientia's capital planet. She was cut a sorry figure. Her torso had caved in, blood flowed from her once flawless face, and her breathing and chi were erratic and uncontrolled. However, her eyes held an undisguised fire within them. They blazed so brightly that they outshone even the sun in the distance. Her injuries rapidly healed as she gazed toward the void beast's singular eye without a hint of fear. Her father's blood ran through her veins. What she feared the least was battle. In fact, she felt that she had finally found something she could vent her rage on. Alana's hair billowed. There was no air or wind around her, but the burning fire of her chi seemed endless. The Sapientia fell into silence. Could it be that even after all of this time, she hadn't shown them her full strength? A royal blue diamond armor coated her body from head to toe. She discarded the two wings in her hands as though they were worthless, pulling out a crystalline scythe that exuded a vast aura. In the blink of an eye, a formation of 108,000 stars appeared around her, her strength and momentum continuously blooming. In those moments, her arrogance was no less than that of her father. Immortal? So what? Void beast? So what? She'd see how many swings of her scythe this vile, disgusting creature could take. Little Alana's battle-intent soared. The 108,000 stars around her formed an impossibly complex formation, filling her body with strength far beyond the normal realms of the mortal plane. Sicharo's might, formation of stars. Her naming sense hadn't improved even by a small margin in the past several centuries, but her power was on a completely different level. She hadn't managed to break into the fourth facet, but she had found other ways to improve her power by leaps and bounds. Her will to see her father again burned like the fiery depths of hell. There was no avenue she left unexplored, no stone that she left unturned. If there was a chance for it to increase her battle prowess so that she could grow stronger, it was impossible for her to have not considered it. This formation was what she landed on. In the past, controlling just 10 stars was already extremely difficult. Even back then, she was nearly unmatched within the Tao realm. But now, she controlled thousands. Like a goddess of the stars, she stood amidst them with an undying will for slaughter, her momentum still continuously building. She roared, her scythe swinging forth and shattering the space that lay in her path. In one moment, she was countless light years away. In the next, she had appeared amidst the void beast's tentacles, slashing away with a violent, bursting strength. Limbs with the power to destroy worlds were sliced apart one after another. Yet, it seemed that little Alana's power was only growing. Her talent was second to none. If she was compared to Dian before he transcended during his very first life, she had overshadowed him completely. The only reason why Dian could be considered to be far beyond her now was due to his countless years of accumulated experience. Little Aluna had stagnated due to not having worthy opponents, but now that she had found one, her potential burst forth to a frightening degree. If those of the immortal plane knew that Immortal was battling a creature that required millions of them to face up against, it was a wonder what kind of reactions they would have. Aluna was continuously beaten away. It seemed that her body would shatter in nothing but a bloody mist several times. But each time, her formation would flash and fill her to the brim with power, healing her injuries even as she charged again and again. Ha! Alana's body burst into a shower of chaotic black flames. The shrill cries of the void beast shattered the void, even causing the planet of the Sapientia to tremble to the point of near collapse. Aluna landed on the void beast's eye with both feet. Her expression turned savage. Blood coated her once delicate features, caking in several layers. She grabbed the edge of the void beast's pupil in one hand and raised her scythe in the other. A vicious glint burned in her eye as she swung down with all her might. The 108,000 stars to Alana's back began to spin violently. They formed up into groups of 1,000, fusing into one to form colossal suns that dwarfed even solar systems. Then, they fired. A barrage of star chi the likes of which had never accumulated in one place shot forward all at once. The 108 colossal stars burned with a fiery light, sending out beams of endless energy that bombarded the void beast from all angles. "Die for me!" Aluna roared. Her voice clapped like thunder, her momentum rushing upward like towering waves. For a moment, it seemed that her word was law, untouchable and as majestic as the heavens themselves. Her scythe tore into the void beast's eye, causing a gush of foul black blood to flow out. However, the moment they came into contact with Alana's flames, they were burnt to oblivion. The battle should have been over. The chaos flames Aluna inherited from her father were too potent. If they were to rampage inside the body, void beast or not, such a creature should be finished. Plus, even though the mortal plane wasn't strong enough to eject the void beast, didn't mean that it didn't suppress it. Without its full strength, the void beast should have been done. However, it was at that moment that Alana's eyes widened. Without hesitation, she shot up, trying to get out of range of the void beast's eye. But it was too late. A massive red beam of light that put a planet's diameter to shame shot out. Aluna didn't have time to dodge it at all. Tribulation clouds appeared in space above the void beast. The air shattered and twisted, long blades of spatial chi whipping about like the rain of a tropical storm. The void beast violently lashed out against the tribulation clouds, smacking at them with pure strength. As though enraged, the clouds roared with thunder and struck down with arcs of golden lightning, burning many of the void beast's limbs to ash with just a few strikes. However, it was then that the void beast's eye, rapidly healing from the impact of Alana's scythe and chaos flames, flashed once more. Another world-toppling beam of red left its reptilian pupil, tearing through the skies and into the clouds above. A hole was torn through the tribulation clouds. It spread out so quickly that they seemed to be torn to pieces in the blink of an eye. In the distance, Aluna coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Her eyes hung half-closed, the pain that was racking her body building up to an unimaginable level. If others saw her now, they would wonder just why it was she wasn't dead yet. Her head hung limply, her hair covering her face. However, what was truly devastating was the fact her lower body was gone. There was nothing left of what had once been beneath her waist. One of her arms managed to hold onto her scythe, but the other was cut off at the elbow, hanging limply to the side of her body. The void beast lashed out again, taking out what remained of the tribulation clouds. It was completely infuriated that these mere mortal tribulation clouds actually deemed itself capable of harming it. On the immortal plane, the Xianxia name wasn't very well known. No one dared to take the name, and after enough time passed, many forgot why this was the case at all. In the end, there was no large clan by that name, and it had vanished over the course of history, becoming lost in a bundle of mythology and legends. However, there were those who the name meant a lot to, those who took pride in the name and looked up to it. A Xianxia doesn't lose, Aluna mumbled to herself. Alana's haggard breaths were completely drowned out by the roars of the void beast, but her resolve was like a fire raging in the tundra. It didn't matter how chilling her prospects were. A light smile curled her lips as she remembered memories of her father. He was a mighty man who barely took a few decades to subdue the whole of the mortal plane. But, in her heart he was just her dad. The man who doted on her the most. Her breathing slowly grew steady. The 108 colossal stars converged back toward her. The flow of star chi grew turbulent, quickly repairing her body. It was a shocking scene to behold. The stars actually fused with her body, becoming one with her. It was impossible to imagine how such massive things could meld into the body of a little girl. But soon, that little girl's body began to expand. In one moment she was barely 5 feet 7 inches, but in the next she was hundreds of kilometers tall. Compared to the void beast, she was still too small, but even now she was still growing. Her hair turned a jet black, flickering along with her eyes with flames that could burn all of existence to ash. The instant the stars disappeared, another 108,000 celestial bodies appeared around her. But this time, they were monstrosities that seemed to want to swallow everything in their path. In the beginning, she had created a formation of stars. But now, there were actually thousands of black holes, each of which could destroy a solar system on its own. I wanted to be as great as Dad, not relying on treasures, but I'm still a bit too weak. An eye appeared in Alana's palm. It was none other than Hell's right eye, exuding an aura that lorded over space and time. Without hesitation, Aluna pushed it into her eye socket, allowing it to meld with her own. Oh, still alive? Emperor Saris Sapientia remained indifferent. The void shattered once again. Aluna didn't even have the chance to attack again when a second void beast appeared. Aluna gazed toward the two identical void beasts, her body as large as tens of thousands of kilometers by now. A Sicharo doesn't lose, she said to herself again. On the immortal plane, the battle had already come to an end. Dian was currently looking at a world of golden fog that happened to house the most ancient spiritual vein of the immortal plane. Yet, he had no happiness on his face. His killing intent was stifling to the point even this most heavenly of fogs didn't dare to approach him. What a good Sapientia clan indeed! Violent cracks appeared beneath his feet, spreading for thousands of kilometers. Dian remained silent for a very long time. When he said that his immortal sense had surpassed the 9th spiritual sage realm, he hadn't been exaggerating. At this point, even the barrier between the immortal and mortal planes had no ability to block his sight. Due to the special folding of space between the two planes, each and every location within the immortal plane was equidistant from the mortal plane. As a result, as long as one's soul reached a certain threshold, peering into the mortal plane had the same difficulty no matter where you were. Unfortunately, Dian's soul was still a bit lacking compared to the past. The images that were transmitted to his mind were lacking and quite vague. He could only barely tell that a void beast had somehow appeared on the mortal plane, and he could also tell that the heavens had attempted to erase its existence to no avail. Other than these two facts, he didn't know anything else. He wasn't even aware that his daughter was currently fighting such a battle. However, he didn't need to know this to be pissed off. There was only one reason such a beast would appear when it never had in the history of the mortal plane. Dian wanted nothing more than to break the void and return to the mortal plane right now, but he simply didn't have the ability to do so. He still had several things to prepare. If he could do such a thing, why would he still be lingering here after awakening his memories? No, even beyond that, why would he originally plan for the outcome of him returning to the immortal plane in the first place? It was obvious that Junior, who had had a part of his memories reawakened, knew in advance that Dian would be sent back to the immortal plane. In that case, why had he never stopped it from happening? Obviously, there was something on the immortal plane that Dian needed. Dian took deep, steady breaths. He could hardly stop the flames of black from flickering within the depths of his eyes. He had planned too long for this. He had been planning ever since he lost Madeline the first time. The holy goddess had been his wife in his first life. They were meant to be enemies for a lifetime, but fell in love instead. Due to that love, she sacrificed her life and passed her purity flames to him in hopes that they could break the hold the heavens had on their fates. Unfortunately, due to his disposition toward evil, Madeline had no choice but to erase his memories of the event. If he was aware, it would have been too easy for him to sink into darkness once more. But there was one thing he held on to, and that was his will to reach the top. After that, he went through cycles of love and suffering, eventually falling for 7 more women and raising 4 disciples like his own sons. Eventually, the loss became too much and he almost lost himself during the final stages. But Madeline appeared again, having reincarnated to become his 9th wife. Perfect cycle. She was both his first and his last. Following this, he put all of his accumulated experience into action. He perfected his master cycle of reincarnation skill and entered samsara to experience 108 lifetimes. Why had he done all of this? It had been to find the perfect life, to find the perfect point in time where all those he cared about could be by his side once more. And he had done it, they were all here. His junior disciple had believed that Dian had been trying to save a mortal plane that wasn't worthy of his efforts, when the reality was that Dian wasn't such a nice man. He only wanted to save the mortal plane because it was the only plane between the two that had a proper cycle of reincarnation. This was why he needed it. After all of this, he was already so close. Of course, there were a few hiccups. For one, his parents had lost their souls in this life and he hadn't found Luna or his daughter, but he had managed to reverse time and start another line through Jade, thus allowing him to store their souls in a safe place. Secondly, his junior disciple had foolishly joined a side they shouldn't have and was completely unaware that they were simply being used. He couldn't even count the number of hardships and pitfalls he had experienced through those 108 lifetimes. But he was here. He was so close. He refused to allow anything to get in his way. "I'll destroy anything that gets in my way." Dian's words were calm and composed, but the elevation of the pill-sword mountain bubble world sunk by a whole meter under his relentless pressure. After forcefully burying his emotions, Dian got to work. First, he needed the spiritual vein. It would be the very best power source for the vessel he had built with the Soldier Immortal God's legacy world. Secondly, he needed the God Steel. With it, he would be able to refine Reaper to the peak of perfection and finally allow it to break the shackles that had always chained it down. The third thing he had needed was Little Gold, but she was obviously by his side already. In addition, with the help of the Yin-Yang 8 Reversals pill, she had even faintly surpassed the momentum she had in her peak before entering a deep slumber. By now, the immortal plane was in complete turmoil. Wars of all kinds had broken out in even the most prestigious corners. Some of them ended immediately, others raged on for weeks. But very few of them had the Sapientia on the losing side. The hegemons couldn't believe what was happening. They had just been diligently planning to deal Dian and Abraxas a heavy blow. But now, they were suddenly being targeted? And by those they had trusted and respected for practically all their lives. At this point, maybe no one but Dian could fathom the scale of just what was happening. But it wasn't much of a surprise, then, that many simply assumed that this was the work of time and space immortal God. Not long ago, they were just speaking about how Abraxas was declaring war by sending Dian forward to humiliate the alchemy world. And now, all of a sudden, the immortal plane was in turmoil? How could this be a coincidence? Many of them had already made up their minds. Unfortunately, as a result of this, those who managed to survive the first barrage of attacks were already pointing their swords toward the time and space bubble world. In addition, the hegemons that had been on the fence and ignored Gilpin's invitations had also completely flipped. To those fools, these hidden ticking bombs that had been within their sects and clans had simply failed to take them all out completely. However, Dian knew quite well that this was bullshit. The Sapientia had been planning this for countless trillions of years. In the time they began to formulate this plan, the number of planar worlds that had been birthed and died were simply too many to count. Yet, these fools actually believed that they failed to take them out. These hegemons believed they were great, but they were nothing more than ants. If the Sapientia wanted you to die, you would die. If you were alive, it meant that they weren't ready to accept the offering of your heads just yet. It was this simple. Dian already knew that this was all a ploy. This was all to take out his master, the only man aside from himself who could threaten the Sapientia and their plan. The Sapientia knew that targeting a man who was known as the time and space immortal god was simply too difficult. The means he had at his disposal were too vast. Their best chance at success was to work on such a large scale and via many proxies so that the future would be as difficult to predict as possible. If they simply sent an assassin, there was a 99% chance it would end in failure. However, what if they provoked the entire immortal plane to kill a man who was never known for his large following? In all his years, Abraxas had only taken 3 disciples. Aside from them, he had little protection around himself and he was getting on in years. If the immortal plane was determined to take him out and were willing to pay a severe enough price, he would surely die. Usually, the immortal plane's hegemons would never find such a thing to be worth it. But what if they had suddenly suffered severe losses? Even to the point over 50% of the strength had suddenly been sapped away by unknown pawns placed within their sects and clans? Would they still find it to be an unnecessary price to pay? Don't worry, old man. This first disciple of yours is coming. Master, what's going on? The first white mother watched the happenings of the immortal plane with a pale expression. Others might not have had the luxury to do such a thing, but as the time and space immortal god, her master had means far beyond what normal peak immortal gods could comprehend. Even without moving a single step from his rocking chair, it was as though he had a pulse on everything. By now, the 2 of them were aware of what was happening on the immortal plane. Felt quite baffling. In one moment they were cheering on Dian, and in the next, it was as though a plane apocalypse had descended. They could have never imagined that instead of the void beasts they had been so fearful of for so long, that it would actually be their fellow humans and beasts that would push them to the edge like this. It was difficult even for Abraxas to see through the scope of what was going on. I don't know. Abraxas frowned. The blind old man slowly rocked in his chair, his mind spinning. Even you don't know, master? The first white mother's expression changed. How could things reach a point that even her master couldn't see through them? There is no infallible power in all of existence. Your senior brother doesn't even hold the title of time and space immortal god. Yet his insight has surpassed mine long ago. Even beyond that, he's perfected my origin techniques to realms I couldn't fathom. Even if I couldn't see through these things, it doesn't necessarily mean that he wouldn't be able to. We just need to wait patiently. Didn't you see just now? It was his actions that caused the start of all of this. In this case, don't you think that he's already prepared? With Abraxas' comprehension of time and space, predicting the future and piecing together the past wasn't exactly impossible. As one of the ancestors of the Jafari clan, there was no doubt that after so many years of honing his abilities, he would be able to do at least this much. However, there were many limitations to his abilities, the largest of which was scope. When matters occurred on too large of scale, it was too difficult even for him to be able to do much about it. This scale could be either time or space. A large time scale would be considered as matters happening over trillions of years. After so much practice, even a plan that was laid out over the course of several million and even billions of years wouldn't escape his notice. However, when entering tens of billions and even hundreds of billions, it would become more and more difficult for him to see through these matters. Once things reached trillions of years, he would be just as helpless as anyone else. A large space scale would be considered as matters happening throughout several bubble worlds, planes and planar worlds. At Abraxas level, dealing with the scope of several bubble worlds and even across the mortal and immortal planes wasn't an issue. However, even he couldn't see through matters happening across several planar worlds. The fundamental laws that built these planar worlds was too different. Each had their own quirks and uniqueness. How could he claim to understand them all? What did this all mean? It meant that for whatever to be happening now to be beyond his understanding meant that someone was influencing this timeline on an impossibly large scale. This was either a plan that had been diligently laid out could countless trillions of years or was influencing many planar worlds. In the worst case, it was both. It had already been several months since Dian's alchemy battle with Nazir. In that time, Abraxas had tried several things and completed countless calculations. Yet he still couldn't make heads or tails of what was happening. He had always thought that Dian had gone through so much trouble and planning just so that he could bring his wives back to his side. But it seemed that his first disciple's motives were far deeper than just this. There was definitely a more profound reason behind his actions. Since you're all already here, is there really a need to continue hiding? The moment Abraxas' words fell, sweeping auras carrying an impossible strength behind it descended. Despite not having an intent to attack behind them, they were so oppressive alone that the small cabin Abraxas positioned his rocking chair and shattered to pieces. The small home was destroyed so thoroughly in that brief moment that even the splinters of raining one would have expected to see didn't appear. It was almost as though the home's frame simply disappeared. The first white mother's visage paled. Despite also being an immortal god herself, she found it difficult to stand amidst these auras. It was only due to her own pride as the disciple of the time and space immortal god and the junior sister of the nameless immortal god that she managed to stop her knees from buckling. In the air, legendary figures of the immortal plane stood, their auras lofty and their strengths beyond imagination. The first was a man dressed in golden robes. Even with how these robes shimmered like fluid metal, his eyes shone even brighter, slit like the eyes of a raging dragon. Even without moving an inch, the space around him bent and whined as though unable to withstand his weight. From time to time, his skin was flickering with an imperceptible light almost like the glint of a sun bouncing off of metal. In those sparing moments, the reflection of sharp golden scales could be seen. He was the ancestor of the dragon Hegemon, ancestor Atkin Orim. The next was a woman with flowing white-silver hair that looked like the rays of the moon. Her eyes were deep and unfathomable. Despite her no longer being in her prime of youth and even with slight wrinkles playing beneath her eyes, she was impossibly beautiful to the point of her presence being suffocating. She was the ancestor of the elven Hegemon, ancestor Isabel Norville. Next to her was another woman. She had violet hair that stood up and into the skies, flickering like an undying flame. Even compared to the dragon ancestor, her eyes were several times sharper. She seemed to be capable of seeing through even compared to the dragon ancestor. Her eyes were several times sharper. She seemed to be capable of seeing through everything despite the fact that amongst all the ancestors here, she had by far the youngest appearance, looking like she was still a teenage girl. She was the ancestor of the Phoenix Hegemon, ancestor Empress Elsie. The next had a body that seemed to flicker between illusory and corporeal. In fact, it was even difficult to tell their gender. One seemed to see what they wanted to see. But what was undeniable was the fact the atmospheric chi appeared to be extremely docile around this person, not daring to make even the slightest of sounds. They were the ancestor of the sprite Hegemon, simply known as Ancestor Haven. The last was a man with facial features as sharp as a sword. His every movement seemed soaked in perfection. It felt as though this man was a holy entity one couldn't blaspheme. It was hard to believe that such a perfect man could exist even on the immortal plane. He was the ancestor of the angel Hegemon Godfrey Olympus. Despite the lineup, Abraxas continued to rock in his chair. In fact, he didn't even look up at them. One might have thought that this was because the old man was blind, so there was no point in such an action. But these ancestors were quite clear on the fact that this was a show of disdain. "Why have you all come to my humble bubble world?" Abraxas asked lightly. "Don't you know quite well, Abraxas?" Atkin's indifferent voice sounded. At that moment Abraxas looked up. The dragon ancestor suddenly felt as though he had been plunged into the depths of hell. "Watch your mouth, boy. Even your great-grandfather wouldn't dare to call my name casually. Who are you to speak it?" The dragon ancestor was finding it difficult to breathe. What he found the most unbearable was the fact that, with his insight, he could tell that this wasn't a difference in strength. Compared to him, Abraxas could only be considered his equal. If he wasn't this powerful, how could he deem himself the ancestor of the strongest beast clan in all of existence? No, the difference between them lied in temperament. With his demeanor alone, Abraxas seemed capable of suppressing him entirely. What kind of concept was this? The dragon ancestor had never come across such a situation. There was something else this important aside from his Tao heart and cultivation base? Why had he never come across such a thing before? Unfortunately, the dragon ancestor was still too young. Despite his young age, he could stand here showing the talent of the dragons clearly. However, among those here, only the sprite ancestor and the phoenix ancestor could deem themselves to be of the same generation as this old monster. Abraxas slowly stood from his rocking chair, causing the ancestors to narrow their eyes in seriousness. Even though the dragon ancestor had regained his bearing, He was several notches more on guard now. The old blind man sighed. He could sense that the forces of these ancestors were already ravaging his lands. Though he couldn't be considered to have a clan or sect of his own, there were many who took refuge under his umbrella that called this place home, and now they were all suffering beneath the joint attack of several hegemons. It seems I've been too quiet in the past trillion years. Some people have forgotten to fear me. Abraxas took one step forward. It was just a single step, but his demeanor changed drastically even as his wrinkled features smoothed out. It would seem that he needed to let loose today. The ancestors looked on with a serious expression. It had been a long time since the time and space immortal god had made a move. "Master!" The first white mother called out in horror. How could she not know the kind of state that her master was in? It seemed simple to push himself back to his prime state like this, but there was most definitely a price to pay. Which of them wasn't aware of the fact that Abraxas was reaching the end of his lifespan? However, despite knowing this, they didn't dare to move rashly. Abraxas took another step, his aura growing to another level. He was a man of normal height, yet in this moment he felt like a towering mountain to them, a man with status so impossibly high that they could only look up toward him. By his third step, his wrinkles had completely faded. The Abraxas in the prime of his youth was a man whose looks didn't lose out to Dian or the angel Godfrey. His skin was a deep shade of night, radiating a dark glow. Despite him regaining his youthful looks, his hair was still white, standing on his head in a perfectly groomed afro that swayed ever so slightly in the wind. His white shirt and pants looked more like the pajamas of a mortal rather than the fighting attire of a peak immortal god. Yet it seemed to fit him so perfectly. Still, what was the most striking about him was his demeanor and temperament. He wore a light smile on his face despite the fact his last words had been a blatant threat. His hands were clasped behind his back as he continued to stroll forward. It was an effortless suppression. He didn't seem to be trying to suppress them, yet it was happening anyway. The first white mother's eyes widened. Was this the true strength of her master? In the end, she was too young. She had never gotten to see Abraxas in action before. This was her very first time. It left her feeling as though the old man she had once known had vanished and that a monster had awakened. "Well, you came here but now you're hesitating? Let's begin," Abraxas said lightly, his loose white clothing fluttering in the air as though made of silk. The moment these words fell, Abraxas disappeared and appeared before Atkin, a smile still plastered on his face. The way his clothing swayed and his bare feet hung in the air made it seem as though he was an amiable grandfather greeting his grandson after rising from a nap. Yet, the dragon ancestor didn't see it this way at all. In fact, he felt a frigid cold weave its way through his spine, casting his body into an icy hell. The reason was simple. It didn't feel to him like Abraxas had disappeared and reappeared. It rather felt like he had been standing here the whole time and Atkin only just now noticed his presence. This was it. The most fearsome ability of the time and space immortal god. Time control. In the blink of an eye, Abraxas rewound time, leisurely walked forward and appeared before this dragon ancestor. Yet, what was the most chilling was the fact the miniature split timeline he created was something only he could experience. So, to others, in defiance of all logic, it seemed as though he had been here from the very beginning. "You're a little too young to be here, don't you think, Junior?" Atkin's eyes widened. "When did his palm appear on my chest?" It was just a light pat, almost like a greeting. But, bang! The dragon ancestor was sent flying, his body turning into a flaming meteor as he tore streaks of space apart in his descent. Bang! Roar! The rage of a dragon filled the skies. The mountain Atkin had crashed into, burst into a rain of dust and pebbles as a mighty golden western dragon appeared. His 4 limbs crashed into the earth, his golden reptilian eyes reddening with fury. From his snout to the tip of his tail, he was tens of kilometers long, dwarfing the 5 ancestors in Abraxas. His roar alone caused violent earthquakes and torrential storms to ravage the bubble world. It seemed like it might collapse at any moment beneath his fury. "Can't you all see that your junior is being bullied?" Abraxas looked toward the other 4 ancestors with a light smile on his face. It can't be that you're all still not going to action, right? Forget it. Forget it. Since you're still having some reservations, I'll just have to act personally. Then, the first white mother was speechless. Where was her old, amiable master? When had his tongue become so sharp? Is this where her senior brother got his infuriating personality from? Abraxas flashed and disappeared once more. This time, his target was Ancestor Haven. The sprite hegemon had always been a neutral party. Not only were they usually neutral, but they were powerful beyond normal means of understanding. It was said that Pill Sword Mountain was one of the, if not the, most ancient hegemon that still existed to this day. But the truth was that there was no hegemon more ancient than the sprites. They were born along with the heavens, and they would continue to exist until the heavens gave way. Sprites were special in that their battle prowess wasn't tied down to their cultivation, but rather the quality of the resources around them. Theoretically, there was no definitive cap to their power. Due to this, sprites with just one affinity were already monstrous. Those with two were rare treasures, the likes of which rarely appeared. However, Ancestor Haven was birthed not of just one element, but 5. Abraxas' palm mysteriously appeared once more, as though it had always been there. But Ancestor Haven hardly moved. On the surface, it seemed as though they were caught just as off guard as Atkin had been. But the calm glint in their eyes painted a completely different picture. Ancestor Haven took a step toward Abraxas' palm and suddenly vanished. Sharp winds surrounded their figure when they appeared again, seeming to slice even reality apart. I hope you didn't believe that you were invincible simply because you have an understanding of time and space. Even the simplest of paths, when taken to the extreme, can bend reality. In my opinion, you've only wasted your time learning something so complex. Wind, fire, water, earth, and the sword in my hand are all that I need to defeat you. Ancestor Haven's voice carried a magnetic wave as their palm flipped upward, revealing a sword with no guard and no hilt. It seemed that they grabbed onto the end of the blade directly, but it didn't seem to harm them a single bit. At that moment, the dragon ancestor appeared above them in the air, casting a massive shadow. But it wasn't just him who was ready for battle. Isabel's gaze turned a frightening shade of red, flooding the battlefield with her soul chi. Empress Elsie's fiery violet hair stood taller, rising into the skies like a curtain of fire as a delicate fan appeared in her hand. Godfrey's wings appeared and unfolded, forming 12 beautiful white wings with tips of deep black. The group no longer held back, attacking simultaneously. It became clear that they wanted to ride the momentum Ancestor Haven had given them. This man might be powerful, but he wasn't invincible. And even amongst their group, there were those who could match him on their own. Abraxas' fate was sealed. He would die here today. Ah, I've never heard you speak so many words at once, Haven. Even back when we were just little pups exploring the Chaos Ruins together, you didn't say so much. Abraxas floated between their attacks like a leaf in the wind. There was even a point where he appeared on the dragon ancestor's back, sliding his bare feet across his shimmering golden scales. You dare to speak of this? Let alone the first white mother who had been completely ignored. The other ancestors, with the exception of Elsie, were completely stunned by this outburst. Though it didn't seem like this since they had already said so much since the battle began, it could be said that Abraxas was the only one who could make Haven speak so much. Even if Dian himself was here, he wouldn't be able to get the latter to speak so much. Yet, this same quiet sprite not only had already had a monologue, but also shouted in agitation? For colors of wild chi floated like hurricanes around the sprite ancestor as they brandished their sword. Oh boy! Abraxas muttered. Little dear, leave this bubble world with everyone you can. It probably won't exist anymore in a little while. If the ignorant heard Abraxas' words, they'd be shocked. It was one thing to destroy a weak bubble world like the one the Well clans called home. However, to destroy one the time and space immortal god called home, it would have been easier to destroy the mortal plane in its prime with nothing but a spoon. The first white mother didn't dare be neglectful after hearing her master's words. Though that didn't stop her from wondering just what it is her master mentioned that was so bad for the dignified sprite ancestor to react in this way. The first white mother didn't wait, shooting off into the distance. Even though she seemed to act like nothing more than a little girl just now, she was still an immortal god, one a step away from the peak immortal god realms, no less. The number of people who could threaten her on the immortal plane numbered in the tens. Of course, the ancestors didn't care about who they saw as a little girl in their eyes. Even though they knew she was the reincarnation of the ancestor celestial deer, even if she reawakened her memories right now, without some time, she wouldn't be able to make waves without at least a few thousand years. Plus, they had their own pride. They were already attacking Abraxas as one. If they also used a little grill to threaten him, then their Tao hearts would be impacted and their lifespans would shorten. This was actually where the true foundation of karma came from. You must hold on, master. I'm sure senior brother has a plan. The innocent expression on the first white mother's face disappeared, replaced with the bearing one would expect from an expert of her level. Regardless, she was still an expert who had lived through billions of years. Beyond this, she had fought in a war that ravaged the immortal plane for much of that time as well. She wasn't someone who could be underestimated. Still, the devastation she found when she finally regained her calm enough to check her surroundings and plan ahead left her pale. On the immortal plane, the sort of discrimination that mortals experienced knew no bounds. Unless you were lucky enough to be born into a prestigious family, you were practically guaranteed to live a life of pain and suffering. And, in some cases, even if you were this lucky, those powerful families might very well just throw you out regardless of familial ties. Many didn't acknowledge the fact that Abraxas had a power of his own, and this was very much true. However, the reason behind this wasn't because he had never taken anyone in. Rather, it could be said that among the peak immortal gods he had taken in the most. It was just that most of them were mortals. Even if one were born a mortal on the immortal plane, becoming an immortal wasn't necessarily impossible. The trouble was that it was incredibly painful for them to just exist. Cultivating came with a whole other different level of pain. Just taking in chi might cause irreparable internal injuries that would leave your future prospects dim, even if you managed to make a name for yourself. A large majority of Abraxas people were like this. However, not many dared to directly attack him. And the reason for this wasn't just because of Abraxas' personal prowess either. Just imagine for a moment what kind of strength a cultivator who suffered such pain all their lives would have. How firm would their Tao hearts be? If they could manage to resolve the internal injuries they suffered as mortals, just what kind of existences would they be? This was the true fearsomeness behind Abraxas' power. There were very few amongst his people who managed to reach this height, but those who did put cultivators of the same tier to shame. Over the years, Abraxas had raised many of these mortal experts. They were all monsters in their own right, experts no one dared to look down upon. Yet, they were being massacred, not because of their inferiority, but because there were simply too few of them. The first white mother rushed forward faster and faster, leaving streaks of white in her wake as she tore through the air. It was fine if warriors fell in battle that she could still accept. But their battles were indiscriminately causing the deaths of millions of mortals. They were no threat, they had no battle prowess of their own. Why were you all fighting here? The first white mother didn't believe for a moment that Abraxas' guard didn't suggest breaking into the void to battle. It was impossible that they would battle here without a care. The only explanation was that these bastards from the hegemons were forcing them to do so. Gilpin, the first white mother roared. When she saw that conniving bastard of an elf, her fury reached the pinnacle. He stood above one of their time and space bubble world's largest cities, battling with 10 black armored guards at once with an expression of absolute ease. It was obvious that he could kill all 10 of them whenever he wanted, but he chose to drag out their battle so that the residual destruction from their clashing blows could wreak more havoc. Oh! Gilpin looked over and smiled. As a high elf, he really was handsome beyond compare. Yet, his sinister actions were marred in a deep black aura that seemed to cake around him. Instead of being calm and inviting as one should be, he actually seemed quite sinister. His smile seemed genuine and friendly, but still made one's heart tremble. The agonizing screams of falling mortals and weaker immortals sounded from the city below. How many could have reached the level of immortal law? So how could they flee through the skies? They were forced to rush away on foot, but even in the case they successfully left the city gates. What could they possibly do about the elven army who surrounded them from all sides? Weren't they finished? In all these years, they had long since forgotten about the discrimination they felt as mortals. They somewhat took it for granted. Only a very small minority of them had the resolve to grow stronger and change their fates, while the majority were content to rely on Abraxas. However, for such a decision, they were reaping their rewards in full now. Human beings were just like this. Just because one was oppressed didn't mean one was a good person with a strong heart. But it was already too late for regret. Still, despite knowing this, the first White Mother was filled with fury. She shot forward. If she waited any longer, those 10 who surrounded Gilpin would die before she could do anything. If she wasted any more words, she would really be pushing them to their deaths. Gilpin snickered. You think there's enough time for that? I was just playing around. But since you can't take a joke, with a flick of his palm, 2 swords appeared in Gilpin's hands. Each held an undisguised beauty. One was a silver that seemed carved of moonlight, and the other was of gold metal that seemed plucked from the rays of the sun. He took a step forward. Don't you dare! First White Mother growled. However, it was already too late. The 10 black armored guardians looked at one another with bitter smiles. But there wasn't an ounce of regret or fear on their faces. If there was anything they wished for, it was more strength so that so many wouldn't have died under their protection. Each sword severed 5 heads. Gilpin flicked his wrists once more and rays of sword chi flashed, shattering 10 nascent souls an instant later. You monster! Gilpin laughed as he turned to face the first White Mother. You're still just as naive as ever. People say that you're the reincarnation of an expert, but why are you still such a child? I'm a monster for killing a few warriors in battle? Wouldn't we all be monsters then? Can't you think of something more clever? In truth, Gilpin wasn't saying this just to say this. He really did find the first White Mother's attitude to be quite ridiculous. He was certain that if he asked her what the names of the 10 who just died were, she would stand blankly on the spot. Crying out in bloody rage for people you didn't even know? Wasn't that the pinnacle of stupidity? How could she ever claim to be an expert when this was how she functioned? It really was all too ridiculous. Despite this, the first White Mother's rage hadn't been dampened. And, despite the disdain in his words, Gilpin didn't dare to take her lightly either. No matter how naive she was, this was still the 3rd disciple of that monster and the junior sister of that other monster. If Abraxas was really so casual with taking disciples, wouldn't everyone be his disciple? Yet he only took these 3. This spoke volumes about their talent. The first White Mother stretched out a palm to meet Gilpin's swords. The result should have been obvious. Such a small, delicate palm meeting the blades of swords that had just taken the heads of 10 immortal gods. A beauty should have fallen on that day. Yet, bang! Gilpin was sent flying. He only vaguely felt an impact to his chest, then his torso caved in and his heart shattered. He even felt that he was only a moment away from losing his life. Had it not been for the overwhelming vitality of immortal gods, he really would have fallen. The first White Mother stood in the skies, her fury reaching the high heavens. Even the attacking elven army below couldn't help but stop. Unfortunately for them, she didn't have the thought to spare them. Her palms rained down like torrential storms, slaughtering hundreds of immortals with her every strike. She was the nameless immortal god's junior sister. She was the time and space immortal god's 3rd disciple. Her fury wasn't something others could casually contend with. In the distance, Gilpin, who had torn through several mountains, violently coughed up blood and weakly stood, his gaze practically spitting fire. The first White Mother's fury seemed endless. Every one of her palm strikes took out hundreds of miles of land, squashing the immortals below her as though they were nothing more than mere ants. Soon, the screams that filled the air weren't of immortals, but were rather of high-class elves wallowing in suffering caused by their own actions. Gilpin watched on from the distance. Though he was furious, He still saw the first White Mother as nothing more than a useful idiot. She should have chased after him and hounded him to the point of death. Yet, since she cared so much about those useless mortals, she actually wasted her time taking out the cannon fodder of the elven race. This level of stupidity, it was simply inconceivable to him. With a flip of his palm, a talisman appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he poured his chi into it, causing it to become a large pillar of light that blasted a signal into the skies. The first White Mother, of course, noticed this immediately, but she was on a mission. The quicker she forced this army to collapse to the point they didn't dare to fight any longer, the better. It was the only way to make sure the least amount of people died. Master said to leave the bubble world. But how do I take everyone out with me? The anxiety in her chest grew with each passing moment. Gilpin's sneer deepened, popping a pill into his mouth that quickly closed his injuries. He had truly underestimated the first White Mother. He should have known that Abraxas would never take in a normal disciple. Which of them weren't monsters? But he wouldn't make the same mistake again. He would make the nameless immortal god suffer for the humiliation of all those years ago. Why not start by killing his precious junior sister? He had already recovered to over 90% when those he signaled for made it. The first to arrive were the two supreme grand elders of the Ice and Fire Phoenix clans, Gina and Amain. The next were the patriarchs of the Dragon clan, followed by the leaders of the Sprites and finally the Angels. The first White Mother's expression flickered when she noticed the approach of all of these major characters. She really couldn't understand why all of this was happening. What had they done to deserve to be attacked like this? She was really too naive. The immortal plane already had negative feelings for them due to the actions of her first brother. Yet, now the whole immortal plane had suffered at the hands of some unknown organization, while, coincidentally, their time and space bubble world was left completely untouched. While they had been suffering from attacks for months and barely survived, those mortals they saw as so far beneath them were here living out their normal lives. Did that seem right? By this point, the first White Mother had no choice to stop, her expression stern. Though all of these people were older than she was certain that in a one-on-one battle, none of them were her match. The trouble was, there were over 10 of them. What was she supposed to do now? These people weren't normal cannon fodder. They were elites of the elites, individuals their clans had to bow their heads respectfully for, old monsters that had lived through billions of years. It was you who found her first? The dragon patriarch of the Aurum clan casually asked Gilpin. Found her? She was a fool. She came here running herself. In that case, this makes things easier. She's on the kill list, so she has to go. A fire sprite replied. If they were going to do something like this, they most definitely had to go all out to uproot everything. They couldn't allow such dangerous individuals to have a chance to have a comeback. It was especially important that they have a peace like the first White Mother because maybe only then could they force that man to come out of hiding. As long as he was still running around, they wouldn't be able to sleep at night. The first White Mother's chest heaved, a strong resolve solidifying in her eyes. Cowards. It was a single word, short and succinct. She didn't explain it anymore, nor did she need to. Judging by the twisting expressions of the lofty lords before her, they didn't need this sort of supplementary add-ons. They knew well that their actions were exactly that. The immortal plane claimed to fear Dian, but which of the hegemons he destroyed didn't give him a good reason. They claimed to be coming here to seek revenge in the name of justice, but just how many innocent mortals had they already killed? No, didn't they even see these people as innocents? They probably saw that as cattle that could be herded and reaped as they pleased. The first White Mother's body grew a size, her flowing white dress bursting apart. There was only the faintest flash of intoxicating, soft skin before her body was coated in a beautiful white fur. Her legs extended and formed hooves. Her towering breasts stood tall even without support, her fur forming a flower pattern around it. Finally, her white hair grew, suddenly extending for hundreds of meters from her head. The world shook beneath her presence, the chi in the surroundings uncontrollably surging toward her as celestial laws danced around her. Come! Her roar was like a clap of thunder, collapsing the skies. She just had to hold on. She was certain that her senior brother was coming, that they'd run away with their tails between their legs even if he stood before them as a mortal. Patriarch Orim sneered. Are all of his disciples so arrow? The words hardly left his mouth when his eyes widened. Without hesitation, he too entered his hybrid form, massive dragon horns jetting from his forehead and resplendent golden scales coating every inch of his body. He threw a fist out, meeting the first White Mother's palm. Sharp winds spread out from their point of impact. If someone had been standing too close, even if this person was a lower immortal god, they would have been ripped to shreds, left bleeding with their lives hanging on by a thread. A low grunt left the dragon patriarch's lips as he took a forceful step backward in the air. The power behind his retreat was so fierce that the mountain beneath his hovering feet collapsed and flattened, forming a large crater below. It was just a single step, but the result was clear. The first White Mother was a level more powerful. Grave expressions coated the faces of the various matriarchs and patriarchs. Attack together, Gilpin growled. The first White Mother's expression glowed with fighting intent. The naive expression on her face completely vanished, replaced by an excitement for battle, as though her inner beast was being released. Her hands, legs, hair, and even her head at times lashed out with minds of their own. Her fighting style was especially wild and unpredictable. It seemed as though every part of her body had become a weapon as she left shadows in the skies. Her domain of celestial chi was especially exasperating. The 11 immortal gods felt as though their power was halved before they even got a chance to perfectly form them. They knew celestial deer were the best at purification, yet they hadn't expected it to become so potent. However, the truth of it all was inevitable. There was no way that the first White Mother could hold on for long. Maybe if she had an infinite stream of stamina, she would be able to hold on, but she didn't. No matter how monstrous she was, she had her limits. In fact, though the battle seemed quite even despite all the opponents she was facing, the truth of the matter was that she was the only one who had suffered any real injuries. Still, her fighting intent continued to blossom and bloom. Did you know that celestial beasts are the most beloved creatures of the heavens? Despite blood and injuries coating every inch of her body, drenching her beautiful fur in an eerie crimson, the first White Mother's white smile could still be seen. She looked like a red demon whose only sources of light remained her eyes and teeth. Unlike you all, I can reincarnate. Even when I was a baby, I could fly without restriction. My flowing blood is such a treasure that even many elixirs pale in comparison. My celestial beast race are the most ancient beast. We were the rulers of the chaotic era. Yet we still exist to this day. You want to know why? The first White Mother's ghastly grin expanded as her limbs continued to move, parrying attacks from all angles like a madwoman. The heavens especially hate to see me die, so I myself am quite lucky. For example, like now, the immortal gods assaulting the first White Mother looked toward her with a frown. Lucky? How was she lucky? However, seeing their disdainful glances, the first White Mother's smile only grew brighter. You really shouldn't bully a little sister who has such a good big brother, don't you think? Bang! The skies shook and shattered. All of a sudden, a massive shadow was cast over the time and space bubble world. Everyone looked up at once, only to see a floating island descending from above to crush them all. Important announcement below. The first White Mother's attackers were stunned. Why was an island falling from the skies? Where had it come from? Suddenly thinking of the first White Mother's words before it descended, a terrible premonition overwhelmed them. At that moment, Gilpin snorted. Just a small piece of land, not even 1,000 kilometers across. It would take just a single slash. His golden sword vibrated with unhindered brilliance. For such a task, he didn't even believe that his silver sword was needed. He was confident. Just one stroke was enough. A blinding ray of golden light followed the swing of his sword, shooting up into the skies without hindrance. It seemed for a moment that it would continue, reaching through the clouds and towards the stars. As for the island it would pierce through, nothing but mere child's play. However, the reality was cruel to the high elf. Absolutely nothing happened. There were no shields that manifested to block the blow. There was no loud booming collision. There wasn't even the sound of rock splitting into two. At first, Gilpin thought that this island was even weaker than he originally assumed. The best explanation he could think of was that his sword chi had gone through so easily that it only appeared to be whole while the island had already been torn in two. But then, the seconds began to pass one after another. To an immortal god, the concept of time was quite an odd one. In normal day-to-day life, even 100 years would feel like the blink of an eye. However, in battle, a single seconds could be as much as ages. So, to Gilpin, the ticking away of the seconds made him feel as though his heartbeat had stilled, as though the world had slowed to a crawl, and even more exaggeratedly, that time had stopped completely. He realized then that he couldn't have been more wrong. He hadn't split through the island at all. In fact, his strike had been so insignificant that it was akin to a needle falling into a vast ocean. His face reddened with anger, but his expression could only change once more. If this island continued to descend like this and they couldn't break through, wouldn't they be crushed to death? Scatter! Gina roared, a pair of fiery red wings sprouting from her back as she flashed to the side at her greatest speed. All she could think about was leaving the range of the island. No matter how infuriating Gilpin was on occasion, he was exceptionally powerful, nonetheless. To be unable to leave even a scratch on such a small piece of land left them all speechless. The only one who seemed to have a smile on her face was the first white mother. Even though she too dashed off to the side, a bit worried that her senior brother would crush her to death, her smile only grew brighter and brighter. Bang! The island crashed into the land below, squashing what remained of the elven army into flattened bit of blood and gore. Gilpin watched on with an ugly expression, his rage bubbling within his heart. Compared to the size of the army, the amount that the first white mother had taken out with her palm strikes had still been acceptable. However, the destruction caused by the island was far beyond just its size. There was a force field so potent around it that just the air pressure from its descent killed swaths of immortal law experts. Is this a final trump card of the time and space immortal god? This was what all those who had been jointly attacking the first white mother believed. However, when they finally saw what was on top of the island, they were left speechless. How is this a trump card? There was absolutely nothing. It was a flat piece of land that went as far as the eye could see. And, to immortals, seeing to the end wasn't a problem at all. From edge to edge to edge, there was nothing but a dull grayish-black land. Maybe the only thing somewhat unique about it was how uniform and perfect the land was. Let alone a crack, it didn't even seem like a single speck of dirt was out of place. The bland land left them so stunned that they almost didn't notice that there was a singular young man standing at the very center. He had looks handsome beyond compare. Brownish-gold hair highlighted with a touch of gold. Deep hazel-green eyes. A strong jaw and a nose with a perfect slope. His skin radiated a dull dark gold that didn't seem to come from a special power, but was rather a natural light bestowed upon him. It could be said that this young man was perfect in every way. Or, rather would be perfect if his clothes weren't so common. He wore a baggy pair of pants made of a soft fabric. As though feeling that this wasn't casual enough, he even rolled it up to his calves, revealing his bare feet. His torso was adorned by a plain white shirt that was untouched by impurities, fluttering in the wind every so often to show a hint of his toned chest. He was truly uncaring and casual beyond compare, as though everything in the world was beneath his notice. Maybe he would even yawn if it wasn't for his deep cultivation. Ah, how nostalgic, the young man muttered, sweeping a casual glance over the battlefield. He didn't seem to have eyes for the immortal gods around him at all. Big brother! The first white mother shouted out excitedly, dashing toward the island without a care and diving into the young man's embrace. The young man smiled for the first time, rubbing the first white mother's head as though he really was a big brother doting on his little sister. However, when his hand came back coated in blood, his expression darkened. As though reading his emotions, a clap of thunder rang in the skies as the atmosphere of the time and space bubble world quickly reformed after the island shattered it. Who did this to you? His voice was deep and rumbling. When it entered the ears of others, They felt as though their whole bodies were vibrating along with the rhythm of his words. It felt no different than a god passing judgment from on high. The first white mother looked up at the young man with pitiful eyes. Her irises, shimmering a beautiful white, glistened with unshed tears. She looked no different from a little girl who had been wronged. "Big brother, you must seek justice for me. That ugly dragon over there hit me 10,382 times and even punched my breasts several times." Without hesitation, the first white mother began to list off her grievances, first pointing toward the dragon patriarch. Her arm swung and her finger pointed again, aiming toward the two Phoenix Supreme Grand Elders. "Those two ostriches hit me 17,391 times between them and even burnt off 3 meters worth of my hair." Then she pointed toward Gilpin. "That damned female crossdresser actually attacked my favorite city. They had bakeries that made the most delicious pastries, just like Big Sister Saru used to make them, but now it's all razed to the ground. I beat him up, but then he called his friends to help bully me." Gilpin's expression grew ugly. His face was quite delicate, but most people called him handsome. When did he become a female crossdresser? The first white mother's grievances seemed endless. She listed them off one after another without regard for the looks of the immortal gods around her. The young man silently listened to her from start to finish, taking her every word with the utmost seriousness. The more she spoke, the gloomier his expression became and the denser form his killing intent took. By the end, those around felt as though they were standing in a quagmire of rage. Let alone move, they found it difficult even to take a single breath. After the first white mother finished, the young man's left hand raised into the air. An impossible torrent of soul chi washed forth. Swirling around his wrist, palm and fingers and miniature arrays formed beneath his commands. Soon, a pill formed and he handed it to the first white mother, patting her head again with a doting expression. She gobbled the pill up like a little kid. Under the shocked expressions of the immortal gods, her injuries began to heal at an impossible pace. Just what kind of casually made pill could possibly heal an immortal god so easily? It was only then that the immortal gods finally got over their shock and focused their gazes on the young man. It didn't take long for them to recognize him. Dian Sicharo, the young man who just defeated immortal god Nazir and concocted a peak immortal god pill. However, what was his relationship with the first white mother? Why was she calling him Big Brother? "You!" Gilpin trembled. His grip weakened on his swords, causing them to fall to the ground completely out of his control. "Can't be. You can't be him. I don't believe it. I don't believe it." By the end of his words, it came out no differently from a roar. All that hatred, that animosity, that fury, it had all been bubbling up in his heart for so many years. Now, the man he thought of killing with his own 2 hands every day was right before him. His chest heaved heavily, his breaths coming out quick and short. Unknowingly, beads of sweat fell like the rain from his body. A mixture of fear and anticipation filled his heart. If there ever was a chance to kill this man, wasn't it now? Today would be the day. It was his chance. Today, I'll wash away the humiliation I suffered all those years ago. Dian looked up and swept a casual glance over those present. He just happened to have eyes land on Gilpin when the latter spoke these words. He paused for a moment. In his eyes, all of these people were dead for daring to bully his little sister in such a way. But Gilpin's words left him curious. "Who the hell are you?" At this point, let alone Gilpin, the others were stunned by Dian's words as well. Since things had reached this stage, they had, of course, been trembling in fear no different from Gilpin. But, upon hearing Dian's blatant disregard, they couldn't help but cast gazes of pity toward the latter. They could all be considered peers of Gilpin. Not to mention how often he mentioned the humiliation he suffered at Dian's hands while he was convincing their hegemons to partake in this assault. Even before things reached this point, they were all aware of the deep-seated hatred he held for Dian. They had all lost count of the number of times Gilpin had brought it up. Though they didn't know what the full story was, they had made a guess that it had to be something horrible. And, since they didn't have favorable impressions of the nameless immortal god anyway, they obviously didn't hesitate to believe Gilpin. But what they could have never expected was that for this matter that had completely overtaken Gilpin's life, to not even be remembered by the man he despised so much. Their first instinct was to believe that Diane was lying. Maybe he was just saying this to piss Gilpin off more. Even Gilpin had to believe this in order to hold onto his sanity for just a moment longer. But, upon seeing the genuine confusion in Diane's eyes, he really found it hard to hold on anymore. The memory of an immortal god, even a reincarnated one, was near infallible. Simply glancing at something casually would be enough for them to remember it for a lifetime. This was all to say that for Diane to have no recollection of this matter at all, the only explanation was that he had done it so casually and so without care that he hadn't even registered Gilpin's existence. For a moment, there was silence before the first white mother's mischievous laughter rang out. She had grabbed onto Diane's arm like a spoiled little girl and laughed at Gilpin without restraint. She too had found it odd that Gilpin had such animosity with her big brother. Gilpin wasn't even worthy of a second glance from her, let alone her big brother. What kind of animosity could there possibly be between the two? And even if there was such a thing, how could it be possible that this little elf hadn't been buried 6 feet under yet? So things were like this. I didn't think that Gilpin would be so shameless as to hold on to Big Brother's legs like this. He must have thought that he could boost his own profile by lying about having a rivalry with you, Big Brother. Gilpin's figure stood frozen. No, his body was in fact moving. It was vibrating in place so violently that the land beneath his feet began to crack and split. No matter how much of an ant he was in Diane's eyes, in the end, he was still a peak immortal god. His fists were so tightly clenched that the tips of his fingers sank into his palms, causing drops of crimson to disappear into the cracks forming beneath his feet. His handsome face contorted and darkened, his once fair skin graying as though he had forgotten to breathe. But maybe the most shocking part was that 2 streaks of blood fell down his cheeks as he looked toward Diane with animosity that could overturn the skies. When things reached this point, even the naive first white mother's brows furrowed. Regardless of whether or not Diane remembered, it was clear at this point that the humiliation Gilpin faced was real, or else his response wouldn't be so exaggerated. If he was just enraged, it would still be fine. But this kind of reaction wasn't so simple at all. In fact, if things were going down in this fashion, it could be a problem. Legends of vengeful spirits spread far and wide, even to the point the mortal plane had quite a few myths about it. Ghosts, at least in the sense the mortal plane spoke of them, weren't real. However, the idea of vendettas birthed from inhuman rage was. And another difference was the fact that the person in question didn't necessarily need to be dead. However, legends always come from a kernel of truth. Even if the vengeful spirit didn't need to be dead initially, they would most definitely die after their revenge had run its course. Everything in existence had a balance to it. It was impossible to gain power without giving something in return. Those 2 streaks of blood running down Gilpin's face and the graying of his skin wasn't due to rage or forgetting to breathe. His soul had quite literally become corrupted with his will for revenge. His vibrant hair darkened, lengthening even more than the first white mother in her hybrid form and becoming a shade of black deeper than the night. The whites of his eyes vanished, leaving behind 2 black holes that swirled with unfathomable depths. And his once fair skin became reminiscent of death, even emitting a faint gray light. Diane blinked. For a moment he forgot his rage. Even in his long life, this was the very first time he had witnessed the birth of a vengeful spirit. Of course, he had seen such an entity before, multiple, in fact. One of which was Jasmine, the palace master of the water mist sect. However, unlike Gilpin, Jasmine's life wasn't in danger when she walked down the path of evil like this. So it's like this? Maybe even in death, Gilpin would never understand that his rage and will to kill Diane, even to the point of allowing his soul to become a vengeful spirit, would actually enlighten his enemy about something that had been bothering him for a long time already. But by now, Gilpin had already lost all of his reason. Whether he would even understand something like this after it was explained to him was still completely unknown. "Are you scared, little dear?" Diane smiled, casting a glance toward the first white mother. Though she shook her head vigorously, judging by how she tightened her grip on Diane's arm, it was obvious that she was lying. Vengeful spirits were the complete opposite of what celestial deer stood for. Not only was the first white mother a little shaken, she felt a deep wave of disgust in her heart. This is not bad, though. 11 more for my collection. You can form up a good core and act as a small advanced payment. I really wonder who the hell your hegemons thought they were when they dared to attack my homeland like this. The curious glint and doting expression in Diane's eyes vanished. The rage he had tempered down for a moment bubbling back up. Gilpin raised his head into the air and roared, the two swords in his hands, once silver and gold, becoming black blades that curved like 3-meter-long scimitars. It was obvious that he couldn't even understand Diane's words at all. The only thing he had left was instinct, and that was to kill Diane. Diane watched indifferently as Gilpin charged. In his mind, the Gilpin of before was far more threatening, even if this version of him was easily 10 times more powerful. If faced with the ancestors, even if this vengeful spirit had no chance of defeating him, he would at least be able to last a few exchanges before dying. However, in Diane's eyes, as long as the mind of his opponent wasn't clear, they weren't worth anything before him. At that moment, Gilpin stepped onto Diane's island. Wong! 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 A tempest of energy rose, crashing down toward Gilpin continuously. The perfect earth, without a single blemish, suddenly moved. Bones shot up from beneath the surface, grabbing onto Gilpin's ankles. Though the first set broke, another pair surged up, then another, and then yet another. Gilpin was swarmed by a small hill of black bones emitting a dense fog. Even though his roars caused them to rattle and even break occasionally, he was being steadily drowned with every step he took forward. He fell to his hands and knees, his long blades scraping along the ground as he tried to crawl forward. Devour! Diane's indifferent voice sounded. In that moment, red veins suddenly appeared across the bones. Click, pulsing like a cross between a parasite and ancient runes. As the immortal gods looked on in horror, it was only the fire in that moment. Red veins suddenly appeared across the bones, pulsing like a cross between a parasite and ancient runes. As Sprite and the Wind Sprite patriarchs who had taken part in the assault on the first white mother who reacted the most fiercely, they could feel it, that hint of familiarity. Those red veins, it was their kin. Nameless, immortal god. They roared in fury, their rage overtaking their sense of reason and fear. How could they not be enraged? This blood sprite was definitely not birthed via normal means. Just what kind of horrible experiments did it have to go through to reach this point? However, they had no idea that it wasn't Diane at all who created this blood sprite. Wasn't it the dragon hegemon? In fact, Diane had sworn to take down the dragon hegemon for their actions. Of course, he could explain this, but would his personality allow this? He was disdainful to explain anything. Plus, as far as he was concerned, they were all dead corpses walking the moment they attacked his little sister. Gilpin's roars were completely drowned out to the point they became whimpers. Then nothing could be heard at all. Diane didn't even have much of a reaction to this death. How could a mere Gilpin match up to a treasure he had been refining for years? Wasn't he just seeking death? If it wasn't for the fact Diane disdained to tie it to the heavens, this treasure would have knocked yet another from the list of 33. That said, calling this a singular treasure was still a bit incorrect. Diane took a step forward. Under the shocked gazes of the immortal gods, the island beneath his feet actually moved with him. One would think that this would destroy the earth, but somehow the island had become intangible, moving through the ground as though it had no substance. Just what kind of treasure was this? The immortal gods looked on in fear. They had thought that this treasure would suffer from immobility, but they were proved wrong not even a moment after sighing a breath of relief. They could all sense it. They were going to die today. They had grown up hearing the horror stories wrought by the nameless immortal god. As experts who were talented in their own right, most of them never took these stories seriously, believing them to be exaggerations. However, today they would die at the hands of a mortal, a mortal who seemed to be taking a casual stroll through the park. They finally understood then the terror of this man. But it was too late. Dian took another step forward and the grayish-black land beneath him moved once again, gliding along with his gait. "Big brother, hold on." The first white mother's words caused Dian's steps to pause. Why was this mischievous little girl causing trouble again? Couldn't she tell how time-sensitive this situation was? Maybe it was only Dian who could refer to the first white mother as a little girl. Dian, though, still looked over to see what this little sister of his wanted. Who asked him to be such a doting elder brother? "Do you really not know why Gilpin hated you so much?" Dian was speechless. She was asking this question now despite the situation? Was she trying to give these immortal gods an opportunity to escape? Dian sighed. "I didn't know before, but I know now. I saw his memories after I used Devour on him." "Ooh? Tell me. Tell me." The visages of the immortal gods were unsightly at this point. This kind of blatant disrespect was something they hadn't experienced in their lifetimes. Even being directly killed was better than this. It was only now they understood why it was that so many had such a deep hatred for Dian. Was it even possible to not hate such an infuriating man? However, in this regard, Dian truly was innocent. If it wasn't for his little sister wanting to get them back for bullying her earlier, they wouldn't have to suffer such humiliation at all. Dian smiled and shook his head. "It's the kind of story you just don't tell. It's too much," Dian said. The first white mother pulled on his arm, unsatisfied with this answer. "I want to know. Don't leave me in the dark. Don't say I didn't warn you." Dian chuckled. In his youth, Gilpin, I think his name was, fell in love with the elven ancestor. Unfortunately for him, even though he was high-born, he obviously had no right to covet such a woman, so he buried it deep within his heart. "He is angry with me because that annoying lady fell for me." The first white mother blinked in confusion. "Is that really so bad? Why did you say you couldn't tell such a story? And is that really enough for such bone-deep hatred?" "Well, that was just the first layer of the story. The other reason is that I may or may not have rejected the old hag quite publicly." Dian rubbed his nose a bit, remembering a memory he apparently found quite funny. If those of the elven hegemon knew that Dian was laughing about that event, it was unknown how many mouthfuls of blood they would cough up in anger. Back then, Dian's actions caused the elven hegemon to all but declare war on him. For the sake of their face, they were almost willing to lay down the lives of all their people just to take Dian's. It was less accurate to say that Dian rejected the elven ancestor publicly, and much more accurate to say that he completely humiliated her. "Oh? So he was so enraged because you humiliated the woman he loved? That makes a little more sense, but it still sounds like something is missing." Dian coughed a bit uncomfortably. Seeing such a scene, the first white mother couldn't help but get all the more curious. Such a face was especially rare for her big brother. "He was mostly enraged due to the reason I rejected her." Dian continued with an innocent expression. "She wanted me to be her man, yet she wasn't a virgin. When she kept pressing after I wanted to save her face, I just directly pointed out some of her descendants who had been present at the time." "Ah, I see." The first white mother giggled. But she still felt like she was missing something. The purity of a woman was indeed important on the immortal plane. However, immortal gods lived by different rules. They had such long lives, so how could all female immortal gods claim to be pure? Usually, they were so powerful that others couldn't even check to see whether or not they were still virgins. Usually, in the relationships between immortal gods, no one cared about how many previous partners one had had. Who could live such long lives without companionship? That would only lead to insanity. Dian directly rejecting the elven ancestor in a public setting due to her not being a virgin could be considered to be a humiliating thing, because no one was privy to the world of immortal gods except for immortal gods. It was definitely enough for Gilpin to be enraged in place of the elven ancestor. In fact, he didn't necessarily need to love her at all to feel this rage. It was likely that any elf present at the time would have hated Dian to the bones. But the first white mother still felt like she was missing something. "Wait, The first white mother's expression changed. You said you pointed out some of her descendants who had been present? You can't mean. Dian looked off into the distance as though he couldn't hear a single thing. He pretended not to see the weird expressions of the immortal gods who had just been cowering in fear either. Suddenly, the first white mother couldn't hold her belly full of laughter. Ha ha! Gilpin was in love with his own great-great-great-grandmother and didn't even know. Ha ha! No wonder he hates you so much. Ha ha! Dian rubbed his nose. How was any of this his fault? Who asked that old hag to try to hound him in public? Though he explained things so simply, he really had formed an irreconcilable enmity with the elven ancestor that day. After all, he called her used goods and old hag right to her face. Then, when she denied it, he directly pointed out the descendants of hers who had been in the very room. Unfortunately for Gilpin, he had been among that number and suffered a great mental blow. Instead of turning his hatred toward the elven ancestor for keeping such a secret so that she could keep up her facade of purity, he turned all his hatred toward Dian. In the blink of an eye, love he had fostered for millennia became bone-deep hatred. It was also no wonder Dian didn't remember Gilpin. That day he had just casually pointed him out amidst a crowd. Who knew such an action would have such results? All right, that's enough. Master is still holding back because these people haven't evacuated. If things continue like this, the consequences would be pretty bad. Big brother, leave them to me, the first white mother suddenly said. You go help Master. Dian raised an eyebrow. To now, he had only taken out one of them. Was it really appropriate to leave the rest to her? Just have Big Sister Saru and Big Sister Lilith stay and help me. Hearing this, Dian sighed. Those girls would probably be pissed at him if he really didn't allow them to participate. Currently, they were in his inner world and he had promised to let them out when the time was right, when in fact he had had no intention of doing so. There was no need to put them at any risk. But it seemed that this little sister of his had seen through his intentions and was now standing up for his wives. Fine. With a wave of his hand, two beauties appeared to either of his sides. Saru and Lilith glared at Dian, seemingly having sensed his reluctance. If it wasn't for the first white mother, maybe they would have been stuck in there from start to finish. Dian smiled and pinched their butts without a care in the world, causing them to jump up like two little cats who had had their tails stepped on. And, before the two women could react in anger, he had flashed off into the distance, taking the gray land with him. Without nowhere left to vent their anger, Saru and Lilith turned glares toward the 10 remaining immortal gods. The former's heartbeat began to roll like thunderous claps, and the latter flipped a palm to produce a small golden sword. Since Dian wasn't here for them to vent on any longer, these 10 would have to take the brunt of their rage. I saw you bullied our little sister? Lilith's smile was like the gorgeous blooming of a flower. But no matter how hard they tried, the immortal gods couldn't feel a shred of warmth from it. Saru's fists slammed together, her usually docile and quiet demeanor vanishing in place of an overbearing aura. To the side, the first white mother giggled like a little girl. It was as though she was a little schemer who had finally gotten her way. In the distance, however, Dian's smile had disappeared. Though his eyes carried a trace of complacency, he was slowly building the momentum of his state of mind. Though his steps were quiet and his aura was sheathed, the battle between his master and the ancestors had come to a halt as they all looked toward the distance. Abraxas stood to one side, a thin line of blood falling from the corner of his lips. But he didn't seem to notice as those very lips curled into a gratified smile. Opposite him, ugly expressions marred the faces of the 5 ancestors as they watched a young man slowly make his way from the distance. Though his steps were slow, nothing seemed capable of stopping his advance. When he met a river, it dried up. When he met a valley, it closed. When he met a mountain, it collapsed into flat land. His steps were slow, they were quiet, and they held no special rhythm to them. Even his feet were bare. Yet, sweeping changes resulted from his presence. To someone unknowledgeable, he was just a young man, strolling with his hands in his pockets without a care in the world. But, to the ancestors, he was a beast pulling against his chain, prepared to rip it free any moment now. Dread coated the brows of the 5 ancestors. As though beasts facing their predator, their bodies became stiff and immobile. They completely disregarded Dian's cultivation. No matter how hard they looked, they only saw that Dian was still a mortal who hadn't even stepped into the lowest immortal essence realm. Yet, did they dare to believe this? The pressure they felt told a story far different from this. Within the eyes of a few of the ancestors, there was rage flickering away. It was no surprise that many of them had had dealings with Dian in the past. In fact, the elven ancestor wasn't even the one with the greatest rage in her eyes despite the circumstances of their last meeting. Even the youngest of them, the dragon ancestor, who should have had the least dealings with him, curled up his massive golden body, looking down as though he had met the enemy of a lifetime. Dian slowly made his way forward, the landscape continuously shifting and changing beneath his presence. By now, his identity was undeniable. Many of the ancestors here had seen him through the projection images just a few months ago. However, even then, they couldn't have imagined that the mortal who defeated Nazir was actually the nameless immortal god. It was only now that he stood before them that they were aware of just what kind of mistake they had made. Not only was he back, but he had been for a long while already. Look at you, old man. I leave for a few years and you end up in such a sorry state. How can you have the face to say you're my master like this? Dian's indifferent expression bloomed with a smile as he looked toward the old man wearing white, flowing sleepwear. He hadn't seen his master in a long time and he could only say that he missed the old man. In his heart, Abraxas had the same position as his parents. He was no different from half a father to him. I've gotten old, Abraxas replied with a shrug. I'll teach you a proper lesson later for daring to go off on your own like that without saying a word. The old man snorted, but the smile on his face exposed the happiness in his heart. For a long while now, he had thought his first disciple was dead. When he deduced that Dian had actually been that disciple he took as his own son, he had been happy beyond words. But he obviously wouldn't let this insufferable brat know that. The 5 ancestors didn't react with humiliation like the immortal gods who attacked the first White Mother. Not to mention that their mind states couldn't compare to those youngsters. They knew that if there was anyone worthy of disregarding them, it was these 2. You 5. Dian turned a cold gaze toward the 5 ancestors after he finished shaking his head and smiling toward his master. He was like a completely different person in the blink of an eye, as though he had returned to the predatory beast they were fearful of just a moment ago. I knew that you were foolish, but I didn't think you would be foolish to the extent of willfully becoming the blade of another. Dian's sharp gaze caused the ancestors to frown. Blade of another? The elven ancestor sneered, her pretty face almost seeming adorable in her rage. Are you trying to say that we were played and you aren't responsible? Do you really expect us to believe that? Hey, old hag, when have I, Dian Sicharo, ever been one to explain myself? Do you think I care to do so? Since you want to fight, let's fight. You! At that moment, a flood of memories were revived in their minds. The name, Dian Sicharo, which had seemed so foreign to them, had become like a clap of thunder, resonating with thoughts that had been buried for countless millennia. It had been so many years that they had completely forgotten the temperament of this man. There were many times in the past where the nameless immortal god was involved in conflicts, only for them to realize at a later date that those conflicts wouldn't have happened at all as long as he was willing to leave a few words of explanation behind. The years and her anger had caused her to forget the stubborn and infuriating nature of this man. How many immortal gods had died unresigned deaths simply because this man disdained to explain himself? Dian really didn't hesitate any longer. The moment his words fell, he stepped into the air, a bland gray piece of earth following behind his every step. Nameless. Do you really think you're still the same invincible god? Isabel was completely enraged. Old man, you take the he-she sprite and the featherless bird. Leave the other 3 to me since you're crippled of old age. Abraxas rolled his eyes. Dian was really too shameless. It sounded like Dian really was giving him the easier task, but Ancestor Haven and Ancestor Empress Elsie, the Sprite and Phoenix ancestors respectively, had the greatest seniority here. They were definitely the most difficult opponents here. I see you left and became more shameless. Dian grinned and ignored his master. Come on, old hag, little lizard. You too, little angel. I've been bored bullying your juniors on the mortal plane. I hope you'll give me a good show. When Godfrey, the angel ancestor, heard these words, his pupils constricted. It can't be that you're the one who ruined our plans? That was trillions of years of preparation for the rise of a single ancestral constitution. Dian smiled. He obviously knew that this Godfrey was speaking of Emithius. Well, it's not like I killed him. Godfrey wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, but Dian's next words were like a bucket of cold water over his heart. But I can't promise that my daughter hasn't plucked his wings clean by now, as if he would ever be a match for my little girl. You have no idea what you've ruined. According to seniority, though the Sprite and Phoenix ancestors were the oldest, the angels as a race were older than even them. After all, the angels had roots in the Chaos era. They were the ones responsible for the fall of the ruler of the Chaos era and the birth of the Primordial era. Logically speaking, if there was any existence capable of matching up against the mysterious Sapientia, it would be them. It was impossible that they wouldn't have laid out plans of their own even if they weren't as clear on the danger of the Sapientia as Dian. But now, Dian had become a stumbling block on their path ahead. If before, Godfrey was still uncertain about whether the nameless immortal god was an enemy, he felt it was all but absolute now, all because Dian disdained to explain. That said, whether or not it really was just petty arrogance this time, or whether Dian had plans of his own, only time would tell. Dian's uproarious laughter pierced through the skies like a pillar, 7 magnificent Vajra bodies appearing in the skies above him. Streaks of golden lightning converged to cover his body in a blinding, resplendent armor. A flame of white and one of black fused with the armor, making the lightning crackle like the booms of thunderous clouds. A crown descended from the skies, planting itself firmly on Dian's head. It glistened with jewels of inconceivable value, shimmering with light no less beautiful than the armor that coated his body. At the same moment, Dian's weapons pagoda awakened, roaring almost as though it was a beast itself. Its doors flashed open, causing numerous pieces of illusory armor to fly forward, fusing into Dian's body. Finally, Dian's lofty humanoid Vajra body appeared, causing the skies and earth to quake. A singular eye flashed, fusing with its forehead. The moment this eye opened, it seemed like the world might collapse. You should feel honored. Dian's gaze blazed with fighting intent. It has been too many years since I've gone all out. At the end of my first life, no one was worthy of seeing me in such a state. Today, I'll show you the might of one above all. Atkin, Isabel, and Godfrey were suddenly pulled onto Dian's island. They felt that at that moment, their bodies had entered a swamp. This is an origin source. How is that possible? How? Dian smirked. My body is still too weak to support my true origin source, so I thought why not forge a replica. Be at ease, this origin source doesn't have even a single % of my true origin source's strength. If you can't fight back now, wouldn't that be too pitiful? Cold sweat marred the backs of the 3 ancestors. Monster. Inhuman monster. My origin source. I can't summon it. Isabel's indignant roar shook the hearts of Atkin and Godfrey. Dian's smile became no different from the icy depths of hell to them. I wonder, how long will those bastards be able to hold out? These were Dian's thoughts before he jumped into battle. However, if one looked at how absent-minded his gaze had been, the bastards he referred to weren't the 3 ancestors before him at all. The thoughts of the future were tossed to the back of Dian's mind. He felt his blood boiling to a new height. This excitement, he hadn't felt it in a long time. Sure, he might have had many close battles during his 109th lifetime. However, he still felt that that person wasn't truly him. At most, it could be considered to be a small part of him. This was the first time in a long time that the mighty nameless immortal god could battle to his heart's content. Come! Dian dashed forward, appearing before the massive golden body of the dragon ancestor and throwing out a sky-quaking punch. His fist landed right between the golden dragon's eyes, causing the luster of his golden scales to quiver and grow faint for a moment as he was sent flying. Though the dragon ancestor was shaken by this punch, he was inwardly sneering. How could it be so easy to land a hit on him? He felt that Dian's current strength was still far beneath his own, nameless immortal god or not. He had allowed himself to be hit so that he could fly out of the range of this damned gray land. He felt that the mighty nameless immortal god must have grown muddle-headed after his reincarnation. Idiot! These words drifted into his ears and caused his large reptilian pupils to constrict. Just when Akin thought he would be free, he registered Dian's words and suddenly hit something so hard that his inner organs jarred. Completely out of his control, he spat out a mouthful of blood that could have drowned even an immortal law expert. The blood fell to the gray land, sinking in and disappearing. In the end, it was as though no blood had fallen at all. Dian shook his head. You must think I'm a 3-year-old child. I disappear for a few years and suddenly people think it's possible to pull the wool over my eyes. In a flash, Dian appeared over the dragon ancestor's body, the heel of his foot leaving the trail of a blade in the air as it descended in the exact place his fist just had. Bang! The sight of a creature of over 10 kilometers in length being beaten down by a being that was no different from a fly to it was simply inconceivable. It was impossible to grasp just how much prestige the dragon ancestor had. Yet, it was being treated no differently from a rag doll. At that moment, Isabel and Godfrey finally reacted, wanting to go over and help. But they suddenly found that the ground beneath them had split, revealing tens of skeletons. Each of their bones was as black as the night, emitting a dark fog that made one feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Immortal god corpse puppets. The pupils of the two ancestors constricted. To them, immortal gods beneath the peak immortal god realm were just ants. In fact, even peak immortal gods without a certain level of accumulation could be killed by a flick of their finger. However, when they saw these corpse puppets, waves billowed in their hearts. The first reason being that their strength was greatly suppressed on this origin source of Dian's. In fact, they couldn't even communicate with their own origin sources even though they wanted to. And the second reason was because though these corpse puppets seemed scattered about randomly, there was a hidden mystery behind each of their actions. With their insight as ancestors, it was incredibly easy to see that this hidden profundity was the result of an attack formation. When they thought to this point, a cold sweat matted their backs. Who didn't know the attainments of the nameless immortal god in formations? If they dared to act rashly, wouldn't they be finished? The two could only send a helpless glance toward each other and send a pitying gaze toward the dragon ancestor. They didn't know what he had done to piss Dian off, but it was very obvious at this point that he was being targeted. However, they wouldn't have to remain in the dark for long. Dian's fists and kicks rained down like a barrage, each perfectly landing in the very same spot. There wasn't even a single millimeter of deviation. Each strike was perfect. The dragon ancestor scale bent, warped and cracked, his roars of pain shaking the skies. Do tell me, little lizard, have you heard of a man who called himself the Dragon King? Dian's battle intent wavered and flickered toward killing intent. Since he awakened his memories, he hadn't thought of the Dragon King again. Much of the emotions of his 109th life had been drowned out. Could only be expected. After all, how could a few hundred years' worth of memories match up trillions? If he had still had that belly full of hatred after awakening his memories, instead of remaining idle and diligently planning out some things, he might have actually attacked the dragon hegemon directly. Though that would have made things more difficult on him, since when had Dian had such scruples? However, he hadn't. There was a simple reason for this. The feelings he had for the Dragon King weren't as potent anymore. It was a cruel truth, but it was the truth nonetheless. At least, that's what Dian had thought. But the moment his eyes landed on the dragon ancestor once again, a flame of rage inexplicably lit in his heart. Even when he tried to ignore it just so he could enjoy this fight, his body still attacked the dragon ancestor first. It might have been a pure coincidence, but at this point, Dian knew he could ignore it any longer. All right, he thought in his heart. Since I've taken you as a friend, then you're the friend of Dian Sicharo. In that case, watch carefully as I get revenge for you. Before the dragon ancestor could be shocked by Dian's question, Dian had attacked again, smashing him heavily into the ground again. At this point, the dragon ancestor was aggrieved beyond belief. He could feel that Dian's strength was weaker than his. But the battle experience of the nameless immortal god wasn't something he could compare to. The moment he allowed himself to lose the initiative in battle, thinking himself to be clever, his fate was practically sealed. The one thing Dian had always lacked in his 109th life was battle experience. He had complained about it many times to himself, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, his talent was too high, and as such, he was usually much younger than those he was battling. He simply used his overwhelming soul talent to make up for it, using the fact his opponent's movements were slow to his mind to calculate how to react appropriately. But the current Dian didn't need such things. He was an old monster who had experienced trillions of years of life, in addition to 109 lifetimes. He no longer needed to think and calculate before he acted. This left his opponents completely without the ability to react. Still, despite his state of mind, when the dragon ancestor heard Dian's words, his pupils couldn't help but constrict. The Dragon King? How did this man know about that ungrateful bastard who stole the efforts of their ancestors? That arrogant bastard actually dared to continue calling him Dragon King even after coming to the immortal plane. As far as the dragon ancestor was concerned, he got what was coming to him. Even the Dragon Emperor and Dragon God of the mortal plane obediently relinquished their titles and became humble upon coming here. Who did that Dragon King think he was? This slight flicker in the dragon ancestor's expression was all Dian had needed to see. He didn't need the dragon ancestor to say anything. Then, in tribute, you can follow him in death, Dian said indifferently. Hearing this, the dragon ancestor was shocked before he was suddenly enraged. Kill him? For the sake of a nobody? Even if the nameless immortal god had no reason and wanted to kill him anyway, he wouldn't feel such fury. Do you really think I'm an existence you can kill as you please? You seem to forget that you're still immortal. The dragon ancestor's roar tore through the skies and his body began to rapidly shrink, causing Dian's next strike to miss. But, judging by the indifferent expression on Dian's face, it seemed he had expected as much already. In the blink of an eye, a humanoid creature standing at 3 meters tall appeared, its golden eyes reddening with fury. The dragon ancestor's golden-plated half-human, half-beast form was no less dazzling than Dian's own armor. Today, I'll kill a legend and swallow his corpse. A furious gaze looked down upon Dian, towering from above. The dragon ancestor went by many names. One was Atkin Orim, the other was, of course, Dragon Ancestor, and the last, bestowed by the divine steel, was the Swallowing Sky's immortal god. You like to devour things? A savage grin coated Dian's handsome features. What a coincidence. So do I. Dian and Atkin moved forward simultaneously as though in tacit agreement, the wind pressure of their fists colliding even before their fists themselves. You've grown weak. Nameless immortal god. Atkin's voice came out in a low growl, his reverberating voice beating like drums against the minds of all those who heard him. The dragon ancestor could feel the feeble nature of Dian's strike. Compared to his own, it was almost like a fly fluttering in the wind, unable to upturn the storms around it. Yet, completely out of his expectations, Dian didn't take a single step backward. His back stood as straight as a spear, his fist angling upward to meet the downward descending strike of the much taller humanoid beast. In that moment, it seemed that nothing in this world could shake him. After a moment of being stunned, Atkin sneered. Even when things have come to this point, you're still too prideful. You would rather take on internal injuries than take a step back under my attacks? Take another one. I want to see how long you can last. The dragon ancestor's fists fell like an endless hail. He didn't hold back even a single bit, his golden scales shimmering beneath the sunlight, making him look no different than a heaven-blessed god of war. However, even as his fists fell, Dian's sneer grew deeper and deeper. this pain racking his body. The way his organs shifted and stirred, the way his arms cracked and fractured, this condescending look of his enemy. How many years had it been? Diane's sneer deepened. If he really were to struggle with a battle against this jumping clown, shouldn't he just accept his death right now? This young pup who had barely been an ancestor for a few million years wanted to push him into a corner? Diane had created many things in his lifetime. Each one would be enough for another to be renowned through the ages. However, there were three things he was exceptionally proud of. The first was array alchemy. The second was inner world, sanctuary. And the third and final was one above all. This little fool really thought his masterpiece of a lifetime was so simple? Wasn't he just courting death? Little tome. It's been a long time since we let loose. Huh? In that moment, a soul tome appeared in the air. It glowed brightly and suddenly bobbed up and down excitedly. It seemed to not even notice that Diane was in battle as it rubbed its cover against his face. Soul tome? The dragon ancestor's breathing grew heavy. Even after sending out so many strikes, his breathing hadn't so much as hitched. He was an immortal god. Battling for even years at a time without rest was child's play to him. However, the moment he saw a treasure of the 33 heavens, he completely lost his composure. No matter his status, he couldn't help but look toward it with a gaze burning like two stars. So you've even delivered such a good treasure to me. Good, good. Akin roared with laughter. The dragon ancestor fell back, flipping his palm over to reveal a halberd of almost 4 meters in length. It shimmered with a blinding gold, seemingly coated with the very same scales that covered Atkin's body. Let's go, little tome. I've lost interest in this idiot. Diane had hoped for a great battle, but seeing the actions of the dragon ancestor, he felt disdain to the depths of his heart. Regardless of how rare such a treasure was, did he need to lose his dignity to this extent? And, to make matters worse, he was actually still stupid enough to believe that he would be able to live to see the day the soul tome would come into his possession. Why was it that of all the treasures, this was the only one Diane hadn't allowed himself to throw away? Why was it that he had protected it, even to the point of having himself conveniently forget of its existence even after throwing away so many other treasures of the 33 heavens? The reason was simple. Compared to even his own eye, the soul tome was far more valuable to Diane. It was to the point that even if there were 10 more of each of the treasures he had thrown away, they would still be beneath his notice compared to the soul tome. The reason was because the soul tome wasn't a treasure of the 33 heavens at all. Or rather, it couldn't be considered solely as such. The pages of the soul tome flipped open, hovering above Diane's head. A halberd, huh? I haven't used one in a while. Let's go with that, little tome. Diane's weapons pagoda opened up once more. His flames converged, forming a halberd no smaller than the dragon ancestor's own. Compared to Atkin's, his was much less resplendent, flickering like the flames of heaven and hell. A flicker of rage passed the dragon ancestor's eyes when he saw this. He was a man who stood at the top of the world. The number of individuals who dared to disrespect him were simply too few to count. Yet, today alone, he had been repeatedly smacked in the face by a mortal. He didn't care if this mortal was once the nameless immortal god. Today, he would just be an ant for him to crush. First you thought of taking my head for a worm, and now, you want to use a halberd to humiliate me? The dragon ancestor was so enraged he began to laugh. After a moment, his laughing expression twisted and became savage. He slammed the butt of his halberd into the ground. Despite the fact Diane's gray island had no changes, the lands outside its bounds were instantly cracked and flattened. A violent cyclone of chi descended from the skies and onto the dragon ancestor, tunneling into his body as though it was a bottomless pit. In the past, I was likely beneath your notice, but today, I'll take on the role of informing juniors. Whether I can summon my origin source or not doesn't matter. The swallowing sky's immortal god, can swallow anything. Even this artificial origin source of yours will obediently enter my stomach. You talk too much. Diane lazily brandished his halberd, taking a step forward. His feet firmly planted into the ground, drawing strength from the land beneath him. It seemed for a moment that he had fused with the world, becoming one with the earth. Atkin's muscles bulged as chi continuously flew into him. In a moment, he became so bright that it was almost difficult to look at. Swallowing skies. A rumbling growl left his lips as he raised his halberd into the air, already painting the death of Dian in his mind. This was the kind of moment he would be able to brag about for a lifetime. That unbelievable legend, that man who stood at the pinnacle of the immortal plane, he would die at his hands today. His legend, his karma, his arrogance, it would all be swallowed by him. On one side of the battlefield, there was an impossibly bright light. However, on the other hand, there wasn't any such thing. Dian's attack didn't result in quaking skies or great illuminations. In fact, his movement seemed simple beyond compare. Maybe the only thing out of the ordinary was the book madly flipping above his head. With each page it landed on, an inconspicuous light was emitted from its pages, only for it to disappear and flip to the next page. However, with each flip, Dian's movements seemed to become blander and simpler. In the end, he looked like a child who had just picked up a halberd for the first time, swinging forward with the most ordinary of chops. But it was exactly at this moment that the dragon ancestor's expression changed. Regret. Dian had seen this emotion too many times before. It was only a slight change, but he didn't miss it at all. Unfortunately for you, it's a bit too late to feel like that now. Dian's halberd descended. As though it was a thin sheet of paper, the dragon ancestor resplendent blade strike was sheared through. Before he could react, his head was split in two, a look of horror beaming from his eyes. Dian slowly walked forward. He frowned a bit after realizing that Atkin was still so much taller than him, so he used his halberd as a hook and pulled him down to his knees, looking at the latter's split head as though admiring his masterpiece. The lives of dragons are indeed quite tenacious. Even now you're breathing as though nothing has happened. Why don't you use your soul to run away? The two halves of the dragon ancestor's head glared at Dian, forming a ghastly scene. But he still found it impossible to say or do anything. He might not be dead yet, but he wasn't far from it. As for using his soul to run away, was that even possible? Did he dare to do so? Who could match the nameless immortal god in matters of the soul? Ah, seems like you got a bit smarter. A bit too late for that now, though. Don't you think? The dragon ancestor could see how pale Dian was. He wanted to say something disdainful, seeing that the latter could hardly stand now. But was he even in a position to do so? Unfortunately for him, just when he thought he had seen through Dian's limits, he didn't notice that the very mouthful of blood he had spit out earlier, the very one this gray land had absorbed, had fused into Dian's feet, returning him to his peak in a flash. Atkin could only despair as Dian's cheeks regained their color. "I'll let you handle the rest," Dian said. For a moment, the dragon ancestor was confused. But when he saw the gray land split to reveal a bone dragon with red veins coursing across its body, a wave of helplessness overwhelmed him. This halberd isn't bad." Dian walked toward Isabel and Godfrey, mumbling to himself. These were the last words the dragon ancestor heard. Dian examined the dragon ancestor's halberd for a moment, without a care for the fact the latter was being devoured by the Dragon King's corpse puppet. Though his screams and curses still reverberated, it was as though Dian hadn't heard a single word. A peak immortal god treasure. It seems that it's a similar caliber of treasure to the god steel. The god steel was a treasure that, though technically ranked amongst the peak immortal god weapons, was much like the ancestors who had appeared today in that it far surpassed other treasures of its ranks. It could be considered to be a half-step from being among those lofty 33 treasures and was thus known as a quasi-heavenly treasure. This halberd, as a weapon of an ancestor, was unsurprisingly ranked the same. However, Dian didn't care about it for this sake at all. He was only interested in the materials it was made out of. This was the only reason he said it was not bad. For a person like him who had created so many treasures of the 33 heavens in the past, he utterly didn't take a quasi-heavenly treasure seriously. With a thought, the halberd entered his inner world and he took a deep breath. He looked toward where his master was battling, then back toward Isabel and Godfrey, who seemed about to break his formation of corpse puppets. Then he charged toward them. Haven, is there a need to be so angry? I only said a few words, yet you want to take my head off like this? What happened to our years of friendship? Ancestor Haven gritted his teeth, his hiltless sword swirling with 4 energies as he viciously attacked again and again with Elsie as his support. This pair of master and disciple was truly too infuriating. A few words? If only things had really been so simple. Would a person like Ancestor Haven, who had already long since come to control his emotions, be so utterly infuriated if things were only like this? What an absolute joke. If it was up to him, he would wring Abraxas' body dry of all its blood, then let it hang in a desert bubble world somewhere until all sorts of ferocious beasts had had their fill. To the side, Elsie silently supported with her flames. Though her hair was violet-colored just like Amethyst's, she was most definitely not a dual bloodline phoenix like the latter was. The truth of the matter was that, just like the Belmonts, she had artificially created her combined bloodline. That said, her methods most definitely left the Belmonts' own far behind. Not only did she not have a single red and single blue eye like they did, in addition to this, violet flames came smoothly and naturally to her. However, if this Empress knew that there was a naturally born violet phoenix, it was unknown how she would react. In all likelihood, she would drag up the corpse of the already dead retired Nightwell clan patriarch and kill him again for good measure. The value of such a genius was beyond imagining. Haven, why aren't you saying anything? Abraxas sighed. I thought we had something special. I didn't think our years of friendship would really come to an end over something so petty. Abraxas disappeared and reappeared amidst the battlefield in all sorts of complex and random ways. To an outside observer, if one could even keep up with the speed of such experts to the point of being able to observe to begin with, the battle seemed to be without rhyme or reason. However, despite Abraxas' erratic movements, the 2 ancestors always seemed to react to him appropriately. It was clear that alone the 2 of them simply were not his match, but upon working together, it was a hill difficult even for the legendary time and space immortal god to climb. Abraxas, if you dare speak another word, do you believe that I won't go all with you? Tisk. Abraxas shook his head. At that moment, Elsie looked into the distance, a look of astonishment on her face. She felt that a gaze that could threaten her had locked onto her back. But when she looked, she actually found that it was Diane's own, and she couldn't help but shiver. How could she have a mind to care and think about other battles when she was in the midst of fighting a monster like Abraxas? Let alone pay attention. She had practically thrown the thought of other battles themselves out of her mind before she began. However, she could have never expected that not only would a portion of that battle finish, but it would actually be done so quickly. Atkin is dead. Astonishment colored her beautiful eyes. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Could it be that he was still that same monster? That was impossible. He was just a mortal. She was certain that he was just a mortal. Suddenly, her expression changed once more. Before she could even react, a palm slammed on her chest, sending her flying down and into the ground. Boom! Boom! The earth cracked and shattered. A seemingly delicate body was akin to a nail hammering its surface, piercing through it as though it was tofu, despite the fact the all-out attack of even a lower immortal god might not leave even a dent on its surface usually. Elsie's eyes bulged before a projectile of blood shot from her mouth as her chest caved in. She knew how dangerous it was to lose her focus in the midst of a battle, but a deep fear had suddenly taken root in her heart. When she saw that Abraxas was about to take hold of the opportunity to attack again, her expression changed. Then, a light fury colored her lovable features. It was only now she seemed to register that Abraxas had actually palmed her chest in such a way, causing her heart to blush with a hint of shame. No matter what, her and Abraxas had a long history together. They had even shared a bed many times before. Despite the fact she looked like a teenage girl and he looked like an old man, this was only due to her phoenix bloodline keeping her youthful. In her mind, him humiliating her like this was a step too far. It seemed that along with her appearance, she also had the temperament of a teenager because her logic was wholly lacking. It was almost as though she had forgotten that she had come here to kill this man she supposedly thought of as a past lover. Seeing that Abraxas was about to attack again, Elsie panicked. Wait, we can talk. What a joke. The terror of the nameless immortal god was known to all. At his peak, even his own master wouldn't last more than a handful of exchanges with him, let alone them. Even if he wasn't back at his peak, the mere fact he killed an ancestor, albeit one far weaker than her, in just a few hours was enough for that inborn fear of hers to resurface. She found herself trembling uncontrollably. It was just a single look, but battle intent had already dissipated with the wind. She had no will to fight back. Abraxas, who had been looking forward to another follow-up attack on her chest, suddenly came to a stop. His palm hovered right above her fallen figure, a hint of unwillingness in his eye. Seeing his expression, Elsie couldn't help but flush red with embarrassment. Empress Elsie, you? Even if Elsie no longer wanted to battle, that didn't mean that they was of the same mind. No matter what, Abraxas had completely infuriated them by bringing up the matters of the past. But when they looked over toward where Elsie's gaze ventured, only to find the corpse of the dragon ancestor being devoured and the two elven and angel ancestors being held down by a swarm of immortal god corpse puppets, their expression went pale. It didn't take a genius to know that it might not even be half a day more before those two ancestors followed in Atkin's footsteps. By then, if Abraxas and Dian teamed up, they would be finished. Ancestor Haven grit their teeth, a deep unwillingness flickering in their eyes. But there was nothing they could do. If things continued like this, they would all lose their lives here. Oh, the two of you are finally ready to talk? That's good then, Abraxas said smilingly. The issue is that even if you're willing, you'll have to do a good job in convincing my disciple to be willing as well. I'm sure you all know his temper. Elsie's expression flickered with rage. Even in this situation, you still want to be so unreasonable. Abraxas raised an eyebrow as though hearing something amusing. If they were weak, wouldn't they be dead already, facing the assault of 5 ancestors? Do you think that because I once took you to be my woman that you are allowed to be so willful and unreasonable? Abraxas said plainly, his smile vanishing. However, while someone else would have been shaken by this sudden change, Elsie knew Abraxas too well. Dian wasn't soft-hearted to any woman he didn't love, but Abraxas considered himself to be a gentleman. He had tried to ingrain this principle into his first disciple to no avail. Not only did she not show fear, she even pouted somewhat adorably. If the members of the Phoenix Hegemon were to see this sight, maybe their eyes would fall right out of their sockets. Humph! Abraxas snorted and looked away, but it was obvious he wasn't planning on making it any more difficult on her. That said, that didn't mean Dian wouldn't. Even if I agree, I'm not the one you need to convince. You may think I'm being unreasonable, but this isn't the case. Elsie smiled brightly, seemingly having gotten her way. The fact that you have the power to eliminate us but don't is enough to prove your innocence. However, if you didn't have the power to do so, there would be no reason for us to believe you that this was all planned by someone else, right? So, aren't I being reasonable? Abraxas' expression twisted. Though this somewhat made sense, it was still somewhat unsatisfactory. No matter what you say, I'm not the one you need to convince. I can guarantee you that unlike you two who need to focus on just one battle to bring out your full strength, my disciple has no need to do so. This means that he's aware of everything that's happening here. Yet, he's still walking toward those Isabel and Godfrey brats. Clearly, he doesn't care to compromise with you so easily. So, instead of trying to seduce me, you should be trying to figure out exactly how to satiate his anger, or else you can forget about leaving here alive. Elsie and Haven's expressions twisted. If this was really all planned by someone else, then we have a common enemy. Is there a need to be so unreasonable? Abraxas swept a glance over them. That's a bit funny. Even if it might be true, do you think my disciple would ever believe that he needed your help? The two ancestors froze. That was right. This was the type of man he had always been. Did they really believe that he would think he needed anyone but himself to come out victorious? Wasn't the simple act of them even thinking this wishful? Nameless, Please, we're willing to compromise. Diane continued walking as though he hadn't heard anything. He lazily watched as his corpse puppets forced Isabel and Godfrey into a corner. Though the two seemed to be in a sorry state, Diane could tell that they would break through the encirclement if they were given enough time. The issue was that, would he allow them that time? It could be said that everything within this world was in his control. In fact, everything within the several bubble worlds in this area was in the palm of his hands, let alone an origin source treasure he had refined by his own hand. He had been monitoring the situation the whole time. His hand casually stretched out from his pocket, drawing a circle in the air with his finger. Along with it, countless complex runes concentrated into a small form no larger than the palm of a hand. All right, Elsie called out. I'll agree to any conditions you have. We were in the wrong. To an outside observer who knew nothing about the situation, this would seem too odd. Logically, the deaths of an ancestor, the angels or elves, shouldn't have anything to do with the Phoenix ancestor. In fact, it should be a good thing for her. After these two hegemons lost their backbone, conquering more territory and claiming more resources would be as easy as flipping over a palm. Yet, this very same Elsie, who was usually known for her indifferent temperament, was all but begging for mercy. Unfortunately, Diane's footsteps still didn't stop. His soul chi surged, showing no signs of halting. Damn it! Haven! Say something! Elsie began to panic. The reason she was so afraid was because if Diane really killed those two, then those who would be next would be obvious. Who would keep an enemy they don't trust by their sides when they didn't need to? Even though they could technically be said to be on the same side now, which of them didn't still have reservations? Though Elsie had said all those honeyed words about trusting Abraxas and Diane now that their strength surpassed theirs, did she really feel this way? It was highly unlikely. She simply knew that she had no choice. In the same way, if Diane could uproot them completely, was there even a need to risk it? Therefore, if she wanted to live, if Haven wanted to live, they had to put their best foot forward or else they'd be screwed. Haven grit their teeth before finally coming to a resolution. Nameless, my sprite hegemon is willing to concede a bottle of weightless due to you. The moment these words came out, Haven flipped their palm and threw over a bottle, their heart aching all the while. Haven knew that it was necessary to show this much sincerity. Directly handing the treasure over to Diane without delving into the nitty-gritty details of their deal was the best choice. If they allowed Diane to deal a killing blow, it would already be too late. At that point, he could just take whatever it is he wanted from them from their corpses. Seeing Haven's resolution, Elsie's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of unwillingness despite the fact she was the one who had prodded him into action. After sending a glance toward Abraxas for help and seeing that he was ignoring her, she could only grit her teeth and steel her heart as well. My Phoenix hegemon is willing to contribute 3 drops of purified Phoenix essence. After saying these words, she too flipped over a palm and sent a bottle flying forward. Diane's actions finally stopped, his finger pausing the arc it was drawing in the air. He threw a curious glance toward the 2 bottles and chuckled lightly. Not bad, not bad. Hearing Diane's words, Haven and Elsie's expression grew grim. If this was only not bad, then there weren't any treasures worth looking at in the whole of existence. Don't you think you two should show some sincerity too? Or do you want those two to take on all the burden for you? Diane smiled lightly toward Godfrey and Isabel. But, to them, it was no different than a demon looking toward them with hungry eyes. At that moment, the two were struggling on the boundary of life and death and simply wanted to rip Diane apart with their eyes. But in the end, they too could only sigh helplessly. My angel hegemon will contribute some tears of blessings. My elven hegemon will contribute a world tree seed. Diane's smile grew brighter and brighter. As though he had planned all of this beforehand, the moment the 4 bottles entered his hands, he opened them up and swallowed them all whole. At this point, not to mention the 4 ancestors, even his master's expression flickered. They could have never imagined that Diane would do such a thing. Was he trying to die? Though they admitted that Diane was still, somehow, stronger than them, albeit by relying on a treasure he refined, it was impossible for his body to be as strong as theirs in his current state. Swallowing for such treasures as once was like asking for death to come quicker. Yet, absolutely nothing happened to Diane. Let alone die. It felt for a moment that the treasures they had given him weren't worth anything, as though he had just popped a few snacks into his mouth. The lack of change left them astonished. Let's get down to business, then. Diane continued as though nothing had happened. Each of you return to your hegemons and prepare a large-scale army. I know that even though you attack my home, you're all selfish creatures. I don't believe for a second that you've brought out your full strength. But I can promise you that if you still keep trying to hold on to your trump cards, we'll all be dead soon enough. The heaviness of Diane's words caused them to be shocked silent. Had they brought their full strength here? The obvious answer was no. How could they? They couldn't be certain of just what was happening to the immortal plane. How could they guarantee more spies weren't waiting for them to leave their hegemons unattended to strike another blow? Don't worry about the stupid stuff. I really can't believe just how incompetent you all are. It's really easy to tell the spies from everyone else. They all have black hair and golden eyes. Hearing these words, the ancestors once more had weird expressions. They were absolutely certain that this wasn't true. If this was really so simple, could they have fallen into such a sorry state? This was definitely another example of the nameless immortal god downplaying the complexity of a situation just so that he could liberally call them stupid. Forget it. Gather your armies and bring them here if you don't want to die. It's as simple as that. I will give you 3 days' time. Then we will depart. Depart to where? Isabel asked in a sheepish voice. Where? Diane looked off into the distance somewhat absent-mindedly. Where it all started. The mortal plane. The mortal plane was in turmoil. Many weren't certain of exactly what happened. On one day, they were in the deep lull of peace, but in the next, it felt as though the world was collapsing all around them. The difference was striking and jarring. Void beasts ravaged the lands. At first, there just seemed to be one or two. However, with each that fell beneath the combined assault of the Sicharo royal family, another would appear. Soon, the hordes became too much to deal with and mortal cultivators were forced to seek refuge within the walls of the mortal empire. It could only be said that the defensive design of the mortal empire was the best to ever appear on the mortal plane. Not only were their universes arranged such that one could only access at most 2 others from a single point, each of them was incredibly difficult to navigate. By now, the Sicharo clan had harvested countless stars for their energy. As a result, a key tool of navigation was instantly wiped out. Most universes under the control of the mortal empire were filled with endless expanses of black, making it difficult to tell what was up and what was down. Never mind actually finding one's bearing and location. As though this alone wasn't enough, not only did the Sicharos concentrate all populations of people within a single arrangement of planets in each universe, creating a makeshift solar system of multiple habitable planets, but they were also surrounded and protected by formations of black holes that could slaughter higher existences as though they were children. The worst part about all of this for anyone attacking them from the outside was that if by some miracle they had the strength necessary to make it through this field of black holes, they would then find that the arrangement of planets had already long since been evacuated, making all of their work meaningless. Like this, despite the situation, the casualties within the mortal empire could be said to be negligible to the point of nearing zero. However, this still didn't mean that the situation was good. There were only so many universes and only so many points of evacuation left. Once the mortal empire's people ran out of places to run to, wouldn't they be finished? At that moment, a bloody figure descended toward Soul-Rend Planet. Her face was as delicate as an angel's, but ghastly wounds were spread all across her body. Despite this, her face was staunch and full of confidence. Her violet hair flowed with the wind, a queenly aura putting the hearts of the people at ease. If one got over their distraction toward her beauty, it was possible to see that there was something slung over her back. On second inspection, it was possible to see that this something was actually another young woman. Her state seemed several times worse than the violet-haired beauty who descended from the skies like a fairy. The violet-haired beauty sighed. Reckless little girl. What would this mother of yours do if something happened to you? Who else could this violet-haired beauty be if not Madeline? She saw little Aliuna as her own daughter, no differently than Luna or any of Diane's other wives. So, seeing her in such a state, how could she not be enraged? If it wasn't for the sake of getting the little girl to safety, she would have unleashed all her pent-up rage right then and there. Madeline looked up to see Eli rushing toward her. Compared to the past, Eli was many times more confident and strong. After realizing the true nature of his ability was comprehension of Daos, he was no longer a weakling under the control of others. The only thing he was dissatisfied with was that he had to stay on Sol Ren planet as the last line of defense while his wife and son were up on the front line. But it couldn't be helped. If he went to the front line, he would only be able to use 9th level Daos. However, here, he could even use 9th level laws thanks to the bridge to the ancient battlefield that Ri and Luna built together. Using Ri's void comprehension and Luna's control of energies, this bridge was created. As a result, Eli was able to tap into the laws of the ancient battlefield and thus produce even greater strength than he could normally. Please take care of her, Eli. I will be going now. Eli nodded, taking his niece in his arms. He could only shake his head when he saw her state. He couldn't even imagine what she had gone through. By the time Eli looked up, he found that Madeline had already disappeared, causing his expression to change. He only now registered that something seemed to be off about her. But when he wanted to ask, she was already gone. Madeline walked across the skies, a rage flickering in her pupils. She wasn't a person who liked violence and conflict. If it was up to her, she would spend her days tending to a garden and the children she one day wanted to have. She wanted to have family all around so that every day could be filled with happiness and joy. Yet, it felt like there was a new lurking danger around every corner. Every time it appeared, her husband would take it all on his shoulders and she rarely suffered any hardships at all. It seemed that before anything could even threaten her, her man would swoop in and destroy everything that did her harm. If she thought about it, when was the last time she suffered any sort of grievance? Wasn't that back when she was still a teenage girl and her master stole her away? Ever since Diane brought her back to his side, had she ever experienced something like that again? Thinking to this point, despite the rage in her eyes, Madeline couldn't help but smile like a blooming flower. Her husband had always protected her. Despite the dangers, it could be said that she had lived a comfortable life. This was the world of cultivation after all. How could there not be some troubles to speak of? But, before her man, many of these were negligible. Now, however, her man wasn't here. But, in her mind, he didn't need to be. Wait for your wife on the immortal plane, Madeline thought with a smile. This time, you'd better give me a few babies to hold. These matters of the mortal plane, whether it was the sapientia, the void beasts, or the entity, she would wipe them all away. Madeline's smile disappeared, replaced by a strong resolve that caused her white robes to flutter. Her picturesque figure glided through the air, a single step taking her forward several kilometers. In but a moment, she had appeared above the sapientia planet, looking down coldly as the faint crackles of violet flames lit and sparked around her body. In the skies, 3 corpses floated in the vastness of space, dwarfing even the planet they had fallen into the orbit of. It was no surprise that they were all void beasts, each of which had been slaughtered by little Aliuna. However, what Madeline felt wasn't pride in her daughter for doing such a thing. Rather, she was even more enraged. They sent 3 void beasts after a little girl while they continued to hide away in their little turtle shell? Bang! Madeline's aura alone pressed down on the planet so forcefully that the planet quaked. The sapientia within the barrier shook in fear. Even Aliuna hadn't caused their planet to quake and move like this. Even though it was obvious during Alana's battle that she had most definitely held back against them, it was also possible that Madeline was still holding back as well. At that moment, something completely unexpected happened. Emperor Sarah's sapientia, who had always seemed to be nonchalant about everything, suddenly stood and took a step forward. In the breadth of a single blink, he had vanished, appearing above the planet with his hands clasped behind his back. His golden robes fluttered in the air as he stood not even 10 meters from Madeline, his hands clasped behind his back and his face expressionless. "So you're finally here," he said indifferently, As the creation of the Sapientia clan, it's about time you take responsibility for your duties. No? Madeline's eyes narrowed. It shouldn't have been possible to know of her Sapientia origins, at least not via normal means. And, even more importantly, she had already burned this blood out from within her body. My name is Madeline Sacharo. How would you like to die? Madeline's response was equally as indifferent, but it made her stance incomparably clear. The dignity of the Sacharo clan wouldn't be trampled upon, and certainly not by the likes of this person. The Sapientia? They had never been her family, nor would they ever be. Just for these words alone, this man deserved death 1,000 times over. Madeline's indifference caused Emperor Cyrus Sapientia to raise an eyebrow. In the end, he shook his head as though he was observing a child who had disappointed him. Do you believe that by burning your Sapientia blood and destroying the ocular treasures you were given at birth that you've now broken free from us? You cannot fathom the strength of our Sapientia clan. Do you really believe that a legacy you gained from a mere half-transcendent could possibly change a thing? Madeline remained expressionless. She wasn't moved in the slightest by these words. Not was this person worthy of shaking her resolve. This was the reality. Madeline's Sapientia blood was burned away after coming into contact with the legacy left behind by Amethyst. But who was Amethyst compared to the behemoth that was the Sapientia? The difference between them was like water and mud or the sky and the earth. It was laughable to even try to draw a line of connection. In that case, how could these matters possibly have ended there? From the way Cyrus was speaking, not only had he been aware of what happened on that day, he simply couldn't be bothered to deal with it. In fact, he didn't even care to bring it up until this very moment. This was how dismissive he was of the measures Amethyst had taken. As for how Amethyst knew of these matters or was even aware that precautions should be taken against this golden-eyed clan, maybe Cyrus knew, or maybe he didn't. Either way, it didn't seem that the answer to this moved the needle for him one way or the other. Seeing Madeline's reaction, or lack thereof, Cyrus couldn't help but chuckle. Everything had always been within his grasp, and would always be within his grasp. He was a Sapientia, a true one. Nothing could shake him. The strongest weapon in the world was information. Those Sapientia who were watching on from the sidelines couldn't help but tense up. In all the time they had known this emperor, this was the very first time he had displayed anything close to what could be considered emotion. This is all a great joke. Just a group of tiny ants trying to kill an elephant. As he continued to laugh, his volume grew. By the end, his voice was booming. If all one could hear was his laughter, one would think that he had lost his mind. But, if you paired that with his calm face, the dichotomy was striking to the point of being confusing. I understand now, Cyrus said after regaining his calm. You are simply ignorant. You know nothing about your first life. Maybe if you did, you would understand why your stance now is so laughable. I wonder, if the angels knew that their holy goddess was now a member of my Sapientia clan, how many of their ancestors would crawl up from the graves? For the first time Madeline frowned. She didn't understand what this man was talking about at all. First life? Angels? Holy goddess? Wasn't the holy goddess the woman Liliana called her leader? Wasn't she a woman who had a one-sided love for Abraxas' first disciple? Of course, she recognized the name. After all, Diane never hid anything from her. As husband and wife, they had had too many conversations. It was to the point that sometimes they would remain silent and simply enjoy each other's company. When a relationship reached such a stage, what could they have not spoken about by this point? Despite her confusion, Madeline was an intelligent woman. There were many weird things she had already noticed about Diane's memory and intelligence lapses. She would have already mentioned them long before had it not been for Little Yong and Little Een telling her to avoid doing so. It only took her a moment to realize that maybe she really was the holy goddess Cyrus mentioned. And maybe Diane really was Abraxas' first disciple. In that case, many things made much more sense. But if all of this was true, what did it have to do with the angels? Why did Cyrus care if she was now a Sapientia? Wasn't that just a coincidence? Was it really something to laugh about? Who cared what blood flowed through her veins? As far as she was concerned, she was a Sacharo from now to death. I still have to commend the angels, though. They actually had a backup plan. But who would have known that the husband of their little treasure would ruin that second plan too? In fact, their second plan was so incompetent that he actually sided with the very people he was created to defeat, all because the woman he loved also happened to be a Sapientia. This is simply the result. This is the inevitability of it all. When you try to work against the world order, only failure awaits you. Was it worth it? Sacrificing your life for a man who went off and brought back 7 women for you to share him with? Was it worth it? Reincarnating all so that you could have Sapientia blood running through your veins? Was it worth it? Choosing a man who's the incarnation of everything you're fighting against. Cyrus had long since regained his calm. His face was once more expressionless. He spoke as though he was trying to direct a junior, teaching Madeline the way things should be and the way that they weren't. When working against the world order, only failure awaits for you. It was a simple line. It was even thrown in between countless other ramblings that should have shook her even more. Yet, somehow, these very words were like a stone thrown in the calm lake that was her heart. This one sentence brought everything together. The chaos path, wasn't this their exact goal? They saw that the natural order of the world was to tend toward chaos, so they embraced it wholeheartedly. This was their very goal, to bow at the feet of the inevitable. But this one sentence that, in all likelihood, was spoken by Cyrus without much care or thought, filled her with endless disgust. When Madeline settled on these thoughts, Cyrus seemed to catch this change. His expression flickered with a hint of frown before smoothing out once more as though nothing had happened. "Since this is the way you want to do things, it is fine by me," Cyrus said indifferently. "However, it won't be very long before you realize that there isn't any use in anything that you are doing. Very soon all of this will come to an end. I do not mind entertaining the famous holy goddess for her final moments. I feel sorry for you." This was only the second time Madeline had spoken. The words were just as short and succinct as they had been the first time, without the slightest change to her indifference. She had long since regained her calm. A flicker of rage passed by Cyrus' eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. In the end, it only seemed as though his eyes had narrowed for but a moment. His golden robes billowed beneath his slowly growing momentum. His back remained ramrod and his hands stayed clasped behind his back. "Your daughter, was it? Managed to kill 3 of them before she was saved by you. I wonder how many you'll be able to kill." As though his voice was a cue, the void cracked and shattered once more. However, this time it wasn't as simple as just 1 or 2 void beasts. A horde that could be counted in the dozens began to slowly make themselves known. Madeline's eyes narrowed, a billowing violet flame erupting from her body. Even with this scene before her, she didn't seem fazed in the slightest. "You've held up the skies for me all my life. Let this fall onto my shoulders." Madeline's aura continued to grow. Her hair lengthened, becoming a resplendent white along with her eyes and brows. In but a moment, she looked no different from a goddess, radiating purity and perfection. On one side, a swath of darkness approached, and on the other, a wall of white light fought against it all. A lone woman stood in the skies, her visage radiating beauty and confidence. At this moment, a familiar planet of blue and green faintly trembled. Within the catacombs, the very hand that had shocked Diane as a teen still hung loosely. The chains around its wrists hadn't moved in the last several hundred years, nor had it in the last several thousand. But at that moment, its massive hand twitched. At first, the moment was subtle and almost impalpable. But, over time, it became clear that the hand was slowly forming a fist. The instant the fingers were clasped to its palm, it was as though the world collapsed. Clang, clang, clang. The forearm of the entity clenched, shattering the chain into countless little pieces. The entity, after so many years of imprisonment, was free. The frontline battlefield of the mortal empire. A great war was ravaging the depths of space. Without the backdrop of stars, it felt as though they were all sinking into an endless darkness, the attacks traveling into the distance only to be swallowed up by the callous vastness of nature. On the vanguard there was a beautiful beast, Though her fur was covered in wounds and patches of blood, this fact still couldn't be denied. Her body was shapely and carried the slim flexibility and power of a fox. Her two tails whipped around wildly, one carrying harsh winds of ice and the other shattering and gathering up the void with impunity. It seemed that, with this beast acting as the head, the numerous void beasts on the opposing side suffered loss after loss, unable to maintain ultimate control over the void as they had become used to. Couldn't be helped. They were already heavily suppressed by the actions of the heavens, and now they had met an enemy that was the bane of their existence. If such void beasts had any emotions to speak of, it was obvious that they would be aggrieved. But, did they have such thoughts? Did they have thoughts at all? They were like mindless killing machines, only seeking to swallow everything up. They cared for nothing, wanted for nothing, felt nothing. These were the creatures the immortal plane had been fighting against for so long already. But now they had turned their attention toward the lower dregs of the mortal plane. The beautiful fox roared, a swirling beam of blue and black jetting out from her mouth and tearing a hole through another void beast. Her claw lashed out in quick succession, splitting another in half. This fox beauty wasn't alone by any stretch of the imagination. There were only a few hundred individuals taking part in this battle, but not a single one of them was weaker than the third facet overlord realm. On such a battlefield, anyone who was any weaker than this would only be sending themselves to the jaws of death. In such a situation, what choice did the mortal empire have? Cover me. A delicate voice rang out through the void. A golden-haired beauty stepped forward, a resplendent golden moon appearing above her in the skies. Shimmering golden beams fell from the moon like the rain of a sword array. As though purifying the lands, the sizzling and crackling of burnt meat filled the air as the void beasts were bombarded. In those moments, their already disgusting, nauseating scent became worse. A red beam of light shot from the eye of one of the void beasts, tearing through the air and toward this beauty. As though expecting this, reacted quickly, roaring once again. A cloud of void chi appeared, swallowing up the pillar of red and reflecting it back. The two women huffed and puffed, their stamina reaching their bitter ends. Even though these void beasts were heavily suppressed, what was the most difficult to suppress was the strength of a body. It was already great that the heavens didn't allow the void beasts to use void chi above the mortal realms. But their bodies were still ridiculously large and sturdy. Just doing some damage required them to go all out, or else even if they managed to cut their tough outer layer, it would be such a small, insignificant wound that nothing would happen. Luckily, even as they caught their breath, the two women were not alone on this battlefield. Two streaks of red tore through the air. One was red due to a pair of 6 wings glistening with a beautiful sheen, while the other was red due to being a blazing ball of fire. One woman was filled with an endless, blood-thirsty killing intent, while the other seemed to want to see the world burn. Neither of them held back in the slightest, their auras reaching a feverish peak. Amphrey's palm flipped, the golden bracelet that was always around her wrist blooming into a lyre she didn't hesitate to pluck the strings of. Sounds of murder and blood rained from the skies, forming crimson clouds above that rained down with a sticky, viscous liquid. A sonorous shout came from Clara, violent winds and flames surging up from her body and coating the clouds above. Suddenly, a rain that could only come from a bloody hell descended like flaming meteors, covering the battlefield in a maddening assault. The drowning roars of countless void beasts sounded, making it impossible to hear anything but the sounds of death. In the midst of a formation of mortal empire warriors, Luna stood like an immortal goddess, her robes fluttering seemingly in the absence of wind. Her petite figure seemed far larger than life at that moment, her momentum continuously building with each passing second. She raised her hands into the skies, sensing all the void chi around her. Though her face was stoic and without emotion, much like Diane's other women, raging tides couldn't help but send waves through her heart. This was already the last line of defense. The only remaining place these void beasts could charge into could be the mortal empire's capital universe. Of course, if it was there, they would be much stronger. Not only were their countermeasures the strongest in their capital, but they were stronger as well. Drawing upon the connection to the ancient battlefield, Both her and Eli could display the fighting prowess of immortals. If the void beasts really dared to come, they would be finished. But no matter how Luna thought about it, she knew that things couldn't be so simple. Where had these void beasts come from? Was this a natural phenomenon? Or had someone sent them? If it was the latter, where had this person come from? All Luna knew was that these damned beasts had actually dared to lay a hand on her daughter. To now, she hadn't known anything about what led to Alana's current injuries. So she wasn't aware that these beasts were summoned by the Sapientia, or else maybe she would be even more worried. All she knew now was that she wanted these damned beasts dead. Seal! After finally gathering up enough void chi, Luna acted, the billowing of her dress increasing several-fold. Everyone retreated in unison. They had long since gotten used to the tactic. Upon every battle along every line of defense, they would kill as many void beasts as they could. Once they reached their limits, they would hand it over to Luna, who would have spent the whole battle gathering up void chi. At that point, she would use the accumulated chi to form a seal that would keep them trapped for a few months. Then they would retreat to the next line of defense. This time was already the last time they could do this. But it wasn't the time to despair about such a thing. They could only be happy that they finally got some rest. Like this, maybe they could enjoy some of their last moments. The cage of void chi quickly formed. Despite having been subjected to this several times already, the void beasts were just mindless creatures. How could they come up with a countermeasure? Without suspense, they had been trapped once again. Luna breathed heavily. This one should last 3 months. Good job, Luna, Clara said with a somewhat bitter expression, floating down to her fellow sister-wife's side. Her hair still flickered with some flames that quickly tempered themselves down. Luna took a deep breath and forced a smile. Just a small measure. The atmosphere grew a bit solemn. They all knew that this was the last time they could use this tactic. The next time they would either win this war once and for all, or they would all die. Still no word from little sister Madeline? Jade asked somewhat apprehensively. Since all she received was a sigh, the answer became obvious. I hope she's okay, Ree said softly. None of them even spared a thought toward the possibility of Madeline deserting them. This was the kind of trust they had amongst each other. They were certain that the only thing that could stop Madeline from being here was a trial even beyond what they were experiencing now. All right, that's enough moping about, Jade said with a bright smile. Let's go and rest. Diane wouldn't like to see you all this way. The women smiled. Amongst them all, it could be said that Jade's personality was the most like Diane's. Though she didn't have his arrogance, she did have his wit and sense of humor. After so many years, she had finally gone back to her old self, so she had become an inseparable part of their group despite not being one of Diane's wives. At that moment, something completely out of their expectations happened. The skies collapsed. The expanse of black above quaked, shook, and finally broke, shattering into countless little shards of space and void chi. Oh no! Luna's eyes widened. She could immediately sense that her void prison had been affected. The countless shards of sharp chi whistled through the air, bombarding the cage to the point countless little holes appeared on its surface. Seeing this, Ree grit her teeth. Form up! Caught completely off guard, the warriors of the mortal empire were in complete disarray. Despair painted all over their faces. In the beginning of this war, they thought that it would only be a matter of time before their emperor appeared. But, as the years waned, they realized that something must have happened to him. If it wasn't for their empresses constantly taking the vanguard, making them too ashamed to run away alone and allow women to block their backs, maybe they would have already long since deserted and transcended to the immortal plane, escaping this fate. Of course, there were some of them who had done so in secret. Let alone a few hundred, under the resources Diane left behind, there should have been tens of thousands of three-facet overlords left behind protecting the mortal empire. Yet, weren't there only a few hundred of them now? They could only sigh. Since this had been their choice, they could only stay now. Wasn't it just death? Maybe if they were lucky, the cycle of reincarnation wouldn't be affected and they'd have another chance. They had all come to trust Luna's void cage, so none of them had taken any precautions. So, When they saw a swarm of tentacles ripping their way free and surging toward them, many of them could only turn pale. Jade had been the furthest forward, clearing the path for Clara and Amphrey's combined attack. And now she could only watch on helplessly as these limbs that carried the weight of the world sought to crush her in one blow. The scene itself was devastating. Each one was as large as a moon, crashing down with indomitable momentum. Jade smiled lightly before this scene. She had reawakened her memories a long while ago. She was well aware that she had caused Miss Everdene's death. Though she had been able to move past this, it was only as much as her wanting to repay the world as much as she could. She wanted to do as much good as possible and pass away with a clear conscience. Seeing these attacks descending toward her, she felt at peace. "Jade!" Numerous cries sounded out. Hearing them, Jade's heart felt warm. She had indeed lived well, having so many sisters who cared for her in her final moments. The only regret she had was being unable to see that man again. Though she felt unworthy of his love, just being by his side for a time would have been enough. If only she hadn't been so stubborn in the past. "You have a lot of nerve, trying to lay your hands on my wife." The voice was too sudden. It had an air of indifference and conceit, as though the words had been spoken carelessly. Yet, they managed to drown out the roars of the void beasts with absolute ease. A broad back appeared before Jade. She had no idea when it had gotten there or how it had gotten there. Yet, her eyes involuntarily watered when she saw it. A young man with one hand clasped behind his back and his other palm facing forward seemed to be the only line between the rampaging void beasts and their deaths. Those who didn't immediately recognize him still felt endless despair. Yet, the next scene stunned them all. The countless attacks, each as large as a moon, suddenly came to a grinding halt before they reached this young man's palm. In the next instant, they all burst into a rain of blood and flesh. The only one to react wasn't just Jade. The view of that back was simply too familiar to them all. It had been in their thoughts and dreams for too long. Plus, who else would enter a battlefield like this wearing nothing but that flimsy cloth, without even a defensive treasure to speak of? There was only one answer: their husband. Jade was so shocked that it took her several moments to realize what Diane had said. His wife. He takes me as one. Thinking to this point, her delicate features couldn't help but bloom as blood flowed to her soft cheeks. She lowered her head, not knowing what to say. All of her wit and cleverness seemed to disappear with the wind. She had most definitely not been this kind of person in the past. The Jade Diane initially met would have most definitely had a clever remark for what he just said already. But in the past years she had gone through too much. That combined with how indecisive Diane had been in the past when it came to relationships led to her current state. Clara, Amphrey and Luna stood frozen in place. They subtly pinched each other as though trying to make sure what they were seeing wasn't a dream. That voice, it was real. That back, it was real. This sight before them, it was real. Their eyes welled up with tears. With the exception of Amphrey, who still seemed capable of withholding her emotions, the others couldn't hold back, their thoughts and feelings of the last century spilling over in a flood. Diane could hardly turn back around and smile before a pile of soft bodies assaulted him from all sides. Caught off guard, he nearly lost his balance in the air, wishing he had more arms to hug them all. Jade stood off to the side, nervousness still coloring her features. After a moment, she realized that these four had indeed been behind her. Maybe when Diane said wives, he wasn't referring to her at all. When she had this thought, though her heart contained a faint trace of sadness, she still smiled warmly. She had wanted to see him again, and here he was. How could she not be happy? "Aren't you going to go?" Jade was startled by the voice that appeared to her side. It took her a second to realize that Amphrey was standing by her side. "Big sister Amphrey, you should go. If you're too stoic, little brother won't be happy." Even after all these years, Jade hadn't forgotten that she was older than Diane. She still remembered meeting him on Acacia Academy's roof and thinking to herself how fun it would be to tease her junior a bit. She had never expected that the young man she saw as a boy would be so clear-headed and witty even in her presence. Still, even if he was many times more powerful, she would still call him little brother. This small advantage, she wasn't willing to give it up. Amphrey smiled lightly toward these words, but with her personality, it still came off somewhat indifferent. I know him very well, Amphrey said lightly. When he said wives, he most definitely included you. Jade was stunned silent. What are you two mumbling about? You see your husband standing here after so long, yet you don't come to greet him? When did I gain this pair of heartless women? At this point, even Amphrey was stunned by the sudden voice. She looked up to find that Diane had somehow appeared before them, his grin wide. When did Jade become your wife? Are you trying to take advantage of a vulnerable woman? Clara glared at Diane. She had somehow already wiped her tears clean and regained her previous demeanor. In an instant, it was impossible to tell that she had been happy to see Diane. Toward these words, Diane's smile only widened. I guess I should show you guys something. Before the women could react, Diane's soul chi sprang free, enveloping the universe in the blink of an eye. At that moment, a flood of memories entered their minds. They looked toward empty space with a dazed expression, unable to grasp what it was they were seeing until the relay of memories finally came to an end, stopping at this very place. The 5 women looked toward Diane with a stunned expression. How is it? Your husband is pretty great. Huh? Even the immortal plane is my plaything. Look at you all actually thinking I'd be in any danger. Hearing these words, the women recovered and Clara was the first to act, sending a kick toward Diane that sent him flying. At this point, even Diane wanted to know what he did wrong. He really hadn't expected this kind of reaction. Most of his strength came from calling upon fundamental runes. Without them, he still had a mortal body, though this mortal body was no weaker than an immortal's. With Clara's strength as a 3-facet overlord, she too had strength comparable to an immortal, so Diane could only suffer in silence. When Diane looked back to complain, he could only be stunned again. Why are they all crying? Shouldn't this be a happy occasion? In the end, Diane sighed. He could understand how they were feeling. They probably felt that he had suffered a lot. But wasn't everything okay now? What was the point of crying about things that happened in the past? They should be celebrating. That kick was for forgetting big sister Madeline. Diane was speechless. He didn't forget her. She erased his memory. There was a difference. Forget it. How can I argue with my own women? I should be more magnanimous. Ree giggled toward these words, but Clara put her hands on her hips. You've become more of a chauvinist pig after regaining your memories. I think the little place called Earth we grew up on isn't half bad. You should take some of their teachings more seriously. I for one will make sure women across the immortal plane learn about feminism. Diane's lip twitched. Coughing lightly, he cleaned himself up a bit. I'm going to go and find my daughter. She'll treat me much better than this. When Diane said these words, he noticed that their faces became somewhat solemn, causing him to frown. What happened? Diane's playfulness vanished, a baleful aura enveloping the battlefield. The warriors of the mortal empire felt their knees grow weak. Luna sighed. She's bedridden right now and has been in a coma for several months now. Is that so? Diane's words were short, but anyone could tell they were laced with murderous intent. He looked around the battlefield. Seeing the pitiful number of 3-facet overlords here, a sinister smile coated his expression. Master! 3 young men bowed in unison when they saw Diane. Diane nodded faintly. Seeing their master's mood, the 3 young men looked at one another and didn't say anything more. They had, of course, regained their memories as well. But, even if they hadn't, they would still worship this master of theirs without reserve. All those who've defected from this army will be sentenced to death. Diane didn't say another word after this. He took a step and directly vanished before their eyes, his speed simply inconceivable. These people wanted to gain benefits from him, then escape when things became difficult while his daughter was protecting their backs. Wasn't that too good of a deal? Since they feared death so much, he would show them that it really was nothing much. Diane could already cross universes with ease even before he transcended. Now that he had, reaching Soul Rend planet was a thing that could only be described to be as easy as breathing. It was nothing more than the blink of an eye before Diane had appeared with the very room his daughter was lying in. Seeing her pale complexion and her bandaged wounds, it was difficult for him to not lash out and destroy everything. A familiar evil aura pervaded his heart as flames of black flickered within his eyes. "Dad! Dad, come back!" The words were as soft as the flap of a butterfly's wings, but Diane still heard it. They alone were enough to drop a bucket of cold water over his rage. A pain that could tear his heart apart pierced his chest, making him feel as though it was difficult to breathe for a moment. For his little girl, he couldn't allow such thoughts and emotions to rule him anymore. He had no intention of letting those who did this to his daughter go, but at the same time, falling into such depravity couldn't be allowed. Taking a deep breath, Diane's soul chi surged. In a moment, his golden arrays began to dance within the room, floating about like little fireflies. Soon, a lower god-grade pill manifested from thin air. Without hesitation, he allowed his daughter to eat it. Despite its size, it dissolved the moment it hit her lips, sliding down her throat without issue. Just what kind of effect would a god-grade pill have on a mortal? The answer was obvious. The only issue is that one didn't need to just consider Alana's body, but also needed to consider the kind of attacks she had been subject to. Void Chi was a supreme law that stood atop all of existence. Dispelling it wasn't an easy matter. In addition to this, despite being sealed by the heavens, the void beasts that had attacked his daughter were still immortals. Their quality of attacks was on another level. However, Diane didn't care. Before him, anything that sought to harm his daughter would crumble. He didn't care who or what it was. Since he had fed this pill to his daughter, the matter was already sealed. As expected, barely a moment later, little Alana's cheeks began to regain their color. Even though her wounds were bandaged closed with special star-grade materials, Diane could still tell that they were rapidly closing as well, dispelling all the dark void chi that had invaded her body and purifying her to a great extent. In fact, despite it being a healing pill, it was still of the god grade. Even with this being considered, Alana's strength was advancing by leaps and bounds. The truth of the matter was that ingesting a god-grade pill wasn't just about how great it was also related to whether or not one could take the energy fluctuations without imploding. Yet, Diane didn't seem to worry about this possibility at all, and the facts proved him right. Little Alana's eyes fluttered. Without even taking a pause, her chi surged, an all-out attack blasting toward the ceiling. It was clear she thought she was still on a battlefield. The moment she regained her consciousness, she subconsciously retaliated with all her might. Yet nothing happened. A full-force strike from a woman who could destroy a planet with the flick of finger looked no different from a speck of dust falling into the ocean. Let alone causing any destruction. The ceiling above her head didn't even have the slightest ripple. For a moment, Alana's expression became ghastly pale. Had she been crippled? That was the only explanation, right? Someone must have captured her and ruptured all her meridians. Was it that Sapientia Emperor bastard? But wait, that didn't make much sense either. Even if her meridians were destroyed, she was still an overlord in body. The air pressure from her strike alone would probably be able to destroy a planet as well. So what the hell was this ceiling made out of? Could it be that someone had drugged her as well? But she didn't feel drugged. Was there a way to cripple body cultivation as well? Why had she never heard of such a method? Little Alana's thoughts spun wildly and quickly, likely a habit she had gotten from her father. Instead of despairing, she immediately tried to understand her situation and find a potential solution to it. Only in this way would she be able to live up to her father's expectations and the expectations she had for herself. Little girl, aren't you going to greet your father? Little Aluna froze, not daring to turn her head. She recognized this voice immediately. She had heard it too often in her dreams and had thought about it too often even when she was awake. Cultivators like her didn't even need sleep, yet she purposely slept anyway, hoping to catch another glimpse of her father for a blissful few moments. In that moment, little Aluna understood what was happening. The reason for her lack of cultivation and strength. This must be an illusion. It was the only explanation. She shouldn't look over. If she saw her father now, she didn't know if she could extricate herself from the illusion safely. She missed him too much. It was simply impossible for her father to be here. Descending from the immortal plane to the mortal was a strict taboo the heavens defended vehemently against. Even though she knew the entity had broken this taboo, it had been a peak existence on the immortal plane for a long while. Even with how talented her father was, it would take millions of years for him to reach that point and come back to them. It hadn't even been a fraction of that time yet. Aluna steeled her heart. Don't look. Just attack. Just attack. Gritting her teeth, she launched a full-powered strike toward the voice, not holding back at all. She needed to get out of this illusion as quickly as possible. No matter how she thought about it, that was the only thing this world could be. How else could she have gone from feeling pain on every inch of her body to suddenly feeling better than she ever had in her life? However, she could have never expected for her hand formed into a blade to be stopped before her attack could even land. Her eyes were closed tightly, unwilling to look at the scene before her when she suddenly felt a light bop on her forehead. It felt as though someone had lightly smacked her head with a palm. Silly girl, is this how you treat your father? They say children are supposed to grow up and fly off on their own. But is there a need to kill me first? Alana's eyelashes trembled. Her eyes were still closed, but for a long while, she still didn't dare to open them. In the end, she couldn't hold back any longer. She slowly raised her eyelids, blinding lights flooding her vision. The first thing she saw was a broad chest. Even without raising her head anymore, tears flowed down her cheeks. She didn't need to see any more. Even if this was an illusion, she simply didn't care anymore, diving into Diane's arms and wailing like a little baby. Diane smiled and shook his head, wrapping his arms around his little girl. Look at you, you're already a few hundred years old. Yet you're still so spoiled. Little Aluna didn't answer, holding onto her father tighter and tighter as though she thought he might disappear again. Outside the room, Diane's wives had already made their way back. But after smiling amongst themselves, they decided not to interfere. Though they had regained their memories, the truth was that the first of Diane's wives, like Ree and Clara, knew the least about the others. After all, they had died long before the rest came into Diane's life. They had a lot to learn about one another and were eager to do so. However, there was too much danger right now, and there was still a very obvious elephant in the room. One of them, the one they all saw as their big sister now, was not here. Exchanging a single glance, they all knew what the other was thinking. A flash of determination crossed their ethereal visages. They wouldn't allow anything to stop them from truly bringing their family back together. After all this was over, there would be many years ahead for them to enjoy. It was then that everything suddenly changed. As though to affirm their thoughts, the world suddenly came to a grinding halt. It wasn't just the air that seemed to solidify, but their blood flowed slower, their thoughts lost momentum, and their knees felt weak. They all knew that it was a powerful enemy, but it was simply too silent. How could such an existence appear without a single sound? Diane's gaze narrowed. Patting his daughter's back one more time, he slowly walked out. In a moment, he appeared at the top of the palace steps, looking off into the distance. Sol Ren planet had fallen into complete darkness. It felt as though an eclipse had just appeared, but it only took a look into the sky to realize that this wasn't the case. It wasn't a moon overshadowing the sun. It was a massive body several times the size of a planet. It simply stood there silently, having appeared without a sound. Not even the wind shifted in this massive giant's presence. It was impossible to imagine how something so massive could move so silently. At that moment, the massive body began to shrink. It began slowly, but soon it became so rapid that in one instant, it was the size of several million kilometers, and in the next, it was a petite woman of not even 5 feet 10 inches. This woman was absolutely gorgeous, like a painting carved of the moonlight. She was completely naked, but Diane could tell that with this woman's pride. He was the only one who could see this scene. Even his wives who had followed behind him could likely only see a sheet of white. Maybe even her appearance was obscured to them. This woman had always been like this. The only two people she respected was their master and him. No one else was worth her regard. Her figure was absolutely tantalizing. Two massive mounds of flesh adorned her chest, dropping with just the right amount of elasticity. Her hips were wide and gave one the urge to grip them firmly in one's grasp, never letting her go. Her legs were long and slender, reflecting the sunlight as though her body itself was carved of gems. Long, flowing black hair reached past even her delicate feet, gently waving in the air like the vibrating strings of a hypnotic harp. Her golden eyes shone like two moons, revealing an enchanting, mischievous glint. There was clear excitement in her gaze as she looked toward Diane. In fact, the excitement was no less than the feeling Diane's daughter or wives had had upon seeing him for the first time in such a long time. First brother. The delicate call of the woman warmed the hearts of all who heard her. Even the women behind Diane who had initially had hostile intentions couldn't help but soften their stances. However, Diane's voice was cold and detached, without a hint of emotion. He greeted the woman's warmth with nothing but callousness. Aritzia. Diane looked up into the skies, calmly staring at the naked Aritzia. Since he had already recovered his memories, how could he possibly be surprised by this turn of events? He had obviously known at that very moment that Aritzia had always been his junior sister. As for how he had met her in his 109th lifetime, he didn't care, quite frankly. For a person with his junior sister's means, the number of methods she could have used simply numbered too many. Simply put, if even the Dragon King who was among the lowest rung of the immortal plane could leave a soul behind to play around with, how could his junior sister not do so? However, this still answered one of his long-standing questions. In his first life, he had never known that his junior was a sapientia. She had never had a last name, nor had she had any hallmarks of being a sapientia. But, knowing the characteristics of this family, this hardly mattered. The sapientia were a people known for accumulating talents, regardless of their background. One had to remember that when he met Aritzia in his 109th life, she placed him on her candidate list for potential husbands. This wasn't a practice that just the mortal plane sapientia had. Whether Aritzia had always been a sapientia, or if she joined at a later date, it didn't matter. All that mattered was that she was with them now. Dad, who is she? Diane's gaze narrowed. She's my master's second disciple. Little Alana's eyes widened. None of this made any sense to her. Wasn't her dad's master the 25th White Mother? How had she gotten an immortal as a disciple and a second disciple at that? There was too much she didn't understand. Diane turned toward his daughter and smiled. Don't worry, I'll explain all of these things to you another time. But for now, your father has some things to deal with. Now that his wives had awakened their memories, Diane was confident in their ability to resist even if a new army of void beasts came. With them suppressed by the heavens, there was no way that women who once rocked the immortal plane wouldn't be capable of protecting themselves. He could leave his daughter in their care. I'll be back, Diane said faintly, not turning back. He could sense several fiery gazes landing on his back, their meaning and emotions clear. However, even with this being the case, he still didn't turn back to see any of them. The next time he laid eyes on them, he would never leave their side again. This is what he swore silently to himself. He didn't form the feeling into words, nor did it even form a thought in his mind. It was vague and subconscious, yet it burned with a will that seemed to drown everything. Come back safely, Ree said with a soft voice, speaking out the words they all wanted to say. Diane didn't even nod as he took a step forward, appearing tens of kilometers away in a flash. Was there a need for such affirmations? He was Diane Sicharo. In his life, there had never been anything other than victory, and today wouldn't be the day that changed. Diane crossed by his junior sister's side. Their cheeks faced one another, but neither sent their gazes to meet. They stood there silently for a moment, one looking forward and the other looking backward. At least, that's what it seemed from the other's perspective. In both of their minds, though, they were the ones looking straight ahead, piercing forward toward the path of enlightenment. I've always said that I was the only woman worthy of you, first brother. I have to say, Seeing you suddenly have so many by your side makes this little sister of yours feel very uncomfortable. Aritzia spoke faintly. The genuine happiness she had felt after seeing Dian faded. Initially, when she had seen Dian, he had been her whole world. But Alana's voice had shattered that illusion. After that, she not only saw his daughter, but also the group of women who followed behind him. She scanned each of them one by one, but they met her gaze with indifferent expressions of her own. Their loftiness filled her with anger. They may have been powerful women of the immortal plane, but what were they worth before her? None of them could match her in talent, strength, or beauty. What right did they have to be chosen by her first brother? If they were better, if her first brother had chosen with more care and attention, they wouldn't have all died, leaving him behind with more and more pain each time. Wasn't she still here? Couldn't she have been by his side all this time? Why did he have to continuously reject her? Our thoughts and values do not align. Dian responded simply. Aritzia trembled slightly. She had heard these words before, but it had been too long since the last time. With so many years having passed, their sting was still the same. Don't you like your arrogance? Your victories? Lording over others with your superiority acting as your sovereignty? I wonder, first brother, if I pummel your pride into the dirt, will you accept me? Then, Dian tilted his head back and belted out a laughter that made soul-rend planet tremble. In this life, the last or the next, there will never be anything that can trample Dian Sacharo, beneath their feet. Come, let this senior brother broaden your horizons. Dian's thunderous voice resonated with the universe, causing chi across the lands to sing. It was as though the world itself recognized his words as the truth. He shot into the distance, seemingly not worried that Aritzia would attack his wives and daughter in his absence. Aritzia stood silently for a moment, scanning through to Clara, past Amphory, Luna, and sweeping past Jade to land on Aliuna. Each and every one of them looked back toward her with a calm and tranquil expression. She seared each one of their visages into her mind before turning and disappearing as well. Madeline's white dress fluttered in the wind. Chi of white, gold, and violet swirled around her body as she furiously attacked. Despite the wounds on her body, her face was blooming with a gorgeous smile that made one's heart palpitate. She was simply too beautiful. The way her delicate palms struck forward, the way she elegantly glided across the air, the way heavenly lights seemed to follow her every movement. She was simply carved of perfection. Corpses of void beasts fell around her. Some were the product of her own hand, but at this moment, she was continuously forcing Emperor Sairus into a corner. Her attacks alternated in a wild fury. Sometimes she would flip her palm, causing a delicately embroidered fan to appear and release a devastating scythe of chi. At other times she would smash her palm into her opponent's body, shattering whatever semblance of defense they held. However, none was more devastating than when she spread her arms into the skies, causing chi from all areas to surge toward her. Somehow, even compared to Luna, her abilities seemed to be a step beyond, as though she was the true child of the heavens. Sairus' expression had long since become solemn. He looked around with a narrowed gaze, fighting off Madeline's assault with all he had. He had just been sitting back leisurely, watching Madeline have to pull out all the strength she had to take down a few void beasts. But, in the next moment, a massive army had appeared, causing him to have no choice but to stop holding back. At this point, let alone the dozens of void beasts that had been attacking Madeline, there were now tens of thousands in the skies fighting this army, but it was practically a one-sided slaughter. A golden abacus appeared above his head as he faced Madeline once more, but he couldn't react before a small palm had already smashed against his chest, causing him to slam into the protective barrier of planet Sapientia. Both Madeline and he coughed up a mouthful of blood at the same time. Even in that moment, he had still managed to counterattack, replying to Madeline Palm with a kick to her torso. He wiped the blood from his lip, a savage glint flickering in his eye before he recovered his calm. Even if by some miracle you managed to defeat me, do you think all of this would come to an end just like that? Sayra's lip curled into a slight sneer. Are you smiling because you think you actually have a chance at victory? Madeline didn't respond to this immediately, her bright smile not fading. How could she not tell something so simple? These void beasts were obviously under the control of the Sapientia, but to now, the only actual Sapientia fighting was the man before her. She didn't believe that this was really the only man the Sapientia had. No, I'm smiling because my husband is back. Madeline, who was in a good mood, was seemingly also much more talkative. And he told me to kick your ass. In her mind, since her husband was back now, their victory was guaranteed. Her aura continued to surge, her injuries rapidly healing. Such a thing made Sayris grow more serious. The only reason he had been able to fight on par with this woman was because the void beasts had already severely wounded her. But now, he could hardly react before his pupils constricted. He looked toward his left, only to find a blood wound where his left arm had been. He could only watch as his limb flipped in the air as though it was a frisbee. So I'll ask you again, how do you want to die? Madeline was so bright, radiating blinding white lights, that Sayris had to squint just to look at her. How was this even the same woman? How had she suddenly gotten so much more powerful? How could he know that not only had Diane contacted her, but he had also allowed his wife to retrieve her repressed memories? Compared to the fighter she had been just a moment ago, she was too many levels beyond. Sayris couldn't even react before a searing pain shot through his chest. This time, when he looked down, he found that there was nothing below his neck remaining of his body. His eyes dimmed. Even in his last moments, he couldn't believe he had died like this. My death doesn't matter. The last trace of light in his gaze was filled with fanaticism. When Lord grasps the beginning, it will all be over. Diane stood in the air, his hands clasped behind his back as he looked toward his junior sister with an indifferent expression. Aritzia looked back toward him with a smile. Am I very beautiful, first brother? Diane nodded indifferently. Quite. More beautiful than your wives? Diane shrugged. They're still mortals, it can't be helped. Aritzia didn't seem to hear the tone of indifference in Diane's voice. What she heard seemed to make her the happiest woman in the world. It seemed that if it wasn't for the situation, she would take the first opportunity to pounce on him. That said, Diane's lip curled. You're still lacking in comparison to my little girl. Pooh! Aritzia giggled lightly. A father's love truly knows no bounds. A moment of silence took hold of their battlefield once more. It could be said that despite the fact they had to battle, Aritzia was still feeling complicated. The entire reason she came to the mortal plane in the first place was so that she could get revenge for her first brother. She thought that it was due to his will to save these damned mortals that he had lost his life. In her mind, there was no distinction between Diane's wives and these mortals. Because they were too weak, they died and left her first brother alone to wallow in grief. Again and again they caused her first brother to feel pain. How could she accept such a thing? Every time she watched them grow old, the disdain in her heart grew thicker. If her first brother had taken her as his wife, would he have ever suffered like this? Only she could stand at the top of the world with him. But, even when she wasn't shy with her emotions, her first brother had never chosen her. First brother, I know why you've never chosen me to be your woman. Oh? Do you understand the meaning of the words I spoke? Our thoughts and values do not align. He had said these words to her more than once. But, did she truly understand what they mean? You like women you have to protect. Fuels your ego. So of course you would always choose weak women. Aritzia said. Weak, huh? Despite it seeming like his tone of indifference hadn't changed, Aritzia felt that she had been thrown into an icy hell. There was a well-concealed threat in the words of her first brother, as though telling her not to cross a line that she shouldn't. It was simple 2 words, but she felt her knees grow weak, her chest involuntarily heaving, causing ripples to travel across her exposed, ample chest. Since this will be our last moments together, I will explain it to you. Diane retracted his subtle aura. The issue between you and I is that I was never the most important thing in your life. I've never touched you because whether I did or not would never matter to you. As such, it was beneath me to do so. Aritzia's gaze turned cold. Unlike the elven ancestor Isabel, no man had ever touched her. She was as pure and pure could be. Yet, her first brother actually spoke as though she was a cheap whore who didn't care for her face. After so many years of protecting herself for this man, he actually dared to say such things to her face? You think I've let someone else touch me? Has your soul really grown so weak? Aritzia's words were low and laced with murderous intent. You still don't understand. There's a very nice girl I met in my 109th life. Her name is Ava. I met Madeline soon after meeting her, so she never took up a large part of my heart. However, I still had some kind sentiments toward the girl. She reminds me a lot of you. She has the same straightforwardness, the same boldness, the same pride. In my absence, she was defiled by a man. However, had she ever expressed willingness to be my woman, I would have still accepted her without hesitation. Do you know what the difference between you and her is? Why is it that you're so similar yet still so different? The more Diane spoke, the darker Aritzia's expression grew. Unlike others, her eyes really could kill. It felt as though hot coals were raking across his body. Yet Diane continued at an unhurried pace. If I had persisted in rejecting her for trillions of years like I've done with you, she wouldn't have lived so long. Bang! Aritzia felt as though a thunderbolt had struck her mind. Her vision spun and she even stumbled back a step, her chest heaving with an uncontrolled pain. It felt as though her inner organs were spinning and turning, making her complexion somewhat pale and green. How could she not know what Diane was referring to? Her Tao heart. If it really had such a large flaw, how could she have lived for so long? If she really loved Diane as much as she said she did, it would be impossible for her to continue on every day without issues like this. There were two things that decided the strength of one's Tao heart. The first was how close one's martial path was to what masters called the quintessence. The second was more complex and wide-ranging. It encompassed one's state of mind, how calm they were in cultivating, how strong their resolve was. The less heart demons one had to deal with, the stronger one's Tao heart would be. Just how devastated would a man or woman who couldn't receive reciprocation from a person they loved be? If Aritzia really loved Diane as much as she said she did, it was simply impossible for her to have lived so long. Aritzia recovered her steps and suddenly began to laugh. It wasn't a laugh of madness. She instead seemed to find this genuinely funny. So is that the kind of man you are? You go around collecting women who see you as their whole world. But it seems that you don't care for them as much as you say you do either, or else you wouldn't have lived so long either. Diane shook his head. The reason I still live is exactly due to the resolve I have for my loved ones. I refuse to let the heavens put me into a grave while there's still them to fight for. Not the heavens. Not you. Not the Sapientia. None of you can stop my steps forward. Aritzia sneered. And how do you know that I haven't been holding on in hopes that you would one day change your mind and accept me? How do you know that that's not my resolve? Do you believe that? Diane replied simply, his indifference remaining. Aritzia clenched her jaw, her murderous aura growing. This is the difference between you and I. Standing atop the world for me isn't for myself. It's for those by my side. However, whenever you speak of being with me, you never mention why it is you love me. All you ever speak about is how the women by my side are less beautiful, less powerful, less worthy. Being with me for you has never been about me. It's always been about you. It's not that you think that you're the only woman worthy of me. It's that you think that I'm the only man worthy of you. Hearing this, Aritzia's gaze turned dim, losing its light. Diane's palm flipped over. A scythe with a 3-meter-long palm arm and an even longer curved blade appeared in his right hand. On the left, a chain wrapped around his arm, flickering with beautiful rainbow flames as a land of blackish gray appeared beneath his feet. Aritzia was the first true empath in all of history. Yet, Diane's words still shocked her to no end. It seemed that she was so very used to seeing through the thoughts of others, so used to it that she had completely forgotten about her own internal reflection. What was it that she wanted? She wanted to stand at the top of the world. There was nothing else that was as important to her. She wouldn't rest until she could grasp the world in the palm of her hands. Even to her incarnation, power was still more important. Because of it, she even attacked Dian to the point of wanting to kill him. Before, she hadn't thought much about it. She had simply thought that since the avatar she let out to have a bit of fun didn't know that Dian was her first brother, it didn't matter so much. But she had never expected for those moments to tell her so much about herself. Suddenly, Aritzia seemed to comprehend something. In that moment, her aura surged, becoming several times more powerful as though she had grasped something incomparably profound. Her gains could even be compared to the time she spent locked away on Earth, faintly shocking even herself. At that moment, her dull eyes regained her color. "Thank you, first brother. I really do love you. But I will still kill you today for the sake of my ambitions and my Sapientia family. Unfortunately, you're in the way." With a wave of her hand, her naked body was covered in a blazing red-gold armor. Her black hair fluttered wildly, almost spreading out like wings to her back. "Since I've come to this conclusion, there's no reason for me to hold back any longer. I hope you are right that your wives aren't weak. Or else, they won't live past the end of the day." As though receiving a cue, the entire mortal plane trembled on the verge of collapse. From all directions, an army of gold surged in, riding chariots pulled by unicorns with lustrous golden coats. Dian and Aritzia gazed at each expressionlessly for a long while. Then, they disappeared as one, their first exchange completely destroying the universe they stood in. Dian's scythe weaved in and out of attacking and defensive positions as though a rotating blade. It twirled around his palms and wrists with a flexibility that exceeded its rigid body. Compared to his 109th lifetime, his skill was on a complete other level. Even despite never having used a scythe in his life before this, his foundation in wielding weapons was beyond what anyone could imagine. How many times had he discarded a weapon he had reached the top with, only to choose another and build himself back up once again? He tread along the path of the sword, the saber, the spear, the rod, the bow, the knife, the axe. He had touched upon the profundities of so many that he was an enigmatic existence no matter which was being spoken about. Tapping into this knowledge, his pace of progress with the scythe was blinding. Above him, the soul tome floated, wafting out with beautiful pleasing yellow lights every so often. We'll call this disguised gale. Call this one hidden depths. And this one, name it last call. Every time Dian's indifferent voice fell, the movement of his scythe would change that another glow would light the tome as it flipped to a new page. First his scythe seemed to blend into the air, leaving a faint trail of gray fog in its wake. Even with it flickering before Aretizia's eyes, she found it hard to grasp. Despite this, her palm struck out, calmly deflecting it. But with each parry, the pressure mounted on her. It felt like Dian was growing more skilled with each passing moment, slowly increasing the gravity around her until her knees grew weak. But just when it seemed that she would be forced into a corner, the atmosphere changed once again. This time, the movement of Dian's scythe became ethereal. No, that wasn't how it should be described. It was very real. It was right before her eyes and carried a mystery so simple that it felt as though she could reach out and touch it. Yet, whenever she tried, it would pull back just that little bit more, causing her to have to reach further and further, only to never touch upon the goal she was looking for in the first place. The blade of the scythe no longer hid in the shadows. Aritzia's palm continued to descend, but every time she blocked a strike, her arm would shudder. Toward this, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but tremble slightly. She was certain that her strength was still beyond Dian's. Not only was it still beyond, she felt that it was by an unimaginable margin. She couldn't for the life of her understand why it was that despite their apparent gap, their collisions seemed unable to decide a winner or a loser. The pressure continued to mount. As though following a pattern, strikes that had been easy to parry in the beginning became more and more enigmatic. After several exchanges that lasted no more than a couple breaths of time, Aritzia finally understood. Every time Dian sent an attack forward, she would subconsciously react with what she felt was the perfect amount of strength. However, somehow, that strength would always fall short by a small margin, causing her to be on the losing end. Once again, Just when she was about to be forced into a corner, Dian's movements suddenly changed. This time, his attack frequency slowed to a crawl. Despite the speed of the attack remaining the same, it was as though Dian had suddenly decided to pour his everything into single strikes instead of trying to send out combinations. His style had suddenly become eerily reminiscent of someone using a weapon far too heavy for them. Yet, with this heaviness came an inescapable, suffocating experience. It felt as though the world itself was collapsing atop her head, drowning her out. Despite her frequency of attack not dropping the way Dian's had, she could somehow only attack when Dian attacked. If she didn't take the same amount of time to prepare her next strike as Dian did, she could tell that she would be blown away without suspense. Ha! Artzia couldn't stop her own laughter. Even though she wasn't injured in the slightest, she felt a deep sense of respect, the kind that burrowed deep into her soul. Dian continued to name off techniques. Each time, his style would change again, applying a cycle of pressure onto Aritzia. How could she not understand what was happening by now? Her first brother was actually creating new techniques as he fought, filling the pages of the Soul Tome with an all-new doctrine. Maybe if he survived today, the 9 ancient weapons would gain a 10th companion. Yet he had forged this path all on his own and seemingly without much effort. Realizing this, let alone despair, Aritzia didn't even frown. Her eyes glittered with the same battle intent Dian's own gained when he stepped on the battlefield. Her ample chest swelled as she straightened her back like a mighty warrior. My first brother indeed. In that case, I will no longer hold back. In truth, though Aritzia very much respected her first brother, the fact of the matter was that he had reincarnated. He didn't have his former strength. However, she decided to battle him because while she was currently being suppressed by the heavens, he was not. Like this, she felt it was fair. But, even then, she still subconsciously held back some of her strength. Maybe in some ways, she didn't want to see the undefeatable legend that was her first brother come crashing down here at her hands despite the words she had spoken previously. Her previous thoughts were not frivolous. She really had come to the mortal plane to exact revenge for her first brother. Even if she would kill him today, the place he held in her heart was not small. But now she had no reservations. If she continued to hold back instead of protecting the legend that was her first brother, she would be tarnishing him instead. In that case, bang! An overwhelming pressure shot from her body. Golden chi wiggled around her body as though the tendrils of a fiery sun. The battle between 2 peak immortal gods could rage on for months, years, decades, even. However, when one reaches a certain point in strength, maybe only several moments are necessary to decide a victor. Unfortunately, Dian no longer had that level of strength. And his junior sister, even after awakening to her true strength, was still inferior to his true peak. A truth she seemed to still be oblivious to. Deciding this battle in a short time for them was an impossibility. Infinite palm. Aritzia's delicate voice entered Dian's ears, a single dainty palm pushing slowly through the air. However, this singular palm carried the same momentum as Dian's recently created last call. It felt as though it carried the pressure of a world. Dian's fighting intent blazed as well. He swung his scythe forward in a simple strike that combined everything of his recently created techniques. Bang! Their first collision was slow beyond compare. It felt as though they were each struggling against the pressure of the other's strike, walking through a wall of wind to reach their destination. Their steps couldn't be paused, the light in their gazes only growing more and more furious with each passing moment. The instant a small palm met the blade of a scythe, it was as though all the sound in the world had been sucked into a single point, unable to escape the singularity and painting the illusion that not a single thing had happened. Then it began. Their slow strikes suddenly accelerated. To one side, there was a blazing sun. Only every so often would one catch the profundity of a palm that seemed to slow one's concept of time, leaving one completely engrossed in its mysteries. On the other, there was an abyss of darkness. From within it, a rainbow chain and scythe would occasionally snake outward, meeting the profundities of the palms with an overwhelming simplicity. It almost felt like watching a toddler practice their first set of martial techniques, putting all their effort forward and just barely coming to a point of being able to imitate their seniors. Yet, these simple strikes seemed to carry the weight of the world. However, as time went on, it really did seem like it was impossible to meet simplicity with complexity. The palms were simply too overwhelming. It was impossible to tell when their exchange of strikes seemed to always take center stage, but a world had long since appeared around them. When one looked at this world, it seemed obvious why one would avoid looking at it. Even a simple glance toward an ordinary flower would leave one with a splitting headache, as though their souls had been drained in that very moment. It felt as though too much information was coming all at once without any reprieve. How could one even battle in such an environment? Battles required calm calculation, thinking tens of steps ahead when your opponent might not even be able to touch a single step. But, in such a world, let alone doing so, it felt like it was impossible to even stay in the moment. This was none other than Aritsia's origin source. Unlike the other ancestors, she seemed to ignore Diane's suppression of her completely, summoning it as she pleased. However, it also seemed that she hadn't followed Diane's advice at all. When Diane still had his memories sealed, he had seen this world once before. His immediate reaction was that it was far too complex. He felt that an origin source shouldn't be like this. Yet, instead of making it more simple, it seemed that after her breakthrough, Aritzia had made it even more complex. If the Diane of back then stepped into this world, he wouldn't even be able to glance around before directly falling into a coma. It was as though she was speaking via her own actions. She would follow a different path than Diane. Diane chose friends and family. She chose power. Diane chose balance and harmony. She chose chaos. Diane chose the ultimate simplicity. Well, she chose the pinnacle of complexity. The effect on Diane was not small. He felt that his soul, his greatest strength, was greatly slowed. It felt that sweeping his divine sense over this world drained his mental energy away at a speed that was impossible to accept. It was practically the perfect counter to him. This was the true reason he was suddenly slowly approaching the losing end of the battle. His soul seemed sluggish and tired, making it more and more difficult to create new techniques to integrate into his one-above-all doctrine. If another person had been in this situation, maybe they would start to doubt themselves. But, for Diane, the excitement in his eye only grew. Even as bloody wounds opened across his body and crimson fell from his lips, the light in his eyes didn't fade for even a moment. It had been too long since he met someone with a comprehension of the Tao on his level. Even if there were those who were stronger than him in the past, it was only so. Diane still felt it was no issue to defeat them simply because he was always confident in his way of doing things. Who could say that his junior sister's path wasn't better than his own? The martial way tended to go through cycles of complexity and simplicity. Who knew if Aritsia's complexity wasn't the next cycle after his own simplicity? If another had this thought, maybe they would try to find a way forward immediately. But Diane didn't spare a thought toward this for even a single moment. Diane's way of simplicity wasn't as meaningless as following the path the martial way led him by. He didn't like others controlling him. Least of all this truth, everyone else seemed to follow. The reason he followed this path wasn't so complex. The reason he took the complex and boiled it down to the simple was because this was how he viewed the world. To him, nothing was complex. Nothing was worth his furrowed brow. Nothing was worth his effort. A pinnacle martial art? Become simple for me. Origin grade technique? Become simple for me. The truth? Become simple for me. Nothing was worthy of blocking his path. Nothing was worthy of pausing his steps. Nothing was worthy of staining his heart. Not even this junior sister of his. Complex origin source? Become simple for me. A roar left Diane's lips as he stomped down hard on the grayish-black lands beneath his feet. Quintessence. A faint whisper caused Diane's subconscious to tremble. The last time he had heard this whisper, he had just undone his first seal. Back then, he had almost taken the entire universe with him. He had lost his mind to the flames of chaos. It came to the point where the only things he could do to regain a faint trace of normality was to speak with his junior sister, a woman he still called the entity back then. Soul quintessence. Compared to back then, the whispers were far louder. Just what was the soul exactly? One would think that it was the center of all life, but if that was the case, wouldn't Diane's mortal world have come to an end a long time ago? Why was it that they could survive with all their souls sealed away? It was clear that the soul was beyond something so simple. The soul was ultimately a bridge. Most thought it was a bridge to the heavens. It was it that allowed one to see through the Tao, to begin to comprehend the nature of things, starting from mere wills and rising up to the point one could form laws and eventual origin sources. However, Diane had lived for a very long time. He had seen too many things, comprehended and grasped too many things. He had long since come to the conclusion that this bridge wasn't as simple as a path to the heavens. It was only convenient to call it the heavens. That thing that Diane hated and despised so much. Putting a name and face on it made it so simple. He needed something to be mad at, so he turned his hatred toward the heavens. But the truth was that the heavens was just an instinctual creature. It had no thoughts and emotions of its own. Its only goal was to evolve the creatures and humans under its care to reach the peak of the world. As for the reason why, who knows? This was why Diane was so enraged when he battled death. Seeing the thing he hated so much walk around like a clown, not even having a mind of its own, lit a burning fire within his heart. However, weren't the heavens the same? It was quite ironic. Maybe had he met death in his first life instead of his 109th, it would have taken Diane much less time to reach the peak. No, maybe things weren't so simple as this. He had in fact met death before. How else would conquest, war, and famine be so afraid of him? The issue wasn't that he hadn't met death, but rather that, at the time he did, he hadn't taken death as seriously as the 109th version of himself had. What was important was not only meeting death, but also putting death on a pedestal. Only then would he realize just how much of a joke it all was. So what was the soul a bridge to? The ultimate conclusion Diane came to was a chance. It was exactly that, a chance. A chance to grasp something higher, to see a taller peak, to see the world as one should. Soul quintessence. The gray land beneath Diane's feet increased in size by a fold. Golden rings lit in his eyes, a halo appearing above his head. This was the difference between him and the Sapientia. They felt that there was something waiting for them at the top, that there was a lofty throne they needed to snatch away. They felt they just needed to follow a plan laid out before them. Since the world was tending toward chaos, they too should tend toward chaos. Only by following the path set by the heavens could they sit on that throne. This was why they rejected the status quo. Since the heavens didn't want to maintain the balance, what was the point? Aritzia thought this way too. Didn't she? She wanted to sit atop the world. This was the goal she strove for. But this was never Diane's goal. In Diane's mind, nothing was worthy of being ahead of him. This was true. However, he didn't strive for a throne prepared for him by someone else. He strove for something far greater than that. He saw a chance. Aritzia saw an opportunity to grasp. It almost seemed like the same thing. This was where the concept of all Daos leading to the same road originated from. Yet, it was the subtle nuances that made all the difference. He found it all to be quite funny. All of these people were striving after something the heavens had prepared for them, following a path that the heavens had laid out. Yet this entity they worshipped so much didn't even exist in the way they thought it did. Bring out everything you have, Aritzia, or else I will cut you down now. Aritzia could hardly fathom what she was hearing. On one side, there was her who seemed refreshed as though she had just finished grooming herself. Yet, across from her there was her first brother, beaten to the point he seemed he might collapse at any moment. Blood flowed from his body. Bones stuck out at awkward angles. Layers of skin were peeled off. It all left a grotesque sight, one eerily reminiscent of a rotting corpse. Yet, in the tide of crimson, two blazing orbs of light stood. They were none other than Diane's eyes, shimmering with unwavering confidence. How could he lose here? His junior sister had a goal to achieve, but he had no goal. His sights were beyond a mere goal, so unfathomable they couldn't be explained by a word so simple. Soul quintessence. It seemed as though he didn't feel the pain racking his body at all. His scythe spun in one hand, his chain spinning in another. as though a guardian deity protecting the last line of defense the world had. He stood with his back straight. 6 months earlier, the momentum of the chariots ravaged the mortal plane. It was unknown where these warriors clad in gold came from, but their momentum was stifling. It felt as though they wouldn't rest until the world came down with them, collapsing for all to bear witness to their might. Lady Nameless, please retreat. Godfrey, ancestor the angels, called out to Madeline. He had just seen her take toward Emperor Cyrus, but he had yet to regain any sense of calm. The more of these void beasts he took down, the more the apprehension in his heart grew. As the ancestor of the angels, he was in an even better position to tell the gravity of the situation in comparison to others. He knew that an enemy his clan had been preparing for over such a long period of time couldn't possibly be dealt with so easily. Madeline looked back from the corpse before her. Compared to before when she was confused about who all of these people were, after regaining her memories, it was no longer a problem for her. She nodded faintly, her every movement carrying an air of nobility. Follow me. We will retreat to Sol Rend planet. The immortals felt uncomfortable listening to the orders of a mortal, but at the same time, they felt as though Madeline's words were unquestionable. For a moment, it felt as though the nameless immortal god was standing before them. No, it couldn't be accurately described in such a way. It could only be said that her majesty carried no less profundity. It was at the moment that the mortal plane suddenly began to tremble and trillions of chariots blotted out the skies. The immortals who followed Diane here paled. Their strength alone was great, but, after coming to the mortal plane, their power was greatly suppressed. They could easily tell that every single one of the warriors charging toward them now was an immortal god. Even though they were also suppressed, judging by what was happening now, the mortal plane was about to collapse. If the mortal plane collapsed, they were finished. It was as though the matters of the previous timeline were playing out once again. Back then, the mortal plane had collapsed as well, taking with it the suppressive effects the heavens had on them as immortals. This sounded like a good thing, except when you consider the fact all of their enemies were immortals as well. Instead of being of help, this just forced them to their graves faster. It was simply too difficult to fathom. Even the entire immortal plane only had a fraction of a fraction the amount of immortal gods in the sky right now. Was this the true strength of the Sapientia? Madeline looked off into the distance with a calm gaze. It's nothing to worry about, she said faintly. Wang, Wang, Wang. With her every step, a ring of white would expand outward from her feet, giving the illusion that she was walking across the surface of a lake. How could Diane make the same mistake twice? It seemed that everything was working out the exact same way it had in the first timeline. But there was a big difference. They had all regained their memories this time. So now, Madeline knew exactly what the purpose of her Constitution's world was and where she had disappeared during her first life. Many thought she had simply died, but things weren't so simple as this. Diane first heard of the Holy Goddess in his 109th life from Maurizia. Back then, the latter had said that the Holy Goddess simply disappeared. The next time he heard of the Holy Goddess, it was from Liliana, the Holy Princess. Back then, the latter had said the Holy Goddess simply disappeared. Diane had always assumed that this meant death. But was this true? Were things this simple? Madeline's goddess disposition wasn't this simple at all. With Madeline's first step, the trembling of the mortal plane had already decreased by half. By the second, it stabilized to the point that space was no less solid than the immortal plane. By the third, the world regained its calm and the trillions of the chariots that blotted out the skies suddenly disappeared, leaving only the few who managed to cross the final barrier remaining. In an instant, what once was trillions of enemies vanished, leaving behind what amounted to not even a million. The immortals surrounding Madeline looked toward her with astonished gazes. Abraxas' gaze flickered, a slight appreciative light dancing in his blinded eyes as he looked toward Madeline. He was quite surprised by this turn of events. He had assumed that a battle that could only end in their deaths was coming. But how could he had known that while his first disciple's Constitution world was the ancient battlefield, the young woman he looked toward as his daughter-in-law's Constitution world was actually the mortal plane itself? How could one ever guess that the disappearance of the holy goddess was due to her sacrificing herself for the sake of refining the planar world spirit of the mortal plane? If the Madeline who had her memories sealed knew of this, so many things would suddenly make sense to her. Why it was her cultivation speed was so fast. Why it was that the heavens always seemed to challenge Diane in just the right way. Why it was she seemed capable of replicating Luna's ability to control the energies of the mortal plane. With each passing moment, Madeline's face grew paler, but a resolute confidence remained staunch on her delicate features. 9 months. I have confidence that my husband can achieve victory in that time. He hasn't let me down before. I don't believe that he will start now. Retreat. Madeline calmly spoke, hiding her trembling hands beneath the folds of her sleeves. There are still many that remain, and since they could reach here so quickly, they are definitely the most powerful of them. I can promise you all that as long as you give it your all to hold this line of defense, my husband will not disappoint you all. Madeline smiled lightly. In contrast to her paling visage, it was akin to a drop of sparkling crimson blood falling onto a budding white rose. It was beautiful beyond compare, yet tragic to the point of pulling the strings of one's heart. A Sacharo doesn't lose. It was a simple line, yet it made the blood of the immortals boil. All this time they had been on the opposing side of the nameless immortal god. Those who weren't his enemies tried their best to stay out of his way. Those that were thought of everything they could to hide from him. Yet today he had become a torch that lit their path to survival. They didn't know why it was the Sapientia placed such heavy emphasis on the mortal plane, but they knew they couldn't allow them to take it. They all had instincts refined for billions of years. They all knew that if the mortal plane fell, all the planar worlds would soon follow. How ironic. The nameless immortal god they all hated so much had become the one man they wanted to continue to stand tall. Their hearts flickered with a hope fueled by Diane himself. Bang! 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 The fighting intent in Diane's eyes continued to blaze. It seemed that with each passing moment, it would only grow. One would think that he was on the winning end of the battle, but unlike when he fought Amithius, this battle wasn't close at all. It could be said that from start to finish, he only continuously fell into a worse and worse disadvantage. The weight of responsibility on his shoulders outweighed even the world itself. To him, compared to his friends, his wives, his daughter, the world wasn't worth anything. He sometimes thought about where his life would be if he never met Madeline. Maybe that version of Diane wouldn't have rejected Isabel, the elven ancestor. Maybe he wouldn't have things to care about other than himself and would be able to see things the way Aritzia saw them. Maybe instead of fighting this war on the losing side, he would be on the winning side. He would probably still be at the top of the world right now, sitting on an imaginary throne, looking over all there was with an arrogance plastered to the center of his brows. There were a lot of maybes in life, a lot of possibilities that might very well never be explored. But Diane was never one to dwell on the past, nor did he believe in having his fate pulled along by the thoughts of another. Never meeting Madeline? What bullshit. If he didn't meet her on the mortal plane, he would have found her on the immortal. If he didn't find her on the immortal, he would have found her in his second life. If not the second, then the third. If not the third, then the fourth. His fate was something only he grasped in his palm. No one else could control it. Not the heavens and not the Sapientia. His wives were waiting for him. His daughter was waiting for him. This wouldn't be the place he fell. Aritzia's palm whistled through the air like a puff of smoke, finding its way through Diane's defenses and puncturing through his lung. Diane seemed completely unfazed by the change, the butt of his scythe ripping her hand out from his body as he snaked his chain forward. A ghastly smile curled his lip behind the curtain of blood. A Sacharo doesn't lose. First brother, is it necessary to go this far? Aritzia's words had lost their former caring tone. It wasn't that she had suddenly become enraged, but rather that she was growing more and more callous as time passed. With every passing moment, her Tao heart was tempered to a greater degree, and the more certain she became of her path. With each strike, her power seemed to grow exponentially, inching closer and closer toward her first brother's true peak. Diane didn't respond. His arms swung seemingly without a care in the world, carrying with them a power that could cause a universe to collapse. Aritzia's brows furrowed. I don't know how it is you managed to stop the charge of my clan, but I know that there's most definitely a time limit. Let's say that you really do somehow manage to defeat me in the end. What do you plan on doing with them? Do you really think that everything ends with me? How many years has my Xianxia clan existed? Even if I am the most powerful of them all, do you think my death would really stop anything? First brother, is there really a need to go so far? To sacrifice so much? Aritzia's fist met Diane's. She could sense the fracturing of his bones, but Diane's expression didn't even wrinkle as he pulled his arm back, swinging his scythe forward once again. Why are you suddenly speaking so much? Diane replied indifferently. Their battle had been raging for several months already. In fact, it was almost the 8th. Yet, these were the first words Aritzia had spoken in a long while. Though he didn't say it, the meaning of his words were obvious. Did someone who was certain in their victory have to say so much to get their opposition to give up? Diane wasn't wrong. Despite the situation he was in, Aritzia felt a growing unease lodging in her heart. Every time it crept up, she would reaffirm her Tao, causing her heart to strengthen once again. But, with every cycle, this unease grew harder and harder to expunge. Diane's lip curled, his foot slamming downward as he sent forward another attack. To his back, a singular eye flickered in the skies, staring toward Aritzia unblinkingly as though it could see through all of her secrets. Aritzia's anxious feeling wasn't completely without merit. She had been so focused on Diane's battle initially that she hadn't even noticed the change to the mortal plane. It was only a while ago when she felt confident in her victory did she turn a part of her attention toward her surroundings. She had hoped to deal a blow to Diane, maybe mentioning to him how many of his wives had died already, or better yet, that his daughter had already died. But who knew that she would find the number of her clansmen to be sorely lacking? Not just this, but even though their situation wasn't exactly safe, none of his wives had died. This sort of reality was a massive blow to her. She had been certain that without Diane's backing, his wives were just ants she could crush without even lifting a finger personally. The reality of it all made her heart falter. Though she quickly recovered, the uneasiness only grew. I just don't want to see you have to suffer through that pain again. Aritzia sneered. Oh? So it seems you still haven't realized the situation you're in yet. Diane suffered another blow to the chest, blood flying from his mouth, completely outside of his control. My situation? Aritzia's sneer deepened. You should be worried about yours. You haven't laid a single hand on me from start to finish. Aritzia's words weren't wrong. She still looked like a woman in the prime of her youth. Let alone an injury or blood. She hadn't even suffered the lightest bruise. As if this alone wasn't enough, she wasn't even sweating as though this was never that difficult for her to begin with. In her mind, the only reason Diane hadn't died yet was because she wasn't willing to take the risk to push him to that point just yet. She wasn't foolish enough to underestimate her first brother even in this situation. He was a man who had turned the immortal plane upside down. She would be asking for death if she thought that he would fall so simply. So, she was keen to sit and wait. In her mind, standing on top of the world didn't just have to do with the size of her fist, but also her mind. She was a Xianxia. In a lot of ways, compared to how strong she was, she placed more emphasis on how smart she was. As a result, she felt no shame stringing her first brother along in this way, weeding away his strength until he had nothing left. Maybe, someplace deep within her heart, she wanted the image of her first brother to fall to the greatest low. Only then would she be able to cleanly separate from him after he died. She wanted to destroy his image in her heart by her own hand. It was quite a sadistic thing, but she knew she had to do it. Only then would she sit atop that throne in peace. Diane only smiled at these words. I knew from the very beginning that I wouldn't be able to beat you in strength. Wouldn't that be too ridiculous? You're a peak immortal god, and I'm a mortal who has yet to finish perfecting his body. Don't you think a bit too much of yourself taking pride in defeating me? Aritzia was stunned. Of all the words she expected to hear, these were the very last. Was this really her first brother? The man she worshipped so much? The one who had never taken a loss in his entire life? Was she hearing correctly? After she settled down from her shock, Aritzia felt as though a weight had been lifted from her chest. And, for the first time in a long time, she smiled genuinely. However, when Diane saw this smile, a flash of pity whisked by his gaze. It was but a fleeting moment, so fleeting that Aritzia didn't notice. He knew how she was feeling. She was finally relieved that his legend in her mind had been wiped away completely. This was why she smiled like this, putting forth such genuine emotion for maybe the first time in her life. Now, she really had no connections left with this world. Since that's the case, farewell, first brother. Aritzia's momentum climbed to a new peak. A golden shadow so large it dwarfed a planet appeared to her back, taking the form of a shimmering abacus. Her palms stretched outward, vibrating in the air. Each vibration layered atop of one another, fusing together to the point space trembled. It could be said that the space within an origin source was several levels more powerful than the immortal plane. It was for this reason that immortal gods usually took their battles to places like these. Yet, it seemed that at that very moment, Aritzia wanted nothing more than to shatter her own world. Layering instances of time? Not bad, Diane said indifferently. How could he not tell what was happening? Through her abacus vajra body, Aritzia had a control of time that likely rivaled even their master. This attack was definitely among her most powerful, layering the past, present, and future, fusing the attacks into one to create a world-resounding strike. Aritzia met Diane's gaze. Her own no longer carried the same love and attraction. It held nothing but indifference. Couldn't be described as cold, nor was there any anger or disdain. It was as though Diane was no longer worthy of these emotions from her. When one stepped on an ant or swatted a fly, was there a need for emotions? Aritzia took a step forward. She carried a valiant air that suffused the surroundings, yet she still maintained the elegance of a woman. One would think that instead of levying an attack that would kill the only man she ever loved, she was raising her paintbrush to finish the strokes of a painting. As her palm approached Diane's head, she couldn't help but think of the first time they met. In truth, she hadn't been accepted by Abraxas as a disciple initially. She followed him around, doing odd tasks for him. After all, in her life, there were only two men she ever respected: Diane and her master. She remembered that the day Abraxas accepted Diane as his first disciple despite having met her first, she was infuriated. She immediately challenged Diane that very day. Things didn't go as one would expect. Let alone putting up a fight, Diane was beaten into the ground so severely by her that his handsome face had become completely obscured beneath the cuts and bruises. Back then, she had turned to Abraxas with a lofty air, sticking her nose into the air and demanding to be accepted as a disciple. How dare he pick someone who couldn't even defeat her? How was Diane worthy of a position she couldn't be accepted into? Not only did she demand this, but she also demanded that her first brother be expelled from Abraxas' disciples. How could someone so much weaker than her possibly have the right to be her senior? If it came down to being Abraxas' second disciple, she would rather not be a disciple at all. She still remembered what happened that day clearly. It was so clear in her mind that it might as well be passing her by where she stood currently. She still remembered the indifference on Diane's face when he stood from his beating. That calm, callous cold that radiated from his gaze. It almost felt as though he had been watching someone else suffer the punishment he had rather than it being him. Without a word, he had walked forward and attacked her again. Even as he got beat down again and again, he didn't seem to realize that it was him suffering the pain and torture at all. At first, Aritzia thought that it was just false male pride. She thought Diane couldn't stand losing to a woman, so he kept coming at her for this very reason. However, the more he looked into his indifferent eyes, the more she understood that Diane didn't even look at her like a person. For those moments, she was his whole world, but not in the sense that he was in love with her. He simply saw her as a mountain to climb over. Despite her defeating him, she was nothing more substantial than a long path to walk or a tall peak to reach. It was never nothing more. Aritzia had long since forgotten how long it took Diane to defeat her that time. All those memories had boiled down to those cold, indifferent eyes. Those eyes had grasped her heart, making her feel as though if she ever were to be with a man, maybe only he could be worthy of her. It was likely that the events of those days had left a mark on her heart. She knew how much stronger she had been than her first brother. Yet he still somehow managed to defeat her in the end. When it was all said and done, it was her who no longer had the strength to rise up after she was knocked down. Since then, she had tempered her will many times over. In fact, it was due to this that she was eventually chosen as Abraxas' second disciple. Back then, she had returned to the Sapientia clan to temper herself, and when she came back, she was no longer the weak-willed girl she was in the past. But when she saw Diane's gaze just when her palm was about to shatter his skull, she felt her heart tremble once more. He seemed to peer into her soul as though she was stripped naked before him. A frigid wind snaked up her spine, fraying her nerves as though she had been electrocuted. However, her Tao heart wasn't so easy to move. This time, when her gaze regained its firmness, she said her last goodbyes to her first brother. You were a great man, but you gave up your power for fleeting matters. I'll erect your tomb in the Holy Land I create with my own 2 hands. Rest in peace. Bang! Diane's head burst into a rain of blood. His nose, his eyes, and the front of his skull completely shattered. His body was sent flying without suspense. He tore through the wind so quickly that the tough skin on his back was sliced apart. By the time he landed on the ground, his body seemed completely boneless, as though not a single part of his skeleton remained intact. That's impossible. Aritzia stood frozen, looking at her palm. She could feel it. That palm strike of hers should have been enough to blast Diane's skull into a rain of blood and gore. With how much strength she put behind it, it should have been absolutely impossible for it to remain as intact as it was. In truth, Diane's skull couldn't be described as intact by any stretch of the imagination. His entire face was devastated, as though someone had taken a saw to it, slicing off everything from his forehead to the very edges of his eyes. At that moment, a subtle pull of chi came from the surroundings, entering Diane's land of black and gray and surging into him, slowly repairing his face. It was only then that Aritzia's expression changed. Diane coughed violently. Though his face had been partially repaired, his sorry state didn't seem to become much better. He could only weakly stand, his knees feeling weak. However, what he could say was that he had repaired his eyes, just enough to look back toward Aritzia with the very same indifferent expression. The same callous look, the kind that saw her as something no different from a pebble for him to step over. Aritzia now understood something. The reason she hadn't seen this indifferent look on his face before was because she still held a place in his heart. That day, when she treated her no differently than a road to travel, he hadn't known her, so he could remain indifferent. When this battle began, he couldn't enter that mind state. This was his little sister, his junior disciple sister, a woman he had grown up alongside. The love he had for her, even if it wasn't the kind needed to take her as his wife, it was still the kind of love a brother would have for a sibling. She was supposed to be under his protection. He was supposed to be willing to fight the world for daring to make her cry. This was his responsibility as the first brother. Those feelings, those emotions, even for the nameless immortal god, they weren't so easy to dispel. He was so powerful to this day not because he was callous, but because he loved too much. It was the ultimate irony. The heavens created him to be the ultimate evil, but he grew to be something completely different. Maybe he couldn't be said to be an absolute force of good. He knew quite well that only his lovely wife was worthy of such a title. But what was clear was that he wasn't what the heavens thought he would be. Diane straightened his back, his hazel-green eyes as calm as the stillest lake. He could never respect the actions of the Sapientia. He spent his whole life swimming against the tide the fates decided for him. Today wasn't the day he would fall victim to that tide. Aritzia's heart trembled. She knew then that her last attack had shattered whatever lingering attachments her first brother had for her. She didn't realize until this point that she had hoped to never see that gaze of his again. She didn't realize that she had tried to kill him with a single strike, so she never had to deal with the repercussions. It had been so easy for her to cut off the last bit of attachments she had toward him, so why was it so hard for her to face him doing the same? As I said before, Diane said indifferently, I never thought of defeating you with my strength. As dissimilar we are also similar in another respect. I don't have to win using my fists either. So, I'll ask you again. You still haven't realized the situation you're in. Aritzia's expression flickered with confusion. After a moment, she began to observe her origin source around her. First, she didn't see anything wrong. But, a moment later, her expression changed wildly. You! Aritzia's gaze changed, looking back toward the land of black beneath Diane's feet. Miss Sapientia, when I called myself the one above all, did you think this was a joke? Aritzia's delicate figure trembled when she heard Diane's form of address. To him, she was nothing but the figurehead of his enemies. He had no room for leniency any longer. They might as well have not had a history at all because it changed absolutely nothing. She had never been one of his wives and would never be. Diane took a step forward, causing another surge of chi to spiral toward him. The world listened to his call. Winds formed and began to howl. Flames descended from the skies and lightning sparked from nothing. He seemed to embody chaos in all its baser and greater senses, standing loftily above all there was. His heart shone resplendently, unblemished and unbothered, its steady rhythm echoing out into the world and guiding its violent principles. When you decided to go against me, the only possibility for you became defeat. Diane took a step forward, causing Aritzia's knees to tremble. My origin source, what did you do to it? Isn't this just the natural course? My Tao is stronger than yours, so yours was swallowed up. Did you really believe you were closing in to my previous strength? The people that Diane Sacharo surpass, have no right to stand before me again. Diane's words were like a clap of thunder to Aritzia's mind. The last person he had spoken these words to was Chunglei. They were the same exact words, yet the status of the individuals who were victims to it were worlds apart. But this was exactly the kind of person Diane was. It didn't matter to him who stood before him. He would treat them all the same. His arrogance wasn't one that faltered depending on who he was facing. No matter what, his back would stand straight enough to pierce through the heavens. Aritzia was just yet another victim. She hadn't noticed it, but from the very beginning, Diane had seen his path toward victory. When he roared in his mind about simplicity, this wasn't just him affirming his own Tao heart. Rather, he was actually putting the matters of his heart into practice. He was so heavily suppressed by Aritzia's origin source precisely because of how complex it was. It made it difficult for him to make use of all of his means. But now, everything was suddenly flipping. Like a spreading infection, Diane's Tao had begun to eat away at Aritzia's own, swallowing it without regard for anything. The more time passed, the simpler Aritzia's origin source became. And as a result, it grew weaker as well. For peak immortal gods, since there was no higher cultivation realm, what truly separated them was the comprehension of their Taos. There was a reason why, despite sharing the same cultivation levels as the patriarchs and matriarchs of their clans, their ancestors could still look down arrogantly from above. The more this went on, the further away from the status of those ancestors Aritzia fell. Never could she have imagined that Diane would be capable of doing this. Was his Tao really that much stronger than her own? Your soul. Oh, you noticed? Diane said indifferently. Despite the fact Diane's soul was still in the lower god tier, there was something completely different about it that Aritzia couldn't put her finger on. It felt as though it was right in front of her, yet so far away at the same time. I'm unresigned. Aritzia's fists clenched. It was quite ironic. The one covered in blood was Diane, not her. The one with more strength was her, not Diane. She didn't even have a single scratch on her. Yet the one lowering her head wasn't Diane, but rather herself. I'm unresigned. Aritzia's voice grew firmer. Diane took another step forward, his body suddenly vanishing. His figure was bent low into a crouch, both his hands clasping Reaper as an ominous glow lit his eyes. Aritzia's heart trembled. Before this, She hadn't been able to feel the slightest killing intent from her first brother. Yet, now it rammed toward her like a raging tide. It was so omnipresent that her face and hair distorted beneath the pressure, flying back as though she had just been hit by a wall of wind. "I'm unresigned." Aritzia's roar pierced through the veil of space. She stepped forward toward Diane's swinging blade, blowing out her palm in full force. As Diane's battle with Aritzia had completely flipped over from a one-sided affair, there was another battle taking place on the mortal plane. This one seemed to be in favor of those on Diane's side as well, with Diane's wives and his daughter as a backbone, not to mention the immortals that had followed them from the above plane. Their ability to defend and counter simply couldn't be underestimated. However, the main reason they could still stand was, without a doubt, the preparations Diane had laid. The kinds of defenses they found on a mere mortal plane planet left them all completely shocked. "First brother, why don't you let us do some work?" Jizzle looked toward Nazir with exasperation. "Shut up," Nazir snapped. "Obediently stand behind me and watch your first brother's prowess." Brahman couldn't help but laugh. "Don't mind him, third brother. First brother's always been this hard-headed. He still feels bad about the matters of all those years ago, so just relax and let him do all the work." Before Diane returned, Jizzle had been his first disciple, so they had called him first brother. But, after regaining their memories, they all remembered their past lives. Nazir was their first brother, Brahman was their second, Jizzle was their third, and Bowai was the fourth. Nazir blushed with shame hearing his second brother's words, but he still firmly protected them to his back, slaying another golden-horned unicorn with a silence-filled palm. He was without a doubt one of the strongest combatants on the field. All those years ago, after his master left, they as four brothers were forced to carve out a path for themselves. In truth, even Nazir still wasn't aware of exactly what happened all those years ago. Their status as Diane's disciples should have been a secret, yet someone had actually found out and come after them. He had no idea what the intentions of that person was, because even after Nazir finally gained enough strength to dare to appear in public again after escaping that day, that person still hadn't exposed his connection to Diane. But it had been a long time since Nazir cast this matter from his mind. After all, with his status as the best alchemist on the immortal plane, that person likely didn't dare to offend him again. They probably realized he wasn't so easy to deal with any longer and let things be. That said, he would sometimes think about exactly what it was that person wanted. He said something about the inheritance of their master, but when Nazir tried to explain to that person that the only inheritance Diane had left them was precisely one above all, that person snubbed his nose at it and even killed his junior brothers one by one, trying to gain the truth. Just when Nazir thought that he would die as well, that person had suddenly looked off into the distance and ran away as though it was afraid of something. Since then, Nazir not only held onto the guilt of the deaths of his three junior brothers, he had never learned who that person was. He also had no idea what it was that had scared that person away at the final moment. However, what he did know was that with his master back, no one would dare treat them like this any longer. And, even beyond that, even if his master was no longer here, his enemies would have to step over his corpse to lay a hand on his junior brothers. Despite their teasing words, the three juniors couldn't help but look toward their big brother's back with warmth in their eyes. They could imagine how hard it had been for their first brother to survive all this time without them. Diane had long since seen the heaviness in his first disciple's countenance. However, there was only so much he could do. Something like guilt was too personal for another to interfere in too heavily. One only needs to look at Jade to understand this truth. The three brothers exchanged glances. They could all see the determination in their eyes. If they were stronger that day, their first brother wouldn't have to shoulder such guilt on his own. They refused to allow their first brother to go through such a thing again. In unison, the three brothers stepped forward. "You all, damn it, do you take your first brother's words for air?" Nazir relentlessly scolded. But his three younger brothers didn't seem to hear him, laughing merrily as they held the line along with their first brother. "Master will definitely win," Bowai said with a grin, his half-sprite body flickering with beautiful golden-brown lights. "In that case, Let's all have some fun before he comes and sweeps these bastards away. If we lag behind too much, wouldn't there not be any fun left to have? Hearing these words, Nazir couldn't help but erupt into laughter as well. Having such a great master, they were of course burdened by a great sense of pressure. They all wanted to be worthy of carrying on the legacy of the nameless immortal god. Which one of their dispositions wasn't haughty and prideful beyond compare? Come, Nazir roared. Little sister Aliuna, leave this to us. Just recline and enjoy some cherry ice cream. Bowai said with a grin. Humph. Aliuna snorted. Stars circulated around her head, making her look like an angel descended from the skies. Keep up. If you don't kill as many as me, would you still have the face to let me call you big brother? The 4 men valiantly took the vanguard, carving a path through the army of gold. They would be just as unbridled and arrogant as their master. They were unaware that in a certain corner of the battlefield, someone was watching on with patient eyes. They bided their time, pacing themselves without a care in the world. But, if one looked closely, it seemed as though this person had everything in the palm of their hand. They could almost sense it, that perfect penultimate time was coming. Another penultimate moment was upon them. But this time, little Yin and Yang weren't aware enough to sense it. Having not said a word since the battle between Dian and Amithius, the battle had completely flipped. The once lofty Aritzia was continuously beaten back, her first brother lording over her with a majesty that completely overshadowed her own light. Dian's scythe was like an unceasing wind, violently leaving traces of sharp black light in the air. In the skies, a singular eye lorded over all, bearing down on Aritzia, could see through her completely, her every thought, her every intent, her every emotion. For the first time, Aritzia felt as though she was laid bare before another. As the wounds continued to accumulate across her once flawless body, a sharp bitterness invaded her heart. She was Aritzia Sapientia, the first true empath, a woman who stood at the top of the world. But somehow, she had become the punching bag of someone she thought had already fallen from his pedestal. How could she not feel bitter? Regret wasn't the emotion she felt. What use was it to her? Dian had already woken her up to the fact that her love for him wasn't as genuine as she once thought it was. If she was going to regret anything, it would be the fact that she was too weak. Too weak to control her own future. Too weak to reach the pinnacle she sought after. Too weak to stand before the only man she thought of as worthy of her as an equal. Dian's chain lashed out, its rainbow flames flickering and completely dispelling the accumulating chi of Aritzia's next attack. It wrapped around her arm, clamping down tightly. With a single strong flex of his back, his arm pulled her toward his palm. Bang! Aritzia's world seemed to freeze for a moment, the pain wrecking her torso lagging behind the sudden curve of her body. First she felt as though all the air in her body had been forcefully sucked out. Then, her ribcage shattered as a violent surge of blood flew from her soft lips as though a projectile. However, despite the viciousness of the strike, Dian's chains held on tightly, not allowing the power of his palm to dispel in the least. His scythe spun in his hand, its blade descending from the skies and toward Aritzia's head. She could only dodge with all her might to the side, but a sudden pageu sound entered her ears just before an impossibly sharp pain shot through her body. If it wasn't for the fact her pride could tower over the skies, she would have let out a heart-rending cry. She didn't need to look to know that she had lost an arm. This pain, as though awakening from a dream, everything suddenly became clear to her. This really was happening. Her first brother was really trying to kill her. Though Dian never reciprocated her emotions, that had never stopped him from doting on her. The love she received from him was no less than what the first white mother received. Maybe somewhere in her heart, she still didn't believe that Dian would do such a thing to her. An indescribable pain pierced into her heart. Was this how he had felt when she attacked to kill? Was this the pain that had enveloped his heart? That's right. Aritzia silently spoke to herself. To her, this instant of time felt like an eternity. It was the fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a second. But to her, with the constant thoughts whipping by her mind, it was akin to a lifetime. Was she really so weak? Was a single setback enough for her to fall like this? Was this single failure enough for her to bow her head? She had attacked to kill him. He had attacked to kill her. This was no longer a battle of first brother and second sister. This was a battle of ideologies. This was a clash of love versus ambition. A battle of simplicity versus complexity. A penultimate struggle between her dreams and aspirations and his. How many times had her first brother been in such a despairing situation? And how many times had he clawed his way out? If she couldn't display this small bit of resolve, was she even worthy of standing on the same battlefield as him? But why did it feel like no matter how hard she tried, it was impossible to find this resolve? Why? What am I lacking? Aritzia roared, her only remaining hand wrapped across her body, snatching her severed arm from the air and using it like a blade that aimed right for Diane's head. Diane's head dodged to the side, his indifferent gaze weighing like a mountain as it looked toward her from above. His scythe lashed out again in the close range, his chain tightening on her only remaining arm once again. Aritzia managed to dodge to the side slightly by inclining her body backward, thus saving her remaining arm. But a ghastly cut stretched from her hip to her opposite shoulder, leaving her leaking out blood to a devastating degree. I've already said it, Diane said coldly. You seek after a throne prepared for you by others. I will prepare my own throne. Anything that gets in my way I will crush. But would you dare to crush even the throne you've been chasing after? Aritzia felt as though her mind had been directly attacked. They were only words, not laced with the slightest bit of chi, but it ravaged her thoughts as though a torrential storm. Would she dare to destroy even the goal she was pining over? Was this the level of resolve she needed? To not even care about such things? It hit her like a train. That was right. If she was as powerful as her first brother, would she dare to give up all that power, living through 108 more lifetimes, starting from the bottom every time? How much humiliation did he have to suffer through in those years? How many fools offended him, not knowing the name of the nameless immortal God? He wished to stand at the top of the world just as much as she did, but he was still willing to cast it all away. If he never had, would their Sapientia clan still dare to act arrogantly before him today? Ancestors of the hegemons? Who cared? The first true empath in all of history? Who cared? An army of trillions? Who cared? He was Diane Sicharo, the nameless immortal god. All of these things would have disappeared with a snap of his fingers in his prime. Yet, he had given it all up, willing to stand here today, battling out a close contest with her as though completely unmoved by the fact that in the past she wouldn't be able to stand a single attack from him. This was the resolve he had, and it was something she still lacked. And why? All because she didn't dare to do what her first brother did. Aritzia fell to the ground, her countenance incomparably pale. It seemed as though all the blood in her body had been drained from her wounds. Diane stood above her, his scythe's curved blade placed against her neck. He had a naturally calm expression as though this victory was meaningless to him, as though Aritzia's life and death was no longer a matter he cared about. Now tell me, was it worth it? Diane's soft words entered her ears, causing her to violently tremble. If Diane died in the pursuit of bringing his family back together again, he wouldn't bat an eyelash. Even if he never considered a loss, it didn't mean he couldn't accept one. But what about her? Was dying here for the sake of her aspirations worth it? Had her life been worth it? Before you die, tell me something. Who is it that's been helping you? Diane's cold voice rang out. He didn't believe for a second that it was only the Sapientia. They were indeed a worthy enemy, but only because of how many of them there were. They had infiltrated practically every planar world. However, Diane knew that the strongest amongst them was Aritzia. They shouldn't have any other powers on this level. But he knew that matters weren't this simple. He still didn't know who had killed his 3 disciples. Helping me? Aritzia coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, on the battlefield of the Sapientia versus those of Sol Ren planet, all seemed well. With the defensive measure Diane had left, It seemed impossible for anything to continue to go wrong. The enemies were simply too suppressed while Diane's allies could pull on the power of the ancient battlefield, allowing them to loosen the shackles placed on them by the heavens by a few margins. Madeline sat atop the palace, watching the ongoing battle. Though her countenance was several shades paler than it had been months ago, a radiant smile could still be seen on her face as her beautiful violet eyes flickered. The 9-month period was almost up, but she was confident. She could feel the fluctuations of Diane's soul. She knew that he had won. How could she not be happy? Oh, Big Sister Madeline seems to be very happy. The first White Mother descended from the skies along with her master Abraxas. The amiable old man who seemed to be wearing a white pair of pajamas smiled down at Madeline as though greeting his own daughter. Yes. Madeline's smile bloomed several shades brighter. My husband should have victory in his hands now. Everything will be over soon. The first White Mother giggled like a little girl. As expected of first brother, how could he ever lose? It's a shame about second sister, though. Madeline sighed and shook her head. She chose her own path. I only hope that this matter doesn't weigh on my husband's heart too heavily. Madeline shook her head, regaining her smile. Since you two can be here, things should be going extraordinarily well, right? It seems that victory on our front is at hand as well. The pair landed before Madeline, genial smiles on both their faces. Indeed, you can say that victory is at hand. Pchu Madeline's smile froze. She looked down in disbelief and then back up again as though she was more shocked by the owner of the arm that had just gone through her body as opposed to the fact she had just suffered such an injury. Abraxas' white, fluttering clothing was dyed completely red. He let out a light sigh as he shook Madeline's body from his arm. At that moment, the protection of the mortal plane shattered. As though following the dimming of Madeline's eyes, so too did the world crumble. Trillions of golden silhouettes blotted out the skies once more. Under their presences, heavens will shattered, taking with it whatever suppression still remained. Dian suddenly froze. His scythe lowered, its blade slicing against the gray ground beneath his feet. He didn't seem to care about Aritzia, who was still beneath him. His gaze was completely dull and lifeless, as though nothing could gain his attention. He turned and vanished, shattering the barrier of Aritzia's origin source seemingly without the slightest effort. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared beside Madeline's body. It was as though he didn't notice the fact his master and his third sister were standing over his wife's corpse. He knelt to the ground, his hand cradling the back of her head. He didn't shed any tears, nor did it seem he seemed to be feeling anything. It was as though he himself was the corpse. The battlefield was shocked into silence. Whether it was Dian's wives, his daughter, or the brothers he shared his life with, all of them were stunned. None of them seemed to know how to react to this change. Weren't they already so close to victory? The fact Dian could be here at all was evidence enough that his battle had been won where he stood on top. So, how had things turned out this way? None of them seemed to have the mind to care for the trillions of immortal gods bearing down on them from all directions. It was as though nothing else mattered. Blood leaked from Madeline's lips. If it wasn't for the hole in her chest and the lack of life force left in her body, one would think that she was only slightly injured. Her countenance was still so radiantly beautiful, still so perfect, even in death. Her blood fell, soaking Dian's body. He could feel the warmth of it, warmth that had just been the life source of his wife. But now, it rushed out like a flowing tide without a thing to hold it back. Dian still didn't seem to react at all. Though he looked toward Madeline's corpse, it was as though he was looking right through her, as though there was nothing in his arms at all. The dullness in his eyes carried not the slightest hint of flickering life. In his life he had stood at the peak. After he touched a certain level of strength, no one had ever dared to touch those he loved. It was to the point he could only watch them die of old age, one after another. Though he could protect them from any harm, he was still unable to stop their ultimate fate. However, never had something like this happened. Even in his weakest 109th life, Madeline had never suffered like this. Even when she was separated from him, he managed to take her back. And even then, That had only happened when he was not even 16 years old. After that, he never allowed anyone to take his first wife from him. All this time, his wives had always been by his side. Even against all odds, he had always managed to protect them. And they too reciprocated his efforts, staying by his side until he stood at the very top of all there was on the mortal plane. But never could he have imagined that just when he was so close to achieving all his goals, just when he was a step away from rising to the top, his wife, the woman he loved the most in the world, would die just like this. Out of respect for our past relations, if you have any questions, I will answer them openly and honestly. Shockingly, it was Abraxas who spoke at all. Rather, it was the first white mother. However, Dian pretended as though he hadn't heard a single thing. So much blood had fallen from his wife's body at this point that it soaked his bare feet through. It was even to the point it somewhat submerged him. The grotesque stickiness, the heart-wrenching scent, the inhuman heat, all of it seeped into his bones. It felt as though no matter how he tried to scrub himself clean, the feeling would never disappear. The first white mother sighed. It was the same sigh Abraxas had heaved just moments ago. It was as though the both of them were lamenting something, but it was exceptionally grating on the ears, annoying to the point that several within the Mortal Empire army couldn't help but erupt in rage. However, what could they do? They were now completely surrounded by an army they had no ability to resist against. Abraxas had been the most powerful aside from Dian himself, and now he was apparently on the other side. And it even seemed that he was somewhat deferring to the weaker first white mother. Aluna couldn't hold her anger back anymore. An explanation? You think that's what her father needed? He knew her father's temperament well. He didn't give a fuck what explanation they had. When she tried to shoot forward, she found herself stopped by Bao Ai and her father's other disciples. Why are you stopping me? Tears streaming down her face, she tried to shake the arms that held her back off, but it was to no avail. You can't, Bao Ai said sternly. If you know your father's temperament, you know that he's exceptionally dangerous at this moment. My father would never hurt me. Aluna struggled more fiercely. The four brothers looked at one another and could see the resolve in each other's eyes. They definitely wouldn't allow anything to happen to their master's daughter. Or else this time he might really lose himself completely. What the immortal plane feared the most wasn't just Dian's battle prowess. It was his battle prowess when he lost himself to rage. Abraxas and the first white mother didn't seem to care about the happenings. The mortal plane was originally the property of the beasts to begin with. The first white mother started as though she felt she was doing Dian a favor. Back then, everything was perfect. It wasn't until humans became dissatisfied with what was given to them that things began to change. Instead of accepting the talent they had been given, they began trying to snatch power from the heavens. When it was just body cultivation, it was still acceptable. But then, the humans created energy cultivation. It was then that things began to change. Instead of perpetually growing stronger as it once had, the heavens began to weaken for the first time. As though that wasn't enough, when the era of energy cultivation reached its peak and began to decline, instead of realizing the error of their ways, the humans pushed forward again, creating soul cultivation. The first white mother continued to speak with absolute indifference. It was impossible to tell if she was simply a god explaining to her subjects why it was she was passing judgments on them, or if she truly felt she owed her first brother at least this much in explanation. Luckily, we were able to forcefully bring the era of soul cultivation to an end prematurely, or else it is unknown if this damage could ever be reversed. Human greed simply knows no bounds. If things simply reverted to the way they once were, where beasts ruled the world and humans took a back seat, we all wouldn't be in danger of dying. The first white mother's words were shocking. Wasn't the point of cultivation snatching power from the heavens, defying it with every step? Could it really be that all of their efforts were simply an act of weakening the world they all called home? Then there were beasts. They simply relied on the power they were bestowed by the heavens. They didn't snatch favor from the heavens because they were already bestowed it. This was especially so for celestial beasts like the first white mother. So, weren't their acts of cultivation in line with the will of heavens and thus perfectly appropriate? Bastards! Alana's aggrieved voice tore through the battlefield. If humans are so inferior, why are you allying with so many of them? You ultimately just want power for yourself. Keep your flowery words to yourself. No one wants to hear them. The first white mother shook her head lightly. I have nothing against humans. I only have an issue with the path your ancestors have taken. The Sapientia are on the correct path. They each have a unique bloodline of their own, not very much dissimilar to the bloodline of beasts. It's the reason for their golden eyes. They too rely on the strength of their bloodlines just like the beasts of old. And, since they were bestowed this strength by the heavens, they are of course in line with my ideology. The first white mother sighed again. I think that I've explained enough. Though there is more, there isn't a need. First brother, do you know why evil existences like you were created? It's precisely because the heavens don't agree with the path you humans have taken. It's your responsibility to wipe the slate clean. But, unfortunately, you never followed through with your duties. This third sister of yours apologizes for the things she must do. After today, the mortal plane will regain the strength it once had. I'll make sure that your sacrifice is passed down the river of history. After she spoke these words, the first white mother didn't step forward to kill Dian, and neither did Abraxas. Instead, they retreated. Kill them, the first white mother said before sighing once again. Dian continued to look at Madeline's corpse as though he had heard nothing at all. No matter what was said or what he was meant to hear, there wasn't the slightest bit of fluctuation in his dull expression. It was as though the collapse of the world had nothing to do with him. Wait! A sudden voice called out to the first white mother. Seemingly interested by the person who had called out, the first white mother held up a hand, stopping the advancing Sapientia. It was quite an interesting sight to behold. Instead of wondering exactly where their leader, Aritzia, was, they were following the orders of someone who should have been an outsider. But maybe, from the very beginning, she had never been one. Speak. What is it that you want to say? The first white mother seemed to not be putting on airs at all. In her mind, she was simply doing what she must. Things like disdain, haughtiness, and the like were things she found to be beneath her. Surprisingly, the one that had called out was Ancestor Haven, the ancestor of the sprite Hegemon. Are my sprites not also in line with your ideology? We are gifted our talent by the heavens, and our cultivation is simply based on the natural resources that the heavens bestow upon us. Why then must we die along with everyone else? Who said that you needed to die? The first white mother responded simply. If you have the intention of standing on the side of what is right, then I would of course accept you with open arms. Ancestor Haven narrowed their eyes. In that case, why didn't you extend such a hand out earlier? You didn't even provide your own first brother an opportunity? Though Ancestor Haven had thoughts of switching sides, he wasn't a fool. This kind of turncoat attitude would gain him the ire of many. In addition, those who were willing to do such a thing would obviously not have very high standing within the party they defected to. At most, they would have some perfunctory roles. So, he needed to make certain of two things. First, he needed to understand the intentions of Abraxas and the first white mother. Secondly, he needed to make sure that should he defect, he would be able to meet his goal of protecting his people. If there was no such chance, he would rather fight with his life on the line here and now. However, he couldn't make all of this so obvious. He needed to ask roundabout probing questions in the stead of a straightforward approach. I know the personality of my first brother well. Should he and his women decide to put down their arms and change the error of their ways, they will of course be spared as well. However, some sacrifices are inevitable. Getting my first brother's empress to stop her efforts of suppressing the mortal plane was impossible. As such, killing her directly was the best course of action. Ancestor Haven stared at the first white mother for a long while before taking a step forward. The sprite Hegemon is willing. Hearing the words of their ancestor, the sprite warriors who had followed him directly bowed in his stead, following closely behind their ruler. As the ancestor of their Hegemon, he could of course make unilateral decisions. Plus, they weren't fans of humans to begin with for reasons not very much unlike the reasons the first white mother had already listed. In that case, why would they continue protecting humans? Originally, they had thought this was a war for their lives. But now that they knew the truth, what reason did they have to continue risking themselves? The remaining army of immortals was greatly shaken by this. It could be said that the three most powerful among them were Abraxas, Haven, and Elise. But now, two of them had already left. And now only one remained. "You've made a pretty good choice, Haven," Abraxas said with a cheeky grin. But when that grin was contrasted with the blood splattered all over his loose white clothing, it was no longer possible for him to retain his previous amiable air. "Do you believe that I won't pierce you through with my sword right now?" Haven growled. "Tell me, is this the good fortune you gained in the Chaos Ruins?" Abraxas chuckled, but didn't give a direct answer. However, in Haven's eyes, his non-answer was only as good as a tacit agreement. Suddenly, another voice rang out. "I've been waiting a long time for this." Who would have known that the only remaining powerhouse of the Mortal Empire's army would step forward at that exact moment? In fact, she crossed the dividing line between the armies with her people without even exchanging words with the first White Mother first. Ancestor Elise made it clear with her actions that the Phoenixes had always been on the opposing side. The first White Mother smiled lightly. "Your Phoenix clans have sacrificed the most for our cause. I must thank you sincerely." Elise smiled charmingly, walking to Abraxas' side and looping her arm around his. Those of the mortal plane shuddered. Which of them didn't know the reason the mortal plane had been left with so few universes was precisely because the Dark Phoenixes had wiped them all out? They could have never guessed that the reason the Fire and Ice Phoenixes didn't step forward to stop them was because they silently consented to it. "We only did our part," Elise said with a light smile. Like this, what amounted to easily half of the Mortal Empire's forces had left. At this point, how could the others not panic? Isabelle grit her teeth and hesitated. Of those remaining, didn't she have the most reasons to defect? She hated Diane to the bone. The matter of all those years ago hadn't been forgotten by her. How dare he disrespect her in front of her descendants to that degree? But at the same time, the words of the first White Mother caused her to hesitate. They directly destroyed the soul cultivation era of her elven clan. How could they so easily accept the elves? When she looked toward Ancestor Godfrey of the Angels, it seemed he was dealing with the same struggle. Gritting her teeth, she still decided to take a step forward. If she lagged behind Godfrey, then the benefits she would gain from crossing over would be even less. "I hope that you'll accept my elven hegemon as well. Please take into consideration that the reason for the falling out between our elven race and the dwarves was precisely over our disagreements over the resources of the heavens. We wanted to enrich and support nature while they wanted to use it for their own benefits. Though this ancestor's elven hegemon has failed to meet up to your expectations, we will not hinder this new world order and will appropriately move with the tides." The first White Mother gazed toward Isabelle silently for a long while, causing the latter to feel incomparably nervous. She didn't dare to so easily cross over like the others did. "As long as you swear an oath to dispel your cultivations after this battle concludes, there will of course be no problem in accepting you all," she finally replied simply. Such a response caused Isabelle's heart to quake. But what choice did she have? Such a thing would directly put her elven clan at the bottom, but it was simply impossible for her to take a step back now. "I accept." The elves turned ashen, but much like the other hegemons, the word of their ancestor was final. At this point, they no longer had a choice. After the elves crossed over, the first White Mother swept a glance over those who remained as though asking who else was willing. Though everything seemed to have fallen into a dead silence, there was an inexplicable pressure in the air. It was stifling to the point that even breathing seemed difficult. However, what surprised many was that no one else crossed over. Isabelle had completely misread Godfrey. He hadn't been trembling while he struggled to make a decision, but had rather been trembling because an enemy he had been preparing for so long had finally appeared before him. Unfortunately, the trump card they had prepared for this day, Emithius, had yet to mature. As for Diane's wives, thoughts of defecting hadn't even crossed their minds. Fury lit their eyes as tears stained their cheeks. Madeline was their big sister, a woman they all saw as family, and one they respected to the deepest pits of their hearts. Yet it was these people who killed her. Since you've all made your decisions, there's nothing else to say. Leave none alive. The first White Mother spoke emotionlessly. The raging tempest of the army bloomed once more. Like an unsheathed sword piercing the skies, they charged. Was there even any suspense remaining? An army of trillions facing off what didn't even amount to a few million. Let alone the number disparity. Just the difference in strength was enough to cause unending despair. Without the heaven's suppression, they were mere mortals facing off against immortal gods. What chance did they stand? However, no one could have expected that the imposing charge of the army would suddenly come to a grinding halt for no other reason than the appearance of a single man. His clothing was completely drenched in blood. Even his bare feet, hanging limply in the emptiness of space, dripped with the crimson liquid. Drop after drop fell, slowly forming and falling in a steady rhythm that seemed to take hold of their hearts. The man's hair had become a sea of black flames. His eyes, dull and lifeless, looked forward to the army of trillions. A scythe in one hand, a chain in the other, he stood there like a floating corpse. He was just a single man, but those in the vanguard found it difficult to take even a single step. At that moment, a mournful cry resounded through the skies. It sounded like the dying screeches of a black crow. The world seemed to dim as the man's head tilted back, his eyes becoming two flickering abysses of black. Fear gripped their hearts. It was all so evil, so dark. Death seemed to be the only thing they could think about. Kill. There seemed to be a wall between the man and the world. Whether it was his comrades to his back or his enemies to the front, none seemed capable of taking a step toward him. But that much was fine, because in the next instant, he shot forward like a streak of blackness. Dian burst through the front line, like a corpse that had lost his mind. His movements were erratic and unrestrained. It felt as though he had no rhyme or reason to his actions, yet every step he took led to the death of another. His scythe moved so quickly that it looked no different from a black whip curving through the air. Blood-curdling screams and fountains of crimson graced his every step. It was an army of trillions, yet the entirety of their intention was trained on a single man. Not a single one seemed capable of stepping past the line this man had drawn. Dian leapt up, his feet dripping with blood, collapsing the chest of a golden armor Xianxia. Even as this warrior was sent flying backward, the curved blade of Dian's scythe appeared in its path, causing the warrior's head to be severed from the back of his neck. Dian's chain lashed out, wrapping around 3 warriors at once. A single flex of his forearm caused them to burst into a bloody rain, sprinkling down from the skies like ruby droplets. It was gruesome beyond compare. Their faces turned red, their eyes bulged to the point of falling from their sockets. All before their bones were crumpled together one after another, leaving nothing but a flood of flesh. Dian didn't even remain on the scene for more than a split moment. His body had already flashed forward once more. His feet appeared on either side of a warrior's neck. With one swift motion, his chain snaked downward, wrapping around that Xianxia's head and ripping it from his shoulders. Dian kicked the headless corpse away so forcefully that it shattered the bones of those unfortunate enough to end up in its path. His scythe whipped forward once more, spinning so quickly in his hands that it almost looked like the blades of a helicopter. Sometimes it was to his side, sometimes above his head, sometimes to his front. However, without fail, anyone who came in contact with it would find their bodies severed. Blood and carnage reigned with his every step. The scourge of the immortal plane had come back. But even with those tales of years gone by to warn them of this moment, it somehow felt that they had never seen something like this before. It felt as though a god of death was standing before them all. They completely forgot about the others of the mortal army. They only had thoughts of taking this man down. They knew that if they couldn't take this man down, any thoughts of victory would be impossible. But wasn't it just one man? One man against trillions. Wasn't the result obvious? There was nothing to fear. Unfortunately, thinking this was one matter. But what was the reality of it all? This man didn't seem to know pain, he didn't know fatigue, he didn't know mercy. He wanted them all to die. He wouldn't be satisfied until they all fell beneath his blade, until the blood of trillions dripped from his body. Dian's head tilted into the skies. The sea of black that was his hair spreading out without restraint. It was as though he wanted to turn the world to ashes. In the blink of an eye, everything within hundreds of miles of him became nothing but charred bone. It was just a single breath of time, but hundreds of thousands of them had fallen. Abraxas and the First White Mother watched on with deep frowns on their faces. Among those of the world, it would be too difficult to find two who understood Dian more than them. There was a reason why instead of attacking Dian while he was holding Madeline's corpse, they directly decided to retreat. Even as a mortal, they didn't dare to underestimate this man. But there were some things that had to be done. So what if he had already taken out so many of them? There were trillions. If a few 100,000 weren't enough, they would send millions. If millions weren't enough, they'd send billions. This sort of lineup, even for the nameless immortal god, a legend of countless generations, wasn't something that could be won against. It wasn't a surprise then that countless wounds soon began appearing on Dian's body. No, it could be said that he had already been covered in wounds from the very moment he had stepped onto the battlefield. Hadn't he just been fighting Aritzia with everything he had? Fists, spears, swords, axes, rods, daggers, even the horns of the beasts that pulled their chariots pierced into his body one after another. Yet, it seemed that even if his heart was dug out of his chest, he would never stop. Dian ripped out a sword that had stabbed into his chest so violently that he drew a large scar across his own body. However, he didn't even seem to notice. His chains wrapped around his fists as he punched out, directly shattering the sword woman's head into bits of red and white flesh. Dian's Vajra body appeared to his back. Violent streaks of golden lightning tinged with violet descended from the skies. Every time one fell, hundreds would lose their lives. In that same instant, the gray lands beneath his feet began to move once more. Countless skeleton warriors ripped their way up from the ground, starting a bloody massacre that sent waves over the Sapientia army. Dian walked forward, the wounds in his chest so grievous that it was possible to see his beating heart through his ribcage. Veins of black and gold pulsed along his heart, making it look somewhat majestic and demonic at the same time. It seemed as though he was a corpse emperor who had been awakened from his slumber, unwilling to rest again until the world followed him into eternal damnation. His eyes had become pits of absolute darkness, wafting out a black fog with his every step. He alone could destroy the world, he alone was invincible. For daring to kill his wife, he would send them all to an early grave. Dian's weapons pagoda opened, allowing countless weapons to fly into Reaper. At the same time, little Chibi appeared in the skies, slamming down with a gravity that could crush the bones of even immortal gods. A javelin pierced through the air, slamming into Dian's chest before he could react. He stumbled a single step backward, but even as he did so, he ripped the blade from his chest, his blackened bones only suffering the smallest of cracks. He raised the javelin, his body bending like a bow as his back flexed. Bang! Space shattered the moment his hand released it. The javelin streaked through the skies, leaving shards of glass like pieces of space and void chi in its wake. It took no longer than the blink of an eye for the javelin thrower to have his head splintered in two. At first, the javelin left nothing but a small bloody hole. But long after that very same javelin had pierced into the warriors to the thrower's back, the latter's head suddenly imploded, his skull blooming open like a grotesque flower. At that moment, Isabel was panicking. Dian had already reached the line of defense her elven clan had retreated to, but there was no place to move further back. And even if there was, would she dare to take that chance? She had always known that despite the numbers advantage they had, some were still destined to die. But she never imagined for even a moment that she would be among those to suffer. Band together. Release! Isabel roared. The skies were filled with the manifestations of ancient elves. However, they all seemed to pale in comparison to Dian's 7 Vajra bodies. He seemed like an undefeatable god, reaping their lives one after another as though they were worth nothing more than weeds. With every step ahead was severed. With every swing of his scythe, another life was reaped. With every whip of his chain, another rain of blood fell. Isabel trembled uncontrollably. She had always thought that the legends were overblown. Though Dian had humiliated her, he never instilled her with a sense of fear or trepidation. He always seemed more like a good-natured big brother, teasing her without regard for her face. It was only today she knew how true those legends were. This was the madman willing to burn the world down beneath his rage, his anger. Even to this point, even after Dian's presence no longer blocked them from attacking the army to his back, no one had time to care about the mortal empire's army. They all attacked him with everything they had. They already understood that it was either he died or they all died. By the time Isabel accepted this, there was already a bloody hole in her chest. Dian kicked her corpse off of his arm, as though she was just another one of the countless bits of cannon fodder that filled the battlefield. He didn't care about her status or any of theirs, for that matter. He just wanted them all to die. He wanted to see their corpses fall beneath his might. He wanted to reap their souls and pull their hearts from their chests. He wanted them to understand the pain his wife felt, each and every one of them. The first white mother's brow deeply furrowed. "Release them. This ends today," she said emotionlessly. The skies trembled once again. The void beasts had appeared. The skies were torn asunder, causing numerous blazing red eyes as large as stars to peer downward as though observing a group of ants below. Each of these red eyes had shadows of writhing black surrounding them as though each was a limb with minds of their own. In an instant, all of these eyes locked onto Dian, flickering with disdainful glints. What they saw wasn't a human, but a pest who was severely overestimating itself. However, it was at that instant that Dian, too, looked up. The shuddering of thousands of void beasts occurred all at once. It was as though they had all seen something that plunged their soul into the depths of hell. Their disdain was vanquished, replaced by a will to flee to the furthest reaches of the universe, never to come back to this place again. However, their wills weren't under their own control. This was the first instance any of the immortals had ever seen of void beasts displaying emotion. It was clear that these were no normal void beasts. They had to be of the 7th grade at the very worst, likely even the 8th and 9th. They were entities that could cause catastrophes to hundreds of star segments should they appear just once. Even though they had all splintered the void and appeared above them all, bearing down in such a domineering manner, their fear had somehow become their most standout feature. It was at that moment that the massive red suddenly began to vibrate. It wasn't something under their control at all. Rather, it became very obvious very quickly that something much larger was descending. Bang! A rain of blood fell from the skies as hundreds upon thousands of these red-eyed void beasts burst into a storm of crimson. Dian calmly looked into the skies, allowing the droplets of blood to fall along the contours of his handsome face. From start to finish, his face had always maintained this calm appearance. If it wasn't for the bloody massacre all around him, it would be difficult to tell that he was completely enraged. Cries of agony filled the battlefield around him. To even the Sapientia, the blood of void beasts was like a toxin, searing against their skin and burning their flesh and bones. Yet, Dian stood amidst the rain without a flicker in his expression. Every time a droplet of crimson rain landed on him, it would burst into a fog of black, searing his skin before disappearing. Like an endless cycle, he was continually melted away. Soon, his handsome features had become grotesque to the extreme. "Dad!" Aluna cried out from the other side of the battlefield. She wanted to rush forward, but Ri and Luna held her back with all their might, restraining the little girl. "I have to go." She struggled more fiercely, but what could she do when even Nazir began to help in restraining her? "Little sister, just watch," Nazir said softly. "But Dad, let him vent." Nazir replied. "You call this venting? He's going to die." Nazir looked toward his junior brothers and they burst into a fit of laughter all at once, causing Aluna to grow even more infuriated. There was a hint of sadness in their laughter, but that sadness was overwhelmed by a madness that maybe only the disciples of the nameless immortal god could have. "Master is invincible." Nazir, Jizzle, Baman and Baoai spoke in unison, their battle intent soaring into the skies. They didn't believe that anything could defeat their master. He was the one and only constant in all of existence. His victory was always ensured. As for what was happening now, they were even more certain. Their master was just venting. That was right. Who were these people to dare lay a hand on their mistress? To make her suffer such pain, they would have to suffer 1,000-fold. No, 1,000,000-fold. Aliuna felt her heart aching more and more the longer they laughed. It was as though the four had descended into madness, deluding themselves to the point of entering an illusion of their own choosing. What illusion could be better than one of their master coming out victorious? Yet, was that really what would happen? The enemies he was facing were too numerous. Even when those that appeared feared him, an even greater entity appeared, sacrificing those cowards and even using their lifeblood to assault their master. The rain was so vast and all-consuming it wasn't even possible to dodge. It covered millions of miles, painting the void in a vast swath of red. Each pellet that formed seemed to reap another life. This would have been a good thing, watering down the remainder of the enemies Dian had to face. But that was when another astounding change occurred. The Sapientia that had fallen, screaming out in agony, suddenly rose up once more, their bodies radiating a crimson fog. Their eyes gained a dull red luster as their auras skyrocketed. It was as though they had all decided to burn their blood essence at once, having no other wish than to see Dian fall along with them. At that moment, the entity that was a cause for all of this finally appeared. It once again manifested as an eye, but this time it was golden. A singular reptilian pupil stretched from its top to its bottom like a massive sword scar, radiating a violent aura that caused the bursting rain of void beasts to exponentially increase. Its size alone was enough to dwarf a galaxy, the countless sparkling lights within its golden irises acting like the twinkling stars in the night sky. By now, there was nothing left of Dian's face. It had corroded completely, leaving behind nothing but a skull of black bone. His eyes were two flickering black flames that pierced into the sky above, meeting the gaze of the golden-eyed void beast without the slightest hint of fear. As though feeling provoked, the eye suddenly squinted. Pong! It was a grand sight beyond compare. A pillar of gold chi shot down. Every 100 miles it crossed left concentric circles of shattered space, building up layers of volatile chi as though it was smashing through the floors of a heavenly palace. Dad! The chi completely enveloped Dian, sending him flying downward through an expanse of blackness. With the mortal plane structure completely destroyed, it had become too difficult to tell up from down and left from right. All they could see was that the mighty nameless immortal god who had just been wantonly slaughtering was getting put in his place. Those who had defected to the side of the first White Mother and Abraxas felt the weight on their hearts lessening just the slightest bit. After watching Isabel lose her life in such a pitiful manner, even they as elites amongst elites found it difficult to not think that they just might be next. Would they be able to put up a better fight? If he really was before them, wouldn't they die just as easily? Dian weakly blocked the pillar of light with a forearm, lifting his arm over his head as though trying to block the rays of the sun. Every time he gained a footing in the air, the pillar would shatter another floor of space, sending him flying once more. It was like the purpose of the attack wasn't to kill him, but rather to knock him down, beat him to the ground so severely that he couldn't even raise his head anymore. The abyss of blackness that hung in his eye sockets continued to look up dully. Even though there wasn't a shred of skin left on his face, it was incomparably easy to see the uncaring demeanor he exuded. It was difficult to tell whether this was arrogance, or that he truly didn't care whether or not he lived or died anymore. By the time the light came to a stop, Dian had been blown several light years away. Fractures ran across his black bones, snaking through what remained of his body as though tiny serpents racing through him. Maybe if he had any flesh left, he would be coughing up blood. But his current state looked no less sorry. His bony hand held Reaper in one hand, a rainbow chain wrapping around his other arm. The rags of what remained of his clothing hung from his body, giving him the appearance of a corpse that had just risen from the dead. He took a step into the skies, his gait exceptionally slow. Yet, he seemed to cross impossible distances each and every time. However, just when he was about to reach the golden eye once more, another pillar of gold slammed him back downward. Crackling bits of space and void chi fluttered about in his wake as though fluttering butterflies witnessing his demise. The first White Mother watched on with an expressionless visage. Seeing the situation, she nodded faintly. Leave it to the Supreme. Kill the rest of them. I wouldn't advise that just yet. Abraxas suddenly spoke. The first White Mother frowned, but Abraxas continued unhurriedly. Your current reincarnation is still too young. You weren't yet alive when he had already become famous. By the time you became my disciple, he had already lost much of his sharpness. No, it is more accurate to say that he had already sheathed much of it. If you want to win this, you'd better be prepared to sacrifice 100 times this amount. Hearing Abraxas' words, those around shuddered involuntarily. Who knew Dian better than his own master? Since he said things were as such, then they were as such. But when they looked toward Dian, no matter how they saw it, he was finished. He didn't even have a bit of flesh left on his body. If it wasn't for his death god constitution, even as an immortal his only path left would be death. On top of that, it seemed that his bones might give out at any moment too. If even the flesh built by the Titan diamond body could be blasted to oblivion, what more was there to say about the bones of the death god body? However, Abraxas knew the truth. His flesh? Dian had already stepped into the Fate Silk realm. The meaning of the realm couldn't be described in just a few words. It could only be said that if he had wanted flesh on his body right now, he could have it. So why hadn't he regained his appearance? Why had he allowed his skin to melt away under the corrosive rain? Why had he allowed what remained of his flesh to be blasted away by the eye of the golden void beast? The answer was simple. He wanted to become a monster. He wanted to sever his humanity. He wanted them to look toward him with fear in their hearts, coldness in their blood, pain in their souls. Wild black flames danced around Dian's body. Like a potent venom, it corroded the pillar of gold, snaking up its body at inconceivable speeds. As fast as the pillar of gold fell downward, the black flames seemed to double its speed upward, reaching the golden pupil in the blink of an eye. Bang! Kuwewaya, a bloody hole was torn through the golden pupil. Dian shot into the skies, appearing within the crevasse of flesh left behind by his attack. Flickering black flames danced about within the body of the void beast, its life force quickly weakening. But, even so near its death, Dian didn't seem intent on letting it off in the slightest. He threw Reaper to the side, grabbing hold of 2 pieces of burning flesh and ripping them apart with his black, bony hands. The sight was one those that survived this day would never forget. It was akin to watching a galaxy being torn in two by the hands of a mortal man. A beast that could ravage the star segments of even the immortal plane found itself no sturdier than a piece of paper, its horrid cries filling the skies. Golden blood fell, covering the battlefield in rivers, oceans, and lakes of gold. Without gravity to command them, they floated aimlessly, giving this penultimate battle a level of scenic beauty it didn't deserve. As though he wasn't satisfied with this level of destruction, Dian grabbed Reaper from out of the air. His aura towered into the skies, blasting the 2 halves of the void beast's corpse away from him. With a flash, he had already sent out several thousand strikes, slicing the carcass into tiny bits of flesh that emitted a horrid stench. Dian descended into the army below. At that moment, it was hard to tell whether it was he who had been mutated by the rain of blood or the Sapientia before him. He completely forewent Reaper, allowing it to enter the hands of one of his corpse puppets. He wanted to rip these people limb from limb with his own hands. He lashed out with his chain, stringing along every warrior he killed along an infinitely growing line. Some were pierced from ear to ear, some were pierced from their mouths to the back of their skulls, and still others were pierced from below their jaws and through to the tops of their head. Whatever weight had been settled in the hearts of the opposing army multiplied several-fold. Who was this monster? Was it worth it to harm his wife? With the exception of the Sapientia who had been mutated by the blood of void beasts, the rest all shivered uncontrollably. Was this still a man? How could one person bring about such destruction? Haven, it might be your turn to step up, don't you think? Abraxas commented leisurely. Haven's expression darkened. They were well aware that switching sides wouldn't be such a simple thing. No matter how they looked at it, it was impossible for him to refuse. Their main army had already suffered such losses, and Abraxas would obviously not send his little lover forward first. So, obviously, the only option left was them. Still, their blood couldn't help but run cold. Watching Dian rip apart immortal gods with his bare hands as though they were nothing more than sheets of paper made even their blood run cold. The sprite hegemon finally stepped forward, their chi resonating with the atmosphere. They were as much the beloved children of the heavens as the celestial beasts and heaven's children were. They would not fall as easily as the elves had. I knew that you would be a scourge, but Abraxas truly raised such an evil incarnation. For the sake of the heavens, I, Haven, will lay you to rest. The imposing aura of a supreme ancestor blazed forward. Haven's sword soul and four elements whirled around his body as he flickered from corporeal to incorporeal. At the same time, more red-eyed void beasts split open the skies, learning the lesson from their predecessors and not daring to show the same cowardice. That said, what was more shocking was that even more golden-eyed void beasts had appeared as their backers, descending from the clouds with infuriated gazes. On the side of the mortal empire, it was hard not to find someone with tears streaming down their face. This was especially for Aliuna, who had been practically restrained by the others. Even with her cultivation, her voice had already grown hoarse from all the yelling and screaming. To one side, the 25th White Mother stood with her hands clasped to her chest. To her side, there was a tall man who stood well over 2 meters. He exuded a demonic aura and even had 2 dragon horns curving out from his head. It was obvious that this man was her husband and the father of Dian's little brother, Zaire. Since Dian came back, she had already felt that her disciple had changed. It was an inborn womanly intuition she couldn't shake off. As a result, she didn't even dare to continue to view herself as Dian's master. How could she not feel inferior seeing his strength? How could she not feel inferior seeing how strong Abraxas was? Even her ancestor was only Dian's 3rd sister, but even though she knew she should accept things as they were, she couldn't stop her heart from pounding with pain. Even though she knew that Dian had grown too distant from her, she couldn't just stop viewing him no differently from her own son. Now that she was watching the man she thought was more worthy of being Dian's master betray him, and even seeing her own ancestor backstab her first brother in this way, how could she not be infuriated? The title 25th White Mother was something she had carried with such pride her whole life. She cherished it with all her being. There was nothing she wanted more than to see the day her celestial beast clan rose up once again. Somehow, she felt that she was guilty in all of this. This title of 25th White Mother. She truly didn't want it anymore. A tear fell from her lovely white eyes. When the White Mother wept, so too did the heavens. Dian didn't seem to hear Haven's words at all. But even if he had, would it matter? Calling him the incarnation of evil? So what? He would let the world know just how evil he could be. He would rip their tendons from their bodies, drain them of their blood, and rip their souls apart piece by piece. Evil incarnate? Was that supposed to be disparaging him in any way? That was exactly what he wanted to be. Dian reached forward, trying to rip a sprite apart with his bare hands just as he had done with countless enemies before. But he found himself grasping at air. Their bodies, completely incorporeal, seemed to slip right through his fingers. At the same time, barges of chi assaulted him from all sides. A rainbow of colors filled the skies, crashing into him with a momentum that could obliterate universes in the blink of an eye. Dian walked through the rain of attacks, reaching forward toward another sprite, only to find that his fingers slipped through once again. He grasped at nothing but air, a whooshing sound passing through him. Seeing this, Haven's eyes brightened, excitement peeling across his heart. An immortal god with Dian's level of intelligence. How could they possibly make such a mistake twice? In fact, even making it once was already one time too many. Who didn't know that sprites had bodies that couldn't be influenced by normal means? Dian, especially, should have known this already. The only explanation was that in this state, even though Dian seemed several times more powerful than he had been in the past, he paid the price of his sanity and intelligence. In such a case, wouldn't killing him be that much easier? Haven brandished their sword, the swirls of chi around them concentrating with each passing second. Hong! 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 The energy pulsed madly, only to be slowly reeled in step by step, eventually fusing and then concentrating onto the blade of his sword. The power alone was so immense that even the slight trembling of Haven's hands as they tried to stabilize their weapon caused space to crack and shatter. This was their strongest form. This was the fusion of their life's work. Haven knew the importance of this battle. It was either Dian died, or their sprite hegemon would never see the light of day again. Dian reached forward again, his black bone hands slipping through a current of energy once again. This time, a flicker of frustration colored the abyss of blackness that were his eyes. He had even tossed aside his most powerful weapon, also that he could feel himself ripping these bastards limb from limb. So why did they keep slipping through his fingers? Bang! Dian didn't even notice when Haven had suddenly appeared before him, slashing down with a sword that sparkled like a sizzling sun. So much energy was concentrated at its edge that it left a smoky path in the air, burning everything away. At that instant, Dian was grabbing forward once again. But this time, in his rage, his black flames had snaked onto his hands. The instant his hands landed on the wind sprite, he finally felt something. Agonizing shrieks filled the air, but it was also at this very moment that Haven's sword descended, slicing into the bone of Dian's collarbone and continuing until it almost exited the last of his ribcage. However, even in that moment, an immense feeling of satisfaction welled up in Dian's heart. He could feel it, the life force of the sprite seeping through his fingers. He didn't even spare a glance toward Haven, who stood right before him, brandishing their sword with all their might. Instead, he only had eyes for the sprite that was screaming off to his side. His hand remained stretched out, his black skull tilting as a manic light flickered in his eye sockets. His jaw rattled as the sound of bone grinding filled the air. A shudder swept through the sprites. Was he smiling? This is KKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKK from his body. As though he had lost his mind, he raised Haven's sword to his mouth, biting it in half with a single snap. Haven hastily retreated, but Dian didn't even care to target him. He instantly went to the closest sprite, grasping her skull with both hands. His thumbs pierced into her eyes, paying no mind to the heart-wrenching screams that filled the battlefield. Then he ripped her head in half. A spray of silver blood washed over Dian, falling to the gray land beneath his feet and being soaked up. Dian didn't seem satisfied. His roars shook the skies as he jumped from sprite to sprite. Sometimes he would rip their hearts from their chests. Sometimes he would tear them limb from limb, and yet others he would smash their skulls into a bloody pulp. Like a harbinger of death, he shot across the battlefield, leaving a streak of black flames in his wake. He appeared before a metal sprite. It could be said that this was the most fear the sprite had ever felt in his lifetime. Dian just loomed over him for a moment, a smoky blackness filling the space around him. Just looking into Dian's eyes made him feel as though his whole body was burning. Tears uncontrollably fell from his eyes as though he knew that this was the end of his life. Was it worth it? These were his final thoughts before Dian smashed his teeth apart with a bony fist, reaching into his throat through his mouth and ripping his esophagus and spine out. Haven watched on with horror. This strength no longer seemed to be within the realm of humans. Dian didn't seem to know fatigue, he didn't seem to know injury, he didn't seem to know mercy. Haven was old. They had been there in Dian's prime when he took the immortal plane as his own backyard, wreaking havoc wherever he went. But Haven had never been the recipient of Dian's rage. He only heard stories from afar. How could anything like a distant story, probably littered with falsehood and exaggerations, possibly shake him as much as witnessing it all for himself. By the time Diane appeared before Haven once again, the latter only seemed to have eyes for their fallen comrades. It was quite ironic. In the beginning, Diane hadn't cared much for them, and now they didn't care much for Diane. However, the reason for their feeling this was completely different. Diane didn't care who it was he was killing, whether their standings were high or low, none of it mattered. However, Haven felt guilty. The deaths of these sprites, it was all their fault. Haven was their ancestor, but they pushed them to their deaths. Haven could still resist. Even in Diane's current state, it wouldn't be easy to take down such an elite. But Haven didn't even want to anymore. Bang! Diane was completely enraged. Just when he was about to tear Haven apart, the latter actually exploded, leaving him hitting empty air once again. Maybe this was the closest thing to victory anyone on this battlefield had ever grasped. Billowing black flames spurted out from Diane's mouth. He seemed to have been completely possessed by his flames. He was covered in head to toe to the point the flames almost seemed to have a life of their own, wiggling about his body. When they finally came together, they looked no different from a reaper's robe, dancing about in the wind as though it really was a piece of fabric. At that moment, some sparks of emotion that weren't coated by madness finally appeared in Diane's eyes. Before him, all that remained blocking his path to Abraxas, the First White Mother and Elise were an elite group of chariots pushed by golden-horned unicorns. Each of them stood on their 4 legs, their horns proudly piercing the skies. If one could only see the battlefield like this, it would be hard to imagine why one would ever be on Diane's side. Wasn't it clear at a single glance just who was good and who was evil? The radiant golden lights of the Sapientia versus the endless chaos flames of Diane. How was it even a difficult decision? Empress Elise narrowed his eyes, seeing Diane's gaze. Hadn't he lost his mind? Why was it that it seemed he was still very much sane? Was it just an illusion? At this moment, even she couldn't help but feel hints of fear. "Don't worry so much," Abraxas said calmly, even pinching her plump bottom and receiving a glare in return for his efforts. "Even if the sky falls, aren't I still here to catch it?" The words made Elisa's glare melt into a beautiful smile. She couldn't help but lean into Abraxas that much more. That was right, the time and space immortal god. He was already a legend even before Diane was born. What need was there for her to fear anything with this man by her side? "After all this is over, I'll help you search for that familiar aura you sensed." Abraxas pinched her bottom again, not even looking back toward Diane after sparing him the first glance. "I'm still an empress. You can't just sexually harass me in public like this." Elise pouted. "Oh? And why not?" Abraxas grinned. The two of them spoke as though a hegemon of the ages hadn't just fallen. Diane took a step forward. It seemed that he wanted to build up momentum, but somehow, it felt as though his aura was slowly growing more reserved. Instead of building up to the heavens, it seemed to shrink. It was impossible to tell whether this was his own doing, if he was growing fatigued or if the auras he was facing were finally strong enough to drown him out. By the time he made it within 5 meters of the first line of chariots, it was difficult to even sense him without laying eyes on him. The wild fluttering of his black flames became as calm as the surface of a lake. The rattling of his bones vanished, replaced by an eerie silence. Even the flickering fires of his eye sockets seemed to have cooled, even giving off a faint blue light. In another step, Diane had become level with the first row of chariots. It felt like in a single blink, he had crossed the remaining 5-meter distance, standing amidst them without sparing them a single glance. The condescending looks of the Sapientia, who had just been gazing at him from above, froze. He hadn't attacked them, he hadn't aimed his aura at them, he hadn't even looked at them. It was as though they were nothing but air. By the time they reacted, Diane had already crossed over a kilometer into their formation. They couldn't comprehend what was happening. This madman had just been wildly reaping life after life. Not a single person he had come across had left unscathed. In fact, now that they really thought about it, not a single one had even survived. The stark contrast suddenly knocked them off their high platforms. That was right. Was this really a man they were looking down disdainfully upon? Based on what merits exactly? It was unbelievable. To actually make so many elites pale in fear simply by virtue of his inaction. Maybe in the history of the martial world, such a thing had never happened before. Diane's rage smoothed out into a calm tide. It approached and receded with a soothing rhythm, slowly ebbing away at the shore as though it had all the time in the world. Diane had never been one to be calm in rage. He wasn't that kind of person. He was explosive and domineering, reaping his debts as quickly and lethally as possible. This was his character. Others might be different, but he had always been like this. However, when things came to an extreme, they would often birth their nemesis, their direct opposite, and the epitome of their antithesis. The Immortals had always thought that this principle only applied to the energies of heaven and earth. But somehow, seeing Diane reach such a state, they felt more fear than they ever had in their entire lives. To reach such a calm state for someone who never originally had such a thing in his disposition, it felt like he was resonating with the heavens in a way they never thought possible. However, how could he not be feeling this way? Before him, there wasn't an army of trillions. He didn't see the flashing gold or the condescending looks. He didn't notice the danger he was in nor the wounds on his body. All he saw in his sights were two people he had once trusted. The little sister he doted on and the master that had been his only parent for so much of his life. Even as the nameless immortal god, this was maybe one thing he could have never predicted, or maybe it was just that he didn't want to predict it. However, Diane wasn't a fool. Thoughts of these emotions felt like a past life, like the memories of a person that was no longer him. He was simmering with such rage that he had entered an impossibly dull calm. From a man that could sunder the heavens, he had become akin to a speck of dust floating along without any ability to influence large changes in the world at all. Yet, this very same speck of dust had suddenly become the subject of their fear. Maybe it was due to how audacious and arrogant he was, but many of Diane's enemies didn't take him seriously until it was too late. The apprehension, the anxiety, the unabashed horror they should be feeling would never settle in until they truly reached the last of their moments. But now it was different. He wasn't rampaging about, he wasn't giving them looks of disdain, he wasn't even deigning to cast them a glance. Yet, somehow, these were the very actions that made them realize their true situation that much sooner. Diane crossed the entirety of the army. They had realized what was happening after he entered just a kilometer into their ranks. Yet even then, they still couldn't react until after he had crossed past them all and appeared just 20 meters from his master and his third sister. He didn't even seem to notice that there was a third there amidst them. Empress Elise, ancestor of the Phoenixes? She was just another aunt to him. Abraxas sighed. I already knew that this amount wasn't enough to stop you. You were right to do this way. There really wasn't much of a point in watching you take down more cannon fodder. Now was there. The Sapientia who heard these words were naturally furious. Cannon fodder? They were all immortal gods. Of the countless planar worlds the Sapientia had wrested into their control, which of them weren't the elites among the elites there? In fact, if it wasn't for the fact they had planned this for too long and couldn't afford any mistakes in the final moments, would they have even had to mobilize so many? Diane seemed to have caused them no small loss, but it ultimately amounted to barely a single % of their number. He had to repeat the same feat tens of times more before they truly began to sweat. They were already dissatisfied with Abraxas. If it wasn't for him, they could have already charged and wiped out what remained of the mortal Empire army. Could Diane alone really stop them all? Abraxas suddenly looked up from his conversation with Diane. An indifferent glint flickered in the depths of his pupils. In that instant, numerous cries of agony rang out. No! No! Huge swaths of the Sapientia army found themselves to be rapidly aging. First it was just a subtle feeling, but soon, they all found their skin was loosening and age spots were appearing all over their bodies. Eyeballs fell from their sockets. Skin began to peel off in thick layers, revealing grotesque pinkish meat beneath, and soon, their bones grew too brittle to even stand. The pain of your bones breaking beneath your own weight was unbearable. It was like they were self-inflicting harm, but there was nothing they could do about it. Even when they fell to the ground of their own accord, hoping for some reprieve. Their bones soon grew too weak even to sustain the heaps they lied in. Their deaths could only be said to be pitiful. In the blink of an eye, an amount double to what had fallen at Diane's hands disappeared into what seemed like an endless pile of ashes. It seemed that they had truly forgotten themselves. Was the time and space immortal God someone they could casually look down upon? Come then, my disciple. Let Master see how much you've grown. Abraxas took a step forward. He still held the amiable appearance of a grandfather who had just rolled out of bed in his white pajamas. However, his image had long since been ruined. Whether it was the countless lives he had just reaped, or Madeline's blood that was still caked to his body. Neither allowed them to see this man in such a way. Diane didn't say a word, but Abraxas didn't seem to mind. You all can charge now. With me here, there won't be a need to worry about anything else. He had already seen through Diane's bottom line. This battle could truly be considered to be over. Diane didn't seem to notice the changes going on around him. It was as though he didn't register that his family was now in danger. He just continued to look forward, calmly gazing at the two he once thought of as family. The Sapientia army charged. So many of them were already to the back of Diane. Did they even have to worry about him anymore? Plus, they no longer dared to ignore the orders of Abraxas. They now knew that this monster was just as demonic as his disciple. On the mortal empire side, numerous individuals grew tense. But in the end, they relaxed and smiled bitter smiles. What else were they expecting? Could a single man really take out an army of trillions? Even though Diane's strength had caused them to hope against hope, they ultimately had to face reality eventually. It no longer mattered. Since they chose to continue to stay on this side, they would do so to the moment of their deaths. Those who remained, at the very least, had this much conviction left. Diane's wives held each other's hands. They didn't clench tightly and even had slight smiles on their faces. If it wasn't for the tears they had shed for Madeline, it would seem like they were facing any normal day. They were the wives of the nameless immortal god. Each of them was a genius that shook the immortal plane. Even though they no longer had the power they wielded in the past, their queenly aura and goddess-like demeanors would never vanish. Alana's tears were the only ones that didn't seem to stop flowing. She didn't care about dying herself, but having to watch her father put himself through so much made her heart break. She had been longing to see her father for so many years, but she never thought that just when she thought he was back, that something like this was possible. She too wanted to beat her chest and say that her father was invincible, that there was no mountain he couldn't climb and challenge he couldn't conquer. She too wanted to be like her big brothers, burying down all the pain she was suffering and putting up a brave front. But whenever she saw her father in such a state, it felt like she was watching her world crumble, as though the father she once knew was slipping away from her piece by piece. "Dad!" The cry rang through the battlefield. It wasn't the first time she had called out, and she didn't even want it to be the last. Even if she had to die, she wanted to see the loving affection her father had for her just one more time. The same look he had when she asked for cherry ice cream. The same look he had when he was guiding her in alchemy. The same look he had when he put her through torturous training, all for the sake of helping her grow stronger. She didn't want to see this skeleton, this villain, masquerading as her father. She wanted to see the true Diane, even if it was just this one last time. At that moment, a sigh rang through the battlefield. It was difficult to tell where it came from. It felt as though it was right in front of them, yet somehow all around them at the same time. It was almost like the hands of a god enveloping the world in its palms. The flickering flames within Diane's eye sockets finally went out. He stood there, his head tilted to the skies. To an outside observer, it seemed as though he had died standing on his feet. No one knew just how much he had gone through in this battle. He had already put everything he had into defeating Aritzia, not knowing that an even greater battle was waiting for him here. His body had already long since reached its limits. Others thought he entered this skeleton form because he had lost his mind, and maybe that was in part true. He was enraged beyond belief. It was to the point he wanted the whole world to feel how he felt. The same pain, the same agony, the same helplessness, but there was an even greater reason. He simply didn't have the strength left to carry around his whole body. Using his soul to control the skeleton was the only way he could keep going, to take revenge for his wife. In the end, he was still too weak. He didn't have any energy left. Diane's voice rang through the skies. It was pervaded by such sadness that tears fell even from the eyes of his enemies. Empress Elise frowned. Flames flickered on her long lashes, burning the unshed tears that were accumulating away. He affected even her emotions? Just what kind of concept was this? A small flash of longing crossed Abraxas' gaze. That was it. That thing he had been chasing after for so long. Soul quintessence. No, it wasn't as simple as soul quintessence. His disciple had touched upon soul quintessence long ago. This could be considered to be the perfection realm of soul quintessence. It's a shame that you only reached this state at the end of your life. Abraxas' eyes were too sharp. He could tell that Diane was a spent force. There was only so much a fiery will could do for a person. It was quite ironic. The chilling calm of Diane's emotions were what allowed him to reach this step, but this calm was also what sealed his death. Really wanted to kill you both with my own hands. Diane's words sounded like a final farewell, like a man who had done his best to the very end. He was leaving his last imprint on the world. Even as the Sapientia charged toward his family, even as the man he saw as a father stood before him ready to deal a final death blow, he still reminded them all that he was the nameless immortal god. He was Diane Sacharo, a man who stood atop all eras. But it seems I'll still have to rely on my mind. Abraxas had been prepared to say a final goodbye to his disciple. Even Diane's own wives had long since braced themselves, prepared for their final moments. But Diane's words not only left them baffled, but even their enemies. What was he talking about? Abraxas frowned. Consider yourselves lucky. Bang! Ruoru hoa arare. The first white mother's expression changed. She felt an aura she hadn't sensed since her first life. No, even in her first life, this aura was already ancient beyond belief. It can't be. At that moment, the silhouettes of several massive serpents rose into the skies. They were so impossibly large that they seemed to dwarf even the star segments of the immortal plane. On their heads, bone protrusions formed majestic crowns. They snaked upward, radiating a pride that sunk deep into their bones. World serpents? Abraxas' expression changed. Soon, a violent lock descended onto the battlefield. For world serpents commanded the cardinal directions, sealing off everything with a haughty arrogance in their eyes. It was as though they alone could command the winds, seas, and skies. They stood alone at the top of the world, unblemished and unmatched. That's not possible. The first white mother trembled. In its current state, the mortal plane could be considered to be at the end of its rope. Its connection with the heavens had been shattered and its borders had been destroyed, releasing it into the void. If this situation was allowed to continue, it wouldn't be long before it was swallowed up completely. By the calculations of the first white mother and the Sapientia, as long as the mortal plane fell into chaos, it would start a series of events that would enrapture the whole of all of existence. Only then would they be able to achieve their goal. This was the significance of the place where it all began. However, with the appearance of world serpents, this all changed. As long as they remained, even if 1 trillion cycles of 1 trillion years passed, the mortal plane wouldn't fall. And, if it was so simple to take down matured world serpents, would they still be such a legend? Things have already begun, but you're already reacting like this. These were just a few beasts I casually helped evolve. Maybe I was wrong. This might turn out to be as satisfying as beating you down with my fists. Another change occurred the instant Diane's words fell. The ancient battlefield trembled. At first it was minor, but then it grew fiercer and wilder. Soon, the passageway formed by Luna began to widen. Bang! The seal between the two worlds shattered. At first it seemed like they would crash into one another. Many even began bracing for impact. But what happened next seemed inconceivable. There was no bang, no harrowing explosion. There wasn't even a strong gust of wind. As though things were always meant to be like this, the mortal plane and the ancient battlefield fused into one. If this was all that happened, things would still be fine. But who would have expected for an army dressed in black armor and numbering no less than the Sapientia would appear in the skies? On the ancient battlefield, there had been 12 clans: the Orcs, the Medusa clan, the Cyclopes, the Taurus clan, the Undead clan, the Unicorn clan, the Griffins, the Cerberus clan, the Ant clan, the Golden Crow clan, the Phoenix clan. All of these clans appeared that day to try to take Dian's head. However, this only numbered 11. There was still a 12th remaining, a 12th led by a normal human man who seemed to have no special characteristics about him at all. He appeared in their meetings without a care in the world and vanished just as quietly. After so many years, the Titans had finally returned. The first White Mother, Abraxas, and Elise were all stunned. What exactly was happening? It had to be known that the ancient battlefield was the creation of the heavens. It was connected to the mortal plane and the immortal plane. Because of this, it should have been impossible for it to fuse with this plane precisely because the heavens of the mortal plane had already shattered. Essentially, the ancient battlefield should have only had a connection with the immortal plane left. Something like connecting to the mortal plane made little to no sense. Even beyond this, where did these world serpents come from? One had to know that world serpents were even more ancient than even celestial beasts. In an era that could even precede the primordial era, it was they who stabilized the planar worlds amidst chaos. By the time the first White Mother was born into her first life, they were already nearing the end of their reign, let alone now, so many years later. As though all of this wasn't enough. Just where the hell had all of these warriors come from? How were they so powerful? How were their numbers so numerous? Was this a joke? Emperor! The roar of the black armored warriors fused into one, causing the grounds of the ancient battlefield to quake. Clara wiped her tears with a forearm before sending a glare toward Dian's back. This time, it wasn't just her who had entered full Tsundere mode. They were all pissed. If things were still within your means to control, why had you found it necessary to be so dramatic? They were borderline infuriated. However, at the same time, they understood their husband's personality. Though Dian wasn't above using schemes and his mind to gain victory, there was still nothing he loved more than using his fists. He was bloodthirsty, to put it bluntly. For something like the betrayal of a man he saw as a father and a woman he saw as a sister, if he couldn't beat them down with his own 2 hands, he would never feel at ease. However, he was no longer the Dian of the past. Compared to his first life, he was nothing more than an ant. If the him of back then had been here, let alone these trillions, even if there were 100 times more, it would only be a matter of a few years before he wiped them all out. But this was beyond him. In that case, he no longer had a choice but to use his trump cards, no matter how unwilling he was. And it was ironically because he was willing to make this choice that the breakthrough he had been chasing even throughout his first life was finally opened up to him. True quintessence. The black armored army knelt in unison. Beneath their might, even such a simple action caused the air to splinter and the skies to sunder. Since I can't beat you with my fists, I don't mind explaining. Consider this the last bit of face I'll give you as a man who was once my master. Dian was also a man who hated to explain himself, but it seemed a lot of things were happening today that he disdained to do normally. But that was fine. Who asked him to be so weak? Right now, the only way he could truly vent was by doing this. I'm simply better than you. Is that explanation enough? At this point, even Dian's wives, who had been curious, suddenly felt like rushing over and pummeling their husband into the ground. Why was this man so good at infuriating people? They were pissed off and they weren't even his enemies. It seemed they were hoping for too much. Dian explaining things? Maybe even for the sake of revenge, he found it to be too far beneath him. Wouldn't his enemies be more infuriated if they had no idea how they lost? Yes, indeed. That would be much better. Dian nodded to himself as though he wasn't still in the middle of an army of trillions. Well, his body didn't nod, but his soul, which had appeared above his head just now, definitely had. After reaching the perfection realm of soul quintessence, body or not, he could exist for an eternity. Could even be said that he had already died. If it wasn't for his sudden enlightenment, he would be finished even with all the plans he had laid out. It could only be said that the betrayal of his master and third sister had truly infuriated him to the point he didn't even care about this. All right, kill them all. Dian casually waved his hand. Whether it was on purpose or not, his demeanor, his tone, his indifference, it was all practically identical to the first white mother when she had said the exact same words before. With the memories of immortal gods, how could they not remember? For the first time, the first white mother felt a pang in her heart. Abraxas frowned deeply. Why was it that Dian was still so confident? He floated above his own corpse without a care in the world, not even deigning to spare a glance toward him. At most, this move only put them on the same level. The winner and loser still hadn't been decided. Dian's body took form. Even as a spirit, he had a tangible being. In fact, as he stood there, an aura of majesty exuding from his very being as golden lights surrounded his soul. He looked no different than a sprite would. He casually waved an arm as stuck his corpse beneath his arm as he turned to walk away. It would have been an odd sight for anyone to witness, if his actions weren't infuriating. The level of disdain he was showing for them gave them all enough rage for a lifetime. Do you really think this is enough? Abraxas finally couldn't hold back any longer. However, instead of responding, Dian waved a hand without even turning back. The Sapientia army was stunned once more, because what appeared after a small flash of light was a little boy. The boy looked no more than 7 to 8 years old. He was quite adorable in all respects and was even in the process of chewing a red fruit the size of his head. The flesh and juice of fruits covered his chubby cheeks, bathing him in a fresh crimson liquid that wafted a fragrant scent. The little boy seemed quite surprised by his sudden change of scenery as well. Ah, you finally let me out. The little boy looked toward Dian with a half-happy, half-pleading expression as though he was afraid Dian would take him back any time now. Dian chuckled. Sure, I'll let you go. Just deal with the old bastard with white hair and you're free to go. The little boy clapped excitedly. Yes, yes, yes. I'm finally free. The boy spoke as though he had already dealt with Abraxas, causing the fury of the Sapientia army to grow that much more. Abraxas was a man that made them quake and tremble with fear. How could he be so easily dealt with, and by a little boy no less? Dian continued to walk away without a care in the world. Of course, how could others allow him to leave so easily? Many warriors wanted to come forward and kill him. Unfortunately, the Titan army had already long since acted on Dian's command. The slaughter was maddening. It was as though a single Titan was worth 10 Sapientia. Even if their numbers were less than half, they would still decimate such an army, let alone the fact their numbers were equal. Of course, this was all happening on the front lines. Many wanted to reach out toward Dian and capture him after seeing how bad the situation was. Didn't he say that he had run out of energy? This should be simple then, right? Unfortunately, reality was cruel. They couldn't even touch Dian. Quite literally, their attacks seemed to go right through him, something that should have been impossible. Even if he was a soul now, he was corporeal and without the protection of his body. However, Dian seemed to have no interest in explaining at all. At this moment, Abraxas, who had still been frowning, could no longer hold back anymore. He knew Dian too well. Something like putting up a false front of confidence was something he would never do. If he was acting like this, it meant that he truly had the upper hand. However, he couldn't just sit by and do nothing all the while. He no longer held back, his aura growing until it could tower into the skies. It became very obvious very quickly that he hadn't even used a small percentage of his strength during his battle with Haven and Elise. If there was one person in all of existence that could match Dian during the peak of his first life, it was Abraxas. He was almost like a third army all to himself. However, hey, did you forget about me? The little boy put his hands on his hips and glared forward. But Abraxas had completely ignored him. Time and space chi whirled around his body. In an instant, the old Abraxas with a step in the grave entered the prime of his youth, regaining a handsome air that made Elisa's eyes light up. Tsk. Old man, do you know why we Heaven's children aren't allowed to go to the immortal plane? Abraxas froze. His hand, which had risen into a clawing motion, completely stopped. "Ah, it seems like you might have some idea. Such a shame, such a shame. If you were going to make an origin source, you should have chosen something other than time. Remember, the one who killed you is I, Apollos." The little boy grinned a devilish grin. Abraxas shuddered, feeling like something within him shattered. Abraxas stood stunned, his body hunching over as he stared blankly toward Diane's back. None of this made any sense. One had to remember that Diane initially captured Apollos after he attacked Luna. Back then, he had used the Jafari clan treasure. The Jafari clan treasure was precisely an heirloom of Abraxas' own family. But it wasn't very useful on the immortal plane, so Abraxas had left it behind for his descendants before he transcended. When one thought to this level, there were too many points that simply didn't make any sense. How could Diane use a treasure Abraxas created back when he was mortal to capture the person that could defeat Abraxas now that he was immortal? Such questions were enough to turn anyone insane. But Abraxas could only watch as Diane walked further and further away, clearly without the slightest intention of explaining anything. Eventually Diane crossed the battlefield and ended up being back on the mortal empire side. His heart was filled with thoughts of Madeline. None of that had been fake. Madeline had truly been pierced through by Abraxas, and her life force truly had dissipated. As much as he wanted all of that to be a facade, it simply wasn't. However, Madeline was still ultimately a heiress of the Phoenix clans. The only issue was that her Sapientia blood essence was interfering. So a catalyst was necessary. Luckily, Diane had a contingency plan. Amethyst. He didn't put all that effort into strengthening her without reason. It was time that annoying woman became of some use. Emperor! Emperor! The scene was incredibly odd. Diane glided through the battlefield as though he couldn't be bothered to care about it. At the same time, the Titans, who battled on his behalf, shouted out as he passed by them one after another, pausing their own battles to lower their heads before turning back and reaping more Sapientia lives. Diane absent-mindedly nodded toward them, but it was clear his thoughts weren't on the battle at all. Finally, Diane made it to the region just above Sol Ren planet. This was another odd scene. The planet hovered above the ancient battlefield lands below. Yet, neither interfered with the other, as though it was perfectly fine for land to hover above land like this. Diane turned his head and sent a nod toward a certain direction. The person he had looked toward was actually Cookin. No one but she and Diane knew that the reason the ancient battlefield could fuse with the mortal plane like this was thanks to her. Of course, without Diane's help she would have never been capable of such a thing. Diane finally appeared amidst his wives. But, shockingly, none of them were even paying attention to him. Instead, they had all surrounded what looked like a corpse and a woman. The woman and the corpse shared the same violet hair, and though the corpse had its eyes closed, it was very likely they shared the same violet eyes as well. Usually, in such a situation, Diane would make a joke about his wives ignoring him. But at this point in time, he didn't have the mind to care about such a thing, as the corpse before him was none other than his wife, Madeline. The only one who reacted to Diane's appearance was the woman who was also the center of attention. Amethyst. You raised me like a cattle? Amethyst's relationship with Diane had never been the most amicable. After knowing that he wanted her to revive his wife like this, and realizing how many things seemed to be playing in the palm of her hand, she couldn't help but turn an angry look toward Diane. However, the current Diane wasn't in the mood for such games. This was a matter related to his wife. In reply to her words, his expression darkened. But, considering he was just a soul at the moment and he constantly had golden lights hovering around his body, his imposing presence was several times more than usual. This isn't the time for you to be pissing me off, woman. Diane's voice was cold. He had never been one who took it easy on women. Plus, considering the situation, he didn't have the patience to be playing these mind games. Husband, are you bullying little sister Amethyst again? At that moment, a familiar voice followed by a familiar giggle followed. Diane's wives looked over to find Saru and Lilith flying out from the depths of the ancient battlefield on the back of Little Gold. The two of them had already saved Amethyst once from Diane's rage, and it seemed like they might have to try again. But This time it was truly too serious. Diane really might not hesitate to kill Amethyst this time. The only reason they had stepped in was to ease the tension a small bit. Trust me when I say that I can rip your blood essence out of your body without your consent. It's either you do as I say and you can live, or you don't have you die. Either way, I get what I want. Don't test my patience. Amethyst trembled furiously under Diane's gaze and words. But even then, she didn't dare feel the slightest anger. She could tell that at this point, even Saru and Lilith couldn't stop Diane from killing her this time. Gritting her teeth, Amethyst pierced 2 fingers through her own heart. A sharp pain assaulted her body, but beneath Diane's gaze, she didn't dare to stop. After a moment, she violently pulled, causing a streak of odd fluid to follow her fingers. Sometimes the fluid looked like a flame, but at others it would look like a liquid. It constantly danced between the 2 states. But what was obvious was that Amethyst was growing paler and paler with each passing moment. At the same time, as the line of odd flaming liquid entered Madeline's body, the wound on her chest closed and she even began to regain some color. After a moment, Diane made a grabbing motion toward Madeline's body. The blood sprite coated his hands, causing a golden line of liquid to exit his wife. He looked toward the blood with disdain before burning it into nothingness. That's enough. Diane didn't spare the pale-faced Amethyst a glance as he tossed a pill toward her. He picked up Madeline's corpse. Even now, she hadn't regained any of her life force. Diane felt a pang in his heart when he saw his wife in this state. The truth was that though he suspected his master, he didn't want to believe it. If it wasn't for his own foolish sentiments, such a thing would have never happened. He took a deep breath, calming his emotions. Come with me. I'll take you all to a place. Diane's wives and his daughter nodded. Everything still felt so surreal. In one moment they thought they were all going to die, and in the next, Diane had reversed it all like he always did. As they followed Diane toward an unknown destination, Aliuna, who had been throwing a slight tantrum and ignoring her father, couldn't help it anymore. Dad, how did you do it? Oh, you're talking to me again? Diane asked playfully. Unlike with Amethyst, he would of course give many concessions to his little girl. She could act as willfully as she pleased and he would never get angry. So, he didn't do much else than tease her for ignoring him. Aliuna pouted, wanting to hit Diane but finding that she couldn't touch him either. Just tell me, where did all these people come from? She finally asked, feeling annoyed. Diane chuckled. Since I knew the existence of the Sapientia, how could I not make plans? The purpose of my several lives wasn't just to find you all again. It was also a method of going back in time and laying the foundation you all see now without Abraxas learning of it. It was too large of a scope for anyone to see through it. They all thought I was a madman just trying to bring his family back together. You knew he would betray you? Aya, so many questions. We're already here. Aliuna knew that Diane didn't want to talk about it by the way he was acting. Maybe he didn't know his master would do such a thing, and had only taken a precautionary measure he had hoped he wouldn't need. Here. Aliuna looked down in confusion. This place was Earth. However, it had been blasted apart. Clearly, after Aritzia broke free, she hadn't spared the planet. But there was no one living in this place anymore anyway. Not the planet, but the epistemic tower. Aliuna and Diane's wives felt their visions blur. In an instant, they were in a whole new world. On the top floor of the epistemic tower, a room that had been quiet for far too long rumbled to life. Within that room stood exactly 119 statues. On one side stood 117, 108 of whom were male, while 9 of them were female. On the other side stood only 2 statues, 1 male, 1 female. At that moment, the male statue vibrated violently, while the female statue that seemed to have had a sad expression finally had its mood lifted, becoming filled with joy in an instant. Afterward, the room quietened as though nothing had happened. However, all 119 of them seemed to be waiting for something. This was the very same illusion Diane had caught a glimpse of at the end of the second trial. But now he knew exactly what these statues were. The 108 men, Each and every one was a version of himself. 108 different lifetimes. The one male and one female. Those were none other than his parents. He couldn't help but smile when he laid eyes on their faces. Soon they would be with him again. As for the 9 females, who else could they be? Madeline, Alexandria, Clara, Amphory, Luna, Sar, Lilith, Jade, and his little girl, Aliuna. As for his supposed 9th wife, hadn't he just married his Madeline, his first love, twice? This would be the 3rd, and the final time. The moment they entered this place, Madeline's statue began to glow, causing a light to flow into her corpse. And then, her lashes began to flutter. It was only when Diane saw Madeline's eyes flutter open and felt her wrap her arms tightly around him did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. It was as though all the weight he had been bearing alone for so long had finally left his shoulders, allowing his body to feel lighter than it ever had before. Finally, Diane really had no choice left but to explain. Fine, fine. For you all, I really will make an exception. Diane lightly smiled. It had been too long since he smiled such a genuine smile. Maybe he never had since Madeline's death in his first life. Could only be said that he wasn't truly free until this moment. In my first life, it could be said that my world was shrouded in darkness. Diane's wives and his daughter sat around him. Each of them represented a different piece of his heart and had experienced different things with him. However, this would be the first time they would learn about everything. My parents were only saints. In that era, such a cultivation level was pitifully weak. I wasn't meant to accomplish very much at all. Diane smiled lightly. He had been born in the warring era between the primordial and golden eras. Back then, Qi was so abundant that even higher Dao formation realm experts could only be considered members of the younger generation. So, it was quite obvious just how poor Diane's background was. Father and mother only managed to have me near the end of their lifetimes. It was already difficult for cultivators to have children, even as saints. It could be said that they were exceptionally unlucky, both to have me so near the end of their lives and to birth a son like me. Diane sighed. You all know it well by now. I was born as the incarnation of evil, not much different from Jasmine of the Water Mist sect. In fact, I was far worse than her. If it wasn't for the impact my parents had on my life, I would have become a devil's seed a long time ago. However, they were already old. I didn't have enough time to become powerful enough to help them break into the celestial realm, so I could only watch them die of old age. In order to vent my frustration, I made a lot of enemies in a lot of places. The morals my parents instilled in me began to conflict with my own inherent nature, causing my personality to split into 2 lanes. On one hand, I wanted to make my parents proud. But, on the other, I was a man who sought after blood and murder. There were many times I nearly fell completely to those murderous thoughts and would have, had I not met Madeline. Diane couldn't help but smile again, remembering those memories. I still remember that day well. I didn't have a good impression of her at all actually. I thought she was an arrogant bitch who thought too much of herself. PFT. Aluna couldn't manage to maintain a serious expression. Her father? Not liking someone because he thought they were too arrogant? Where did his hypocrisy end? Diane patted his chest with righteous indignation, seeing those he loved the most in the world laugh at him like this. You all don't understand. She rode around in a blinding white flying ship and radiated golden white light all the time. She called her subordinates holy princesses, queens and empresses, and even called herself a holy goddess. How pretentious! Madeline giggled lightly, leaning her cheek against Diane's thighs. It was clear that she remembered those memories quite fondly as well. Ree smiled. She remembered that when Aki had blinded her, it was a piece of that very ship that helped her heal. To think that Diane would be calling it annoying and pretentious now. Life truly worked in mysterious ways. So, I immediately decided that I had to conquer this woman. I wanted to see how she would still keep being so arrogant when I took her to my bed. Laughter rang out between the women. They could hear the fondness Diane had for Madeline in his voice, but they didn't feel dissatisfied. In fact, as they listened on, they realized that if it wasn't for Madeline, The husband they had come to know and love so much wouldn't be the man he was today. In many ways, it could be said that without Madeline, maybe they wouldn't have ever found a man they could give their lives to like this. In the end, Madeline chose to sacrifice herself for my sake. Originally, her fusing with the heavens of the mortal plane had nothing to do with this final battle. She had only done it so that she could retain the memories of her past life in some way. As long as she was reborn and broke through to a certain level of strength, she would inevitably remember. But she also knew my personality. If I was able to remember the sacrifice she had made for me, I likely would have fallen to that darkness a long time ago. So, my memories were erased. The women had tears in their eyes when Diane reached this point, but he was only at the beginning. He truly didn't know how they would be able to hold on to the end. When I entered the immortal plane, I didn't really have a purpose. I only knew that there was something subconsciously pushing me to grow stronger, to dominate, to conquer. In truth, I was born to destroy everything, but I eventually managed to turn that murderous will into competition and a fervor to be number one. Diane explained a great many things about his life. Some things were known to his wives as they had experienced that point of his life with him, but most were not known by them. Eventually, Diane had no choice but to speak on Abraxas. Though he didn't want to, he felt that this was something he could only put behind him by doing this. I wasn't the one who approached Abraxas, he approached me. By now, it should be obvious to you all why, though I was foolish enough to only understand now. It's very likely that he sensed my destiny as the evil incarnate and felt that I would be able to help his plans. He was probably all too happy to watch me suffer through your deaths time and time again, and it might very well be possible that he pulled some strings in the background to make sure it happened. Diane's eyes turned slightly red at this thought. He didn't understand why he hadn't seen it clearly before. His wives were all supreme talents of the immortal plane, yet all of their lives had only been small fractions of his own. Diane never thought much about it. After all, just how rare was it to become an ancestor-level character who could live through trillions upon trillions of years? They could go through several generations without finding even one. There was nothing odd about his wives not managing to strengthen their Tao hearts to live long lives. However, the more he thought about it, the more he understood that these things couldn't possibly be so simple. In fact, it wasn't only this either. Initially, his master rejected Aritzia as a disciple. It was only after Aritzia left and returned to the Sapientia clan and came back that he accepted her as a disciple. Back then, he had said that it was because he sensed a change in her Tao heart that made her suitable to become his disciple, but what if it was because he only saw through her true origins after this? It might be very likely that Abraxas only managed to make contact with the Sapientia using Aritzia as a proxy. It was only after Diane felt Ree and Madeline grasp his hands that he calmed down faintly. Luckily, in this state, he could choose who could touch him and who couldn't. Unfortunately, I didn't see through the act. In fact, I didn't know he was my enemy at all. The only reason I began to plan all of this was because when I grew to a certain height, I found that there was a mysterious hand that seemed to play a role in almost everything. The stronger I grew, the more certain I became that this was a single hand from a single entity. This led me to finding the Sapientia. I had always thought that it was them who were my true enemies, so I prepared as such. But I never expected that the day I sent myself into reincarnation, my disciples would be attacked and killed. I didn't know who did it, but there was only one person who knew I took any disciples at all. Diane's voice sounded quite sad at this point. The truth is that Abraxas' cycles of reincarnation technique is incomplete and far from perfect. It's the reason for his blindness. He tried to use it once and might have partially succeeded, but he paid a heavy price in return. In all likelihood, this is the true reason he could live for such a long time. However, I was able to perfect it because my soul reached soul quintessence. It allowed me to fuse with the heavens in a way others couldn't imagine. It's quite ironic. I speak so much about hating the heavens, but in the end, it's the reason for much of my power. Ultimately, what I came to understand is that it's nothing to be mad at. Diane sighed again. He suddenly felt old. In his 109th life, he came to understand this during his battle with death. Often, the things we hated most in life didn't even put us in their eyes. They were things so far beyond our control that there was no point in hating them. The best thing one could do was play the game with the cards they were dealt. Dian had wanted to so badly defeat his master and third sister with his own two hands. But in the end, it wasn't his destiny to do so. He could only rely on what he had. He had lived 109 lifetimes and learned this lesson 109 different ways. He didn't know whether he should be depressed or gratified about it. But what he did know was that he was feeling quite content at the moment. I used my lifetimes to build up the armies you saw outside. But I needed a way to do it in secret without others knowing. So, I created the Titan Diamond Body Constitution and formed the ancient battlefield. Dian's wives and daughter widened their eyes in shock. If things were like this, then didn't that mean that the rise of the humans against the beasts in the chaotic era was thanks to Dian? They felt a headache thinking about the looping timelines. The cause and effect was too difficult to grasp. Thanks to the ancient battlefield, my army was able to grow in seclusion for many years. And, while the Sapientia suffered from the weakening chi of the world, my armies always cultivated in the harsh environments of the chaotic era, making them several times more powerful. However, even then, I wasn't confident in dealing with everything, so I needed another contingency plan. Luckily, Apollos was born sometime between my 7th and 12th life. That's right. Jade started with a curious expression. How did you subdue someone who could defeat Abraxas while feeling unconfident that you could defeat him yourself? You probably have an idea already, Dian said lightly. When I successfully merged the ancient battlefield with the mortal plane, the heavens were re-established, returning the suppression they all thought was gone. This alone wouldn't be enough to defeat to him. The true issue lied in the fact that the ancient battlefield was also connected to the immortal plane, allowing Apollos access to far more power than he had when I had to defeat him. Ultimately, the reason Abraxas wanted my soul quintessence technique to begin with was so that he could truly break away from the heavens. He failed to do what I did, so the path of chaos was what he chose because he no longer had any other choice. It was either this path or he would be forced to die just like everyone else. He had already used his cycles of reincarnation technique to revive once. It would simply be impossible for him to do it again, considering how much of a price he paid the first time. Then what about the war? Who had they been fighting? Now that Madeline thought about it, there had indeed been a war raging on the immortal plane. Before, they had thought it was Abraxas fighting off members of the Chaos faction, but now? Dian smiled. It doesn't really change anything. He was still fighting the Chaos faction. In my best estimates, he was putting on a show. That day when he killed 3 of my disciples, a lingering aura I left on little Nazir appeared, causing him to run away. Back then, I had still been in the process of casting the technique and finding the perfect landing spot for my second life, so though I had already disappeared for a long time, I was still present on the immortal plane. Knowing that he had acted too rashly, he likely tried to conjure up the war to cover his tracks. It was only after he sensed my Titan Diamond body awaken that he realized I had finally left and could end the war. Clara frowned. But if he knew the Titan Diamond body was tied to you, how come he didn't see through your plan? The important point is that he didn't know I had lived 108 more lifetimes. He thought that my 109th life was my first life. Or rather, my second life. A sudden realization dawned on Dian's wives. He was my master. Just how many things do you think I consulted him on? It could be said that of the matters related to my plan, he helped me formulate 90% of it. The only thing I didn't tell him was the scope of my plans. He thought that I had done all of this to bring you all back to my side once more, but that was only part of what I wanted to do. We initially planned it so that all of you would appear together in my 109th life, a life he thought was my second, but we couldn't pinpoint exactly where. So, since we deduced that the ancient battlefield would descend in this lifetime, we both decided that to maximize my chances of finding you all, I needed to be born with this constitution just in case one of you was a princess of a fallen clan. The shock and awe Dian's wives and his daughter felt reached an inconceivable level. Tricking someone in the dark was one thing, But tricking someone who knew almost every facet of your plan was a different thing entirely. On top of that, Diane hadn't even been certain that Abraxas was a traitor to him back then, or rather, maybe he just didn't want to believe it. How is it? Your husband's pretty good, huh? Diane grinned shamelessly, causing his wives and daughter to roll their eyes. Little Diane, didn't I teach you humility? What happened to my innocent little boy? Diane froze before coughing wildly as he looked toward the statue of his mother. There was only one person in this world who dared to call him Little Diane. Couldn't his mother see that he was still trying to act cool? Was there a need to embarrass him in this way? At that moment, two warm lights stepped out from the statues of Diane's parents. On the left, there was a tall, stoic man with dark skin and chiseled features. He looked as though he hadn't smiled in a lifetime, yet the gentleness he looked forward with couldn't be hidden. On the right, there was the only woman in the world Diane believed could compete with his daughter in beauty. Of course, maybe this was him being a little biased, but he reserved such a right. Hadn't he just technically saved the world? He got hero credits, right? Diane remembered how many times he had dreamt of seeing that warm smile again in his 109th life. No, it wasn't just that lifetime. In every single life he had lived, she was a torch that had lit his way. Look at this. I finally get to meet all of my lovely daughter-in-laws? And who is this, my granddaughter? Come, come. Let me see you all. Diane's wives suddenly became bashful. This could be considered the first time they were seeing their mother-in-law. How long had she been observing them? Oh no. Did she see them bullying Diane? She wouldn't blame them for that, right? Diane smiled lightly as he watched his mother greet his wives one by one and smiled even more brightly when he saw how spoiled little Aluna was acting around her grandmother. He stood and walked to his father. For a moment, the two men didn't say much of anything. Even now, Diane still felt the only man worthy to stand above him was his father. He was the nameless immortal god, a man who commanded waves and catastrophes with a flip of his palm. Yet he still felt like a little boy in front of his dad. Eventually, his old man sighed and looked past Diane. I apologize on behalf of my son. If he doesn't treat you all well, I'll be sure to smack his bottom red. If it was anyone else saying these words, a resounding laughter might have been heard. But they could see that General Sicharo wasn't a man who liked to joke. It seemed he was quite serious about giving Diane a spanking. Toward this, Diane could only bitterly smile. His dad had always been a traditional man. He wouldn't blame Diane's wives for all choosing him, but he would most definitely blame the man himself. He clearly felt that Diane was far too irresponsible owing such a debt to so many women. In the end, without saying a word, Diane enveloped his father into a massive bear hug, not letting the old general refuse. General Sicharo stiffened slightly, but ultimately sighed. You're already a grown man. No need to act like such a child. Diane smiled, but didn't let go. It was quite the textbook ending. Well, aside from the fact Diane didn't bother to return to the battlefield. His enemies didn't even catch a glimpse of his face as they breathed their final breaths. On a distant battlefield, Aritzia lay completely unmoving. Diane hadn't even dealt a final killing blow to her. Even now, she still continued to breathe. Many days later, she suddenly chuckled. It really wasn't worth it. A loud crack resounded through the void, causing numerous spatial tears to ravage the lands once more before falling silent. This time, when one looked at Aritzia, there was no life to be found. Her Tao heart had shattered and her life force had dissipated. The first white mother looked up into the skies. Numerous spears pierced into her chest. There was a clear hatred in her eyes, as though she was cursing the heavens for actually allowing her to lose in such a way. Abraxas collapsed, growing old so quickly that his skin turned to ash before them all. His eyes seemed vacant in the end, before his life gave way to his last breath. He sighed, but it was a sigh that surprisingly came with a slight curve of his lips, a smile. It was a master's role to help his disciple rise to the top of the world. It was a stage he couldn't reach, and there were certain things that he simply couldn't stop on his own. When he took this path, he knew that it would only end one of two ways. Either he would reach a new pinnacle or his disciple would. In the end, one of them would be the one to finally break this cycle. Now that he knew it was his disciple, he didn't seem reluctant at all. In fact, he felt that he had done his job well. He would leave it up to his proudest disciple, his greatest pride, the youth he saw no differently from his very own son, to see this through to the end. He had absolute trust in Dian. It seemed that even in the end, the first white mother still hadn't come to understand what Dian had done. Even her final thoughts were brimming with thoughts of revenge. She would reincarnate once more, and this time, she would make Dian pay 100 times over. She thought that Dian was a fool. So what if he had allowed the mortal plane to once again reach its peak state through the ancient battlefield? Everything was still tending toward chaos. He hadn't changed anything. Eventually, she would win, no matter how long it took. However, if Dian's family heard her final thoughts, they would only laugh and smile bright smiles. After all, a Sacharo doesn't lose.